Wielding his weapon with his left hand was awkward and uncomfortable. "There are quite a few of you who think this way, and you've all been talking amongst yourselves." "Indeed," Young Tu arched a brow. "You're more astute than you look, vermin. But on what did you base this conjecture?" "You're not smart enough to come up with such ideas by yourself," Sung Sin said. "Somebody's been feeding strange notions into your head, and doing the same with other ascendants who are just as stupid and arrogant as you. And this hasn't been going on very long. Otherwise, the Sentient Empire would have fallen already." "Your insults have just earned you 10 times the torment I would have inflicted on you," Young Tu promised. "I was only going to dismember you, but perhaps I should place an agony charm on you as well. Or perhaps, yeah, more pain, more cutting." Sung Sin spat on the pier. "How imaginative. Whatever. Come get it over with, you bastard." Chapter 37. Sapphire Onslaught. Young Tu took a step forward, but Sung Sin launched himself into a full-on charge instead, unwilling to yield the initiative to the Sapphire Adept. He hacked down at Young Tu's shoulder with the scale sword, only to have his blow picked apart by a deft parry. The Sapphire Adept's riposte gashed Sung Sin's wrist deeply enough to render his fingers nerveless and force him to drop the scale sword onto the pier. Young Tu kicked him contemptuously in the chest next, knocking him off his feet and into a rolling tumble down the length of the pier. Sung Sin pushed aside the waves of agony coursing up his left arm and his torso, and used the momentum of his tumble to roll to his feet. He raised his hands in front of his face and took up a fist-fighting stance, though his right hand was a fractured mess and his left hand dangled limply from his wrist, its fingers twitching spasmodically. Young Tu sneered and advanced upon him. More glowing blades appeared above the Sapphire Adept's shoulders.
"Don't kill it,"
Lin Hua reminded her junior brother. Sung Sin glanced over his shoulder at her. The female Sapphire Adept was pale and wheezing, barely capable of standing up. She was even more exhausted than Wang Li had been during the battle against the Ebon Worm. Sudden inspiration struck Sung Sin. He brought his ruined hands together and pushed Mo Chi through them, slightly altering the flow of his infernal energy from how it would have been if he wanted to conjure a scale sword. A scale shield appeared instead, manifesting over his hands and fusing with them so that it wouldn't ever fall from his grasp. Sung Sin grinned as he looked down at his latest creation. It was 7 handspans tall, almost the same length as his old steel blade, and 3 handspans across, with a prominently rounded boss that somewhat resembled a tortoise's shell. The shield was thick and heavy, much more so than the scale sword, but forming it had truly depleted Sung Sin's Mo Chi reserves. "But I'm not exhausted like Lin Hua is," he realized. "Maybe using up all my Mo Chi is much less tiring than using up all my Xian Chi. Or maybe I'm not tired because I've not used any Xian Chi at all, so I've got that to fall back on." He pushed his speculations aside and raised his shield as all 9 of Young Tu's newly created sapphire swords lanced toward him. Sung Sin's scale sword had been capable of breaking the Sapphire Adept's flying blades. His scale shield was far more effective in enduring the onslaught of the sapphire swords, which shattered and dissolved into motes of blue light upon impact. Sung Sin looked over the rim of his shield as the last of Young Tu's blades disintegrated, leaving behind nothing more than faint azure slivers and the discordant echoes of their impact against black scales. He forced a grin to his face. "Is that all you've got?" he taunted the Sapphire Adept. "Try again, but harder this time." Young Tu snarled and conjured a fresh array of sapphire blades. Sung Sin ducked behind his shield again as the glowing swords hurtled toward him. Discordant, squealing rings filled the air as the sapphire blade struck the scale shield and broke apart. This time, Sung Sin was forced back several steps, and slivers of chipped and broken scales cascaded upon the pier. The Sapphire Adept had actually heeded Sung Sin's exhortation and tried harder. But the scale shield held, though its surface was scratched and sported several tiny cracks. Sung Sin looked over its rim once more and kept his gaze focused on Young Tu's face, not wanting to glance inadvertently at the Sapphire Adept's steel sword, which was still sheathed in a glowing blue aura. That would probably cleave his shield apart in a blow or two, but Young Tu was both too stupid and proud to use it. How many sapphire blades had Young Tu conjured already? Sung Sin hadn't really kept count, but he estimated that there had been many. Wang Li had been fatigued after his first foray against the worm spawn, and he'd been exhausted by the third. Surely Young Tu was reaching the limits of his endurance too, unless he greatly outclassed his late senior brother in terms of Xian Qi reserves for some reason. But he didn't, Sung Sin confirmed, as he took note of the faint pallor that had crept over Young Tu's cheeks, the rasping edge to his breaths, and the slight tremor in his hands. "I can't outfight you, but I'll be damned if I can't outlast you," he thought. The scale shield could probably withstand another barrage of sapphire blades. He just had to keep Young Tu from simply walking over and cutting him down with the steel sword. "Man, those flying swords of yours," Sung Sin said. "They look really impressive. All that detail in their hilts and blades. I like how you managed to incorporate those floral carvings in the handguards as well. Even the trailing tassels look so real." "The Sapphire Onslaught is my sect's most iconic divine art. It is feared and revered throughout the realm, and for good reason." Young Tu couldn't help bragging. "What good reason? Its looks?" Sung Sin chortled. "I guess. But maybe that's all it has going for it, looks. But practically speaking, it's not very effective, is it? I mean, you've used up, dozens of swords on me, and I'm still standing. Look at this shield. Yes, it's kind of fallen apart now, but I bet you won't be able to break it with your whatever onslaught divine art." "You shall rue those words, vermin!" Young Tu conjured yet another array of sapphire swords. He stumbled slightly as he did so. It was a faint, barely imperceptible movement that would have gone unnoticed if not for Sung Sin's heightened senses and the outward focus of his mind's eye.
Just finish the fight with your sapphire imbuement, junior brother,
Lin Hua called.
You're still feeding Xian Qi to it to maintain its presence on your blade. You might as well use it.
Sung Sin resisted the urge to glare over his shoulder at her, as doing so would give up the game. Instead, he rolled his eyes in a conspicuous and overly exaggerated fashion. "Yeah, why not?" he said to Young Tu. "Maybe you'd better listen to your senior sister and just do as she says. That way at least you won't be making your dog-shit onslaught divine art look bad anymore." "Silence!" Young Tu roared and lashed out with his sapphire blades again. Sung Sin ducked behind his shield and felt it begin to break apart beneath the barrage of glowing blades. The fourth one that struck the scale shield actually punched through, its tip gashing a stinging line over Sung Sin's left forearm before it exploded into flakes of blue light. The fifth tore an entire section off in the upper right corner of the shield's rim. The sixth, seventh, and eighth broke against the boss. The ninth hacked it clean in half and continued onward, its tip plunging toward Sung Sin's heart. But he'd already begun moving, twisting his body so that the sapphire blade gashed stingingly across his ribs instead of skewering him through a lung as it flew by. With his fists wreathed in the jagged remnants of the scale shield, he charged Young Tu and hurled a thunderous right overhand at the Sapphire Adept's face. Young Tu had been gasping for breath and stunned with outrage when Sung Sin had begun his charge. He wasn't able to muster any defense against Sung Sin's arcing fist, which struck him square on the face and hurled him back, an arc of blood trailing from his broken nose. The Sapphire Adept's steel sword fell from his grasp and clattered upon the surface of the pier. Sung Sin wasn't about to let up. He continued his advance and hit the Sapphire Adept in the liver with a low left hook. Young Tu gasped and doubled over, bringing his face into position to receive an uppercut that rocked him onto his heels. Sung Sin hit him with a right cross and felt teeth break beneath the impact. He then followed it up with a full-force kick between Young Tu's legs, eliciting a high-pitched squeal of agony from the Sapphire Adept. But Young Tu rallied swiftly. Sung Sin's next punch was deflected by a strange, twirling palm gesture, which became a palm strike that blasted his left shoulder out of its socket and sent fresh waves of agony coursing dizzyingly through his consciousness. He ducked beneath another of Young Tu's palm strikes and slammed his right fist down onto the toes of the Sapphire Adept's left foot. Young Tu cried out in pain and staggered back, shifting his weight onto his right leg and unbalancing himself. Sung Sin surged forward and punched out again, his scale-wrapped hand driving toward the Sapphire Adept's battered and bloodied face. Young Tu caught him by the wrist with his left hand, halting the blow in its tracks. Out of desperation, Sung Sin opened his mouth and flicked out his tongue, darting its stinger at Young Tu's neck. The Sapphire Adept caught the appendage too in his other hand. He frowned in disgust. "Foul vermin!" he mumbled through his cut and swelling lips, and in a single brutal motion tore Sung Sin's tongue out from his mouth. Ichor burst from the gaping wound, and Sung Sin nearly blacked out from the pain, but he angled his head and let the oily gore flooding his mouth gout onto Young Tu's face, causing him to recoil and gag in revulsion, and more importantly, to release his grip on Sung Sin's right hand. Sung Sin hit Young Tu in the side with a low right hook. The remnants of the scale shield crumbled beneath the impact as the Sapphire Adept grunted and staggered away, still pawing at his ichor-coated face. Sung Sin managed to rustle up a few meager wisps of mo-chi from the dregs of his reserves, but they simply weren't enough for him to form a scale blade. "A weapon, I need a weapon," he thought frantically as he looked down at his right hand, where his fingers were still a broken and tangled mess. A few small nubs that had been the scale shield still protruded from his wrist and knuckles. Out of desperation, he reached his will out to them, and they responded, sinking back into his flesh and dissolving back into mo-chi. He added that to what he'd managed to forage from the barren wilderness of his reserves, and he realized that he had just enough to form a scale spike. It wouldn't be much longer than 3/4 of a handspan, but if he struck hard and true, it stood a good chance of punching through Young Tu's ribs and sliding into his heart. It would have to be enough. Chapter 38. Devourer. Sung Sin called the scale spike into existence, and it burst from the center of his palm. Ichor from his torn tongue splattered all over it, and the spike split down its length, unveiling a thin crimson-black spur instead. What just happened? He wondered. But a quick sidelong glance at Young Tu told him that he was out of time. The Sapphire Adept had clawed through oily ichor from his eyes for him to open them. Sung Sin gurgled in desperation and charged at Young Tu, pulling back his right hand in readiness to strike. The Sapphire Adept lashed out with both palms, but he was still on his heels and unbalanced. Sung Sin ducked underneath the twinned blows, feeling a tremendous passage of air rush overhead, and rammed the spur into Young Tu's chest. The crimson-black spur sliced into the Sapphire Adept's flesh, punched through his breastbone, and struck his heart. Young Tu's eyes widened in agonized surprise. Blood burst from his lips. It was a mortal blow. Sung Sin tried to rip the spur out and get clear of Young Tu's death throes, but he couldn't. He felt the spur branch out from its embedment in Young Tu, extending a multitude of smaller spikes from its length that ripped and tore through the Sapphire Adept's body. Young Tu went into spasms. Lin Hua screamed in horror. Yi Kong cried out in disgust. Sung Sin felt the very same emotions wash over his consciousness as he tried in vain to pull his hand free. And then there was both heat and cold flooding in through the spur. Sung Sin felt a torrent of Xian Qi flow into his body. It was Young Tu's Xian Qi, he realized, as his heart beat so wildly its rhythm filled his ears thunderously and drowned out Lin Hua's and Yi Kong's cries. Not knowing what else to do, Sung Sin opened up both his divine and infernal cores and let Young Tu's Xian Qi wash over them. He tried to absorb as much as he could, but the Sapphire Adept had obviously advanced much further along his cultivation path and possessed a far superior divine core. Much of Young Tu's Xian Qi was lost as a result, scattering into the empty air, where it swiftly dissipated from existence. Still, Sung Sin managed to gather a hefty amount of xianqi in his infernal core, to be converted into mochi later, and top up his barely expended xianqi reserves. There's another difference between xianqi and mochi, Sung Sin thought absently as he tried to calm his racing nerves and pounding heart. Mochi can linger for a while. Xianqi disappears almost immediately after its owner's death. The crimson-black spur broke off his palm, and Yangtu's corpse, now resembling a desiccated husk more than the strong, vital man he'd once been, fell away from Sung Sin and crashed upon the surface of the pier. Sung Sin reached up to his mouth with his broken fingers, hoping to somehow stem the flow of ichor that would soon see him join the Sapphire Adept in death. But the bleeding had stopped, it seemed. He didn't know whether to be grateful for or disgusted by his strange physiology as he staggered back and fell to one knee, faint from blood loss and the horrifying realization that he'd taken something more than xianqi from Yangtu. Lin Hua's screams reached a crescendo. Sung Sin caught movement beyond the corner of his vision, and he turned to her. Lin Hua had flung another sapphire blade at him. He raised his broken hand. Xianqi coursed through his body. A sapphire blade emerged above his shoulder. It was misshapen and warped, probably because Sung Sin hadn't been able to extend the index and middle finger of his right hand like Yangtu and Lin Hua had done. But it still heeded his will, speeding out to intercept Lin Hua's sapphire blade. Both glowing swords collided in midair and burst apart into flakes of blue light.
What? How?
Lin Hua was aghast. She took a few steps back, her eyes wide with terror and bewilderment.
Learning the Sapphire Onslaught takes at least a decade of hard training and practice. You couldn't have picked it up through observation.
I didn't, Sung Sin wanted to say, but without a tongue he couldn't form any words. He now knew what had happened with Yangtu. The infernal art the Ebon Worm had used to consume Wang Li's body and absorb his xianqi was called the Devourer, and it had stemmed from the Archfiend's stinger-tipped tongue. Somehow, perhaps by a fortuitous combination of Sung Sin's tongue blood splashing across his desperately conjured scale spike and his desperate desire for a weapon, the Devourer infernal art had manifested within the spike, transforming it into the crimson-black spur that he'd used to kill Yangtu and devour both the Sapphire Adept's divine core and his knowledge of divine arts. Sung Sin had seen the Sapphire Onslaught demonstrated time and again, which was why it came readily to his call. He wondered what other divine arts he'd learned from Yangtu. No, not learned. Stole, he admitted to himself as he surged to his feet and clasped his broken right hand over his dislocated left shoulder. Somehow he managed to secure a somewhat functional grip on the displaced joint. And with a brutal heave, he popped it back into place, bringing a fresh wave of agony washing over his being, while Lin Hua sobbed and tried desperately to conjure another sapphire blade. "Enough!" Yikong cried. "Your reserves are completely depleted. If you forcibly use any more divine arts now, you'll damage your core."
That fiend just killed my junior brother.
She protested frantically, her eyes wild with panic.
It's going to kill us too if we don't do anything.
Yikong turned his gaze to Sung Sin, who hadn't advanced a single step toward the riverbank. Sung Sin looked the swift hunter in the eye, folded his arms across his chest, and shook his head. Lin Hua gave up on trying to conjure a sapphire blade. Instead, she drew her steel sword and stepped shakily onto the pier, evidently intent on engaging Sung Sin in a melee. In response, Sung Sin strode over to where he'd dropped his scale sword, picked it up with his left hand, and hefted it into readiness.
I'll kill you to avenge my junior brother, fiend,
Lin Hua promised. She shook her head. Indecision washed over her features.
No, I can't do that. If I just cut you down, his death would have been in vain. I'll capture you and present you to my elder.
Sung Sin held out the scale sword. Blue light blazed into existence across its length as he used the sapphire imbuement divine art. The sight caused Lin Hua to step back, her jaw agape. Her eyes flickered for a few moments, the sign of 1,000 thoughts racing through her head at once before she blinked and took another step back. Disgust and fear writ large across her face.
You stole young Tu's divine arts! You even consumed his divine core!
Lin Hua cried.
You monster! You...
Fiend? Yikong finished. But that's not what he is. No fiend. Not even the mightiest archfiend can absorb an Ascendant's divine core, let alone learn and use divine arts. I don't know what this man is, but he's definitely not a fiend.
Master Yikong, you must help me subdue him!
Lin Hua demanded.
If we let him escape this day, who knows what future calamities he might bring about?
Your late junior brother wounded me severely, Lady Hua, Yikong replied. The swift hunter was hunched over and holding his staff in one hand while the other was pressed against his side. I could barely muster a third of my xiangqi now. And as for you, you'd be hard-pressed to fight off an angry hen, much less the slayer of your junior brother.
The creature is wounded badly, too. If we work together, we can prevail,
Lin Hua insisted. Perhaps, but only if he were alone. Yikong nodded past Sung Sin's shoulder and backed away several strides from the riverbank. As things stand now, we will not win. Sung Sin looked back at the watery presence looming over his shoulder. With Young Tu's death, his sapphire blades had disappeared, freeing Granny Brightfish from her torment. The river spirit was glaring angrily at Lin Hua, and she'd conjured a fresh batch of watery tendrils. Lin Hua blinked, stepped off the pier, and backed nervously away. She glanced at Yikong, but it was obvious that the swift hunter had no desire to assist her any further.
You're badly hurt, Sung Sin,
Granny Brightfish gurgled. Her voice was faint and weak.
But so am I. Can you still fight?
Sung Sin leveled the tip of his glowing sword at Lin Hua and nodded.
Good, good. Let us be done with these insolent ones, then,
Granny Brightfish declared. Her watery tendrils crept past the piers and moved closer to the bank. Wait, please! Yikong fell to his knees, put down his staff, and pressed his forehead to the ground. Granny Brightfish, my name is Yikong, a swift hunter from the northern province of Kangxi. I have revered you all my life, and I have never failed to give you a yearly offering of incense and pears. I hereby throw myself upon your mercies and beg forgiveness for any offense I might have caused.
Kangxi? Another aspect of Brightfish governs there, not I, so I have no means of verifying your claims of courtesy and respect, child,
Granny Brightfish said.
However, I have no desire to hurt someone unduly. You have prostrated yourself and begged for my mercy. I give it to you now, provided you promise not to harm Sung Sin.
I cannot make such a promise, Granny Brightfish, Yikong said, his forehead still pressed to the ground. I am an Ascendant. I don't know what manner of creature or entity Sung Sin is, but if he ever perpetrates evil, I cannot stand by. No, I will fight him to the death if that happens.
That is fair,
Granny Brightfish agreed.
Very well. Promise me that you will not hurt him today, and then leave this place. Only then will I forgive you.
I swear by the honor of my sect that I will not harm the creature named Sung Sin today. But I do have a few questions to ask him before I leave. Granny Brightfish laid a cool, soothing tendril on Sung Sin's sore shoulder.
Only if he agrees,
the river spirit said before directing her next words to Sung Sin.
Well, do you wish to speak to Yikong?
Sung Sin nodded.
Very well. You may ask him your questions, Yikong. He might be too wounded to answer them, though,
Granny Brightfish said before turning her regard to Lin Hua.
What about you, then? Do you wish to beg for forgiveness, too?
The Sapphire Adept gave Sung Sin a final murderous glare before spinning on her heel and breaking out into a hobbling run toward the center of the village. Chapter 39. Recovery. Her destination was obvious. Sung Sin took a few strides in pursuit, but his vision swam and his knees wobbled, and he would have fallen over if Granny Brightfish hadn't caught him with a few watery tendrils.
You've lost a lot of blood,
the river spirit said.
You need to rest now.
Sung Sin gestured urgently at the direction in which the Sapphire Adept had fled. She was out of sight now, having turned the corner around the wreckage of what used to be a wooden house.
I know. She's going to absorb the rest of the ebon worm's mochi.
Granny Brightfish acknowledged.
But you have sustained several internal injuries, and if you don't cycle your Qian-Chi or your mochi to regulate your channels and meridians now, your wounds will never heal properly.
Channels? Meridians? Sung Sin nodded to himself. Those had to be the pathways through which fiends and ascendants directed their energy. He'd become aware of them with his mind's eye, and that was how he'd managed to imitate the ebon worm's cultivation methods and scale weapon conjurations and execute Young Tu's divine arts. He just hadn't known the proper names for these pathways. But he did now, thanks to the knowledge he'd devoured from Young Tu. The Sapphire Adept had spent his entire life indelibly etching the various names of the channels and meridians stretching across an ascendant's body into his memory. And now, for better or worse, that very same learned proficiency belonged to Sung Sin. The Sapphire Sect had a basic Qian-Chi circulation exercise that soothed and fortified an ascendant's major channels and central meridians. Sung Sin brought that knowledge out now as he sat down in the cross-legged posture the circulation exercise needed. It was called the lotus posture, apparently.
Don't worry,
Tsing Ting's voice chimed in. Sung Sin looked up into the sky and saw the dragonfly descending to his side. Thankfully, she seemed unhurt, though she must have been shaken by her near death beneath Young Tu's sapphire blade. Tsing Ting glared at Yi Kong with her compound eyes.
Granny, Boo and I will make sure this one doesn't try anything funny while you take care of yourself.
Sung Sin noticed movement off his right shoulder and glanced off the pier. He spotted Boo emerging partway from the river. The mud sprite gave him a shaky smile and nodded. "I'm not sure what I can do, no," Boo said. "But I'll be here for you, sad man, yes." Sung Sin wanted to thank the Yao, but his words came out as incoherent mumbles due to his missing tongue. He grunted in frustration and extended his will into the scale sword in his left hand. The blade crumbled into black sand that flowed into Sung Sin's body, returning a good portion of the mochi that had gone into its creation back into his reserves. He mixed that meager amount of mochi with xianqi next, causing a sensation of swirling warmth within his chest. He directed the warmth to his mouth, and soon enough his tongue had grown back, though this time it was of human proportions and lacked a stinger at its tip. Sung Sin cleared his throat and took a deep breath. "Thank you, Granny Brightfish, Tsing Ting, and Boo," he said, bowing at the waist to each of them in turn. "You saved my life today. I am forever in your debt."
Hey, we're friends.
Tsing Ting replied cheerfully.
Don't worry about it.
"Sad man, you cleansed my home and avenged my friends, yes," Boo said, emerging from the water and walking over to his side. "There is no debt between us, no. But I would be honored to be your friend, yes." "The honor is mine, Boo." Sung Sin clasped hands with the mud sprite.
Sung Sin, there is no need for you to stand on ceremony with me,
Granny Brightfish said.
But if it soothes your sense of honor, consider us even. You slew the ebon worm, and I fought on your behalf. We owe each other nothing, save respect and courtesy.
"Yes, Granny Brightfish." Sung Sin gave the river spirit another deep bow before turning to Yi Kong, who'd raised his forehead from the ground and already opened his mouth in readiness to speak. "I need to sort myself first. If you still want to talk, you'll have to wait. I think that's only fair." "It is." Yi Kong shifted from his knees into a cross-legged sitting position similar to Sung Sin's. He looked over his shoulder then, a troubled expression coming over his face. "There she goes, absorbing the last of that mochi cloud hanging over this area. It isn't even very much for someone who has progressed so far along the path of cultivation as she has. What she's doing is a matter of spite." Sung Sin shook his head and turned his thoughts back to the circulation exercise. Even if Lin Hua managed to absorb all the ebon worm's remaining mo-chi, She wouldn't be able to cultivate it into Xianqi right away. If he had to guess, she would absorb as much as she dared to, then flee into the forest and head back toward Willow Village or Gilded Scale City. I'll worry about her when I have to. Sung Sin drew Xianqi from his divine core and pushed it through the 1st, 4th, and 7th central meridians. He then dispersed the thread of divine energy and radiated it to his outer channels, before pulling it back toward his divine core and repeating the process. After 8 circulations, he noticed that his Xianqi was flowing much more smoothly than it had previously, and he knew that he would experience similar ease if he pushed Mochi down those channels and meridians instead. He opened his eyes and exhaled slowly, bringing the circulation exercise to its close. The sun was long past its noontime zenith, heralding the onset of the late afternoon. The Yao were still there, watching over him. Though Tsing Ting was curled up at his feet, her wings folded down the length of her body, and soft snores rumbling from between her mandibles. It was an uncanny thing to behold, and Sung Sin found himself marveling inwardly at all the strange and wondrous sights the world had to offer, especially now that he'd become something more, or less, than human.
I sense that your internal injuries have stabilized. Well done, Sung Sin.
Granny Brightfish said.
Refrain from overexerting yourself for the next 4 or 5 days, and you will make a full recovery.
I don't know if you can stay here that long, Ikung interjected. The Swift Hunter was still there. He was less pale now, and he'd replaced the bandage over his wound. I know. Sung Sin grunted as he mixed a small amount of Xianqi with whatever mochi his infernal core had managed to replenish over the last few hours he'd spent on the circulation exercise. Another pulse of warmth bloomed near his heart, and he pushed it into his right hand, wincing as the broken fingers straightened themselves back into wholeness. Assuming she doesn't run into some worm spawn while she's still exhausted and gets herself eaten, she's going to come back for me, either by herself or with more of her sect siblings, he continued, referring to Lin Hua. Either possibility is equally likely, Ikong said. I have known Lin Hua and Yang Tu for years, though only in passing. The former has always been graceful and courteous with me, which was why when she approached me for help in tracking down a fiend, I agreed. But for all of her niceties, Lin Hua is deathly afraid of disappointing her master, Elder Zhang of the Sapphire Sect. I know she and that other idiot were supposed to come here with Wang Li, their senior brother, but he ended up having to make the trip alone and dying, Sung Sid said. I'm going to guess that she and Young Tu were slacking off somewhere, and she's afraid her master is going to blame her for Wang Li's death. When I heard of the circumstances surrounding Wang Li's unfortunate demise, I was a bit shocked myself, Ikong said. I asked Lin Hua why she and Young Tu hadn't accompanied their senior brother, but she wouldn't give me a straight answer, and Young Tu rebuffed me rather rudely when I tried to press for one. I dropped the matter then, choosing to prioritize the capture or killing of the dangerous fiend in her account. And as you can see, I'm not a fiend, which means she has a bad habit of lying, Sung Sin pointed out. I'm afraid you've been duped into getting involved in this mess. But why, though? Why you? It's because of that whatever sight divine art, you know, right? It's called the Aura Sight Divine Art. Ikung smiled grimly. And just so you know, I've placed a contingency charm on my own divine core. If you try to devour it like you did Young Tu's, the charm will explode and reduce it to dust. Calm down, man. Sung Sin glared at the Swift Hunter. Like I said, I'm not a fiend. Anyway, judging by its name, it allows you to see very far. When I direct my aura sight over a certain region, I can sense unusual fluctuations of all kinds of chi. That's how I located the immense cloud of mochi floating just past the deep willow forest, and how I detected your presence when you began to absorb it. If that was what remained after so many days after its owner's destruction, the fiend in question must have been formidable indeed. The ebon worm, Sung Sin said. That's what it called itself. Wang Li still beat it the first time. Chapter 40. Ascendant Paths. Sapphire Adept Wang Li was one of the greatest divine consuls of this era. Yikong sighed and shook his head. What a shame. Hold on for a bit. I've been confused about this for a while. Sung Sin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Wang Li told me that there are different ascendant paths, and his was divine consul, or whatever it was that you just said. But then you called the two morons Sapphire Adepts, and they called you a Swift Hunter. Is it because those last few titles come from your sects, while the ascendant paths apply to all ascendants in general? That is correct. Yikong nodded. I am a divine watcher, for instance. Most of my sect siblings are. Our forte is the observation of chi fluctuations. But not so much fighting, which is why Young Tu beat you up, Sung Sin said, not bothering to mince his words. Was he a divine consul like Wang Li, too? No. I believe Young Tu was a divine vanguard. Divine vanguards are combat specialists who favor fighting hand-to-hand or at short to medium ranges, Yikong said. Lin Hua is a divine consul like Wang Li, and she has a bit of a reputation for her immense Yanqi reserves. Immense? Then why was she so exhausted just now? Sung Sin asked. We came all the way from Gilded Scale City to here over the course of half a day using her Sapphire Stride divine art, Yikong said. She expended prodigious amounts of Xianqi. I have never quite seen the like in all my 187 years. What? Those two clowns were in Gilded Scale City instead of scouring the Deep Willow Forest? Sung Sin said. They could have found the bastard easily. The damned fiend was tearing up trees and digging huge holes everywhere. I had the pleasure of conversing with Master Boo and Granny Brightfish here while you recuperated. Yikong nodded politely to the two Yao. Tsing Ting snored on and nuzzled her head against Sung Sin's shin. Judging by the pieces of the puzzle I've been putting together, I can quite confidently say that if the Sapphire Adepts had found the ebon worm during that time, you would have likely perished alongside it. Fortune truly favors you, Sung Sin. Can't deny that I've been very lucky so far. Sung Sin grimaced at the scales covering his body. But then again, does this really look like good fortune to you? I look like a monster now. I don't even know what I am. Your condition is most puzzling, I agree. I simply don't have the knowledge or wisdom to truly discern the implications of your plight. Yikong sighed. Still, you have exhibited unprecedented capabilities, such as possessing both a divine core and an infernal core. And then there is that ability of yours to devour an ascendant's divine core and attain his divine arts in doing so. I will be transparent with you, Sung Sin. Assuming I survive this night and somehow manage to return to my sect, I will make a full report to my elders. I cannot say for sure what the ramifications of that report might be, but I am certain that you will draw the attention of many ascendants. And not all that attention will be benign or in your best interests. I've said it. I now await your response. I'm not going to kill you, man, Sung Sin snapped at the Swift Hunter. I'm not a fiend. Evil lurks in the hearts of more than fiends. Yikong arched his brow. Did you not remember what Young Tu said about treating mortals like livestock? Yeah, he was a real piece of shit. Sung Sin grimaced. I'm glad I killed him and took his knowledge. I don't think I can hardly put his divine arts to worse use. His sentiments, like you observed, are becoming less and less uncommon these days, Yikong said quietly. Last year I heard a rumor that the True Blade sect, perhaps the largest and most powerful ascendant sect in the realm, had an internecine war within their stronghold, the Sword Mountain Monastery. Apparently several of their elders had been exhorting ideas not too unlike Young Tu's, and the others simply couldn't abide such a monstrous line of thinking. Much blood was spilled, and perhaps 100 ascendants met their end. A little civil war, I see. So, which side won? Sung Sin asked, instantly spotting the chilling implications of Yikong's little tale. The Swift Hunter paled and shook his head. No one knows, he admitted. That is why my elders have distanced my sect from the True Blade sect. Their sudden aggressive attempts at recruiting ascendants from other sects into their ranks only further justified our shunning of the True Blades. Sounds to me like something very ugly is going to happen. Sung Sin frowned, thinking about the mysterious being called the Infinite One, who was going around riling up and empowering fiends. Did the Infinite One have a counterpart wreaking havoc among the Ascendants too? He sighed. Even if there were, he couldn't do anything. He had his own troubles to resolve. Anyway, let's get back to the original topic, Lin Hua. She's going to cause me some trouble. I'll have to watch out for her, but not for too long, I think. You wish to venture deep into fiend territory, Yikong said. Master Bu told me about your plan to find the ogre berserker Kuang Ao. You have a perilous journey ahead of you, but yes, I doubt Lin Hua will pursue you into those lands. Not even with 4 or 5 of her sect siblings by her side. If or when you ever return to human settlements, however, that might be a different story. I'll worry about that when I have to. Sung Sin got to his feet, taking care not to jostle Tsing Ting. You said you had questions, right? What were they? I'll answer them if I can, but I've got to get going. And you'd better head out yourself, too, or find somewhere safe to camp if possible. There are worm spawn out and about here. Gilded Scale City will have to send 100 or more Yongbing troops to wipe out the scaly bastards if the magistrate ever wants to reclaim and resettle this region. Most of my queries have already been answered by Granny Brightfish. They revolved largely around how you came to be in your current predicament, Yikong said, standing up as well. And you've corroborated and filled in whatever else I needed for my report. But it seems I have given you some general information about Ascendants instead. I hope it serves you well. It's still good to know. Sung Sin stuck out his hand. Hey, thanks for talking to me. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed and confused these days. What you told me will help me figure out where I stand in the world now, I'm sure. As an Ascendant, I serve humanity. Yikong clasped Sung Sin's hand and shook it. And despite your appearance, you still have a human soul. You are human. Don't ever let anything make you forget that. I won't, Sung Sin nodded. Safe travels. You too. Yikong bowed to Granny Brightfish and Bu, then strode away into the thickening darkness. He turned a corner and vanished from sight, though Sung Sin could still sense his Xian Qi. Little Tsing Ting, wake up, yes? Bu crouched beside the sleeping dragonfly and nudged her gently in the side with a stumpy finger. It is time to say goodbye to the sad man, yes. Tsing Ting woke up with a yawn and buzzed into the air so that she was looking Sung Sin in the eye. The dragonfly seemed sad and dejected.
Oh, I don't like saying goodbye to friends,
she said.
But I guess I have to. Bye, Sung Sin. Come visit me sometime, will you?
Of course. Sung Sin smiled. He'd fought alongside countless Yongbing before. They were all his battle brothers, and he'd trusted them with his life. But he couldn't quite say that any of them had ever been his friend. And then now, out of nowhere, a Yao had appeared and declared their undying friendship. Sung Sin couldn't find it within himself to deny her. I'll definitely come visit you. We're friends after all, right?
We are!
Tsing Ting cried happily and did a joyous circuit in the skies before descending to Sung Sin's side again.
We're friends!
Sung Sin chuckled before turning to Granny Brightfish. Past the marsh, 10 leagues down the river, then east into Flintshale where there's a hill with red grass. That's where I'm headed, right? He asked the ancient and powerful Yao.
Yes, Sung Sin,
Granny Brightfish said.
I will commune with the Brightfish aspect that governs the section of the river past the marsh, and let her know to expect you. She can be temperamental and eccentric. However, probably because she deals mostly with fiends, so please be wary in how you address her. If you impress her enough, she might assist you.
All right. Sung Sin scratched the back of his head as he tried to wrap his mind around the bizarre notion that the river spirits' aspects had different personalities, depending on whom they spent time with. Thanks, Granny Brightfish.
Oh, I almost forgot.
The river spirit's face seemed to wince then.
Don't address the Brightfish aspect past the marsh as Granny. She absolutely hates that. There's probably no surer way to incur her wrath than to call her Granny.
Does she have a preferred honorific then? Sung Sin asked.
Lady Brightfish should do.
Granny Brightfish said. She winced again.
Actually, I'm starting to think that maybe you should just stay clear of the river once you're past the marsh. Keep it in sight to find your way, but do your best to stay beneath her notice.
That's an option, Sung Sin agreed. So you won't be telling her about me then?
I have to, or she'll definitely be angry with both you and me, and that would be most disastrous indeed.
Granny Brightfish explained. But I'll be safe from her if I stay away from the river, Sung Sin pressed.
She might send any sprites living within her domain to collect you,
Granny Brightfish warned. The river spirit sighed.
Oh my, I have perhaps set you on a path far more perilous than I'd thought. I must be getting absent-minded and forgetful in my old age.
But Yao don't age, right? Sung Sin kept his thoughts to himself and forced a mask of stoic neutrality over his features. It'll be fine, Granny Brightfish. Your fellow aspect can't possibly be more perilous than fiends, can she? Granny Brightfish didn't answer. Sung Sin frowned. Can she? He asked again.
Chapter 41. Charts and Almanacs. After so many days living in Elder Hong's rented house, Wang Hui couldn't help but sigh in relief as she stepped into the Sapphire Estate's alchemical archives and was greeted by its familiar scents and sights, the first of which was the grumpy mortal attendant named Kong Bu.
"Haven't seen you in a while, Lady Wang,"
he muttered as Wang Hui approached his desk of carved rosewood in the middle of the entrance lobby.
"Then again, your junior alchemists have suspended all your herbal and theoretical studies."
We have? She asked, her eyes widening in surprise.
"Haven't you?"
Kong Bu put down his pen and scattered a small pinch of sand over the piece of paper he'd been writing on. He sighed in frustration as some of the sand scattered onto the green-tiled floor.
I'll sweep that up later. Anyway, Master Alchemist Hao told me that none of you would be requiring archival access for a while. You're all supposed to be focusing on elixir refinement, apparently.
Wang Hui watched the sand soak up the ink on Kong Bu's paper and took a moment to consider her words. "As you can see, that's not what I'm doing now," she said. "I've been tasked with attending to Elder Hong's needs while she's at the Sapphire Estate."
Ah, yes. The fabled Elder Hong.
Kong Bu rubbed his jaw.
The last time I saw her was 20 years ago, you know. No other elder has been away from the sect for so long. You're attending to her, you say? That means you're here on her behalf, then?
"Yes," Wang Hui nodded. "I need to check the herbal charts and almanacs."
Well, you know where they are.
Kong Bu frowned and waved Wang Hui toward the depths of the archives.
Go ahead and let me return to my work, Lady Wang.
"Gladly. You have a nice day, Mr. Kong." Wang Hui bowed to the attendant and hurried past his desk before striding into the midst of the alchemical archive's shelves of riveted steel and wood, inscribed with charms of preservation and protection. She stopped at one of the charms and ran her finger over its surface. "This one's fading. I'll tell Mr. Kong about it later." The air was heavy with the musty scent of old paper. Carefully placed lamps filled the archive's interior with their soft amber light. It was the middle of the day, but every archivist, worthy of his or her duties, knew better than to open a window and expose the priceless scrolls, books, and ledgers to the elements. "I was here just last week, but it feels like a lifetime ago," she thought, as she turned the corner and walked down a familiar path.
Right now she had no need for the treatise, manuals, or compendiums penned by generations of the sapphire sex divine alchemists. What she needed was arrayed upon racks within a small chamber tucked away into the archive's eastern corner, the chart room. No one else was there when she arrived, which wasn't surprising, considering what Kong Bu had told her about the other junior alchemists. She pushed open the chart room's wooden door, wincing at the peeling green paint upon its surface as she did so, and strode in. The chamber's only lamp, set against its least occupied wall, had been dutifully lit. Wang Hui made her way to the work desks arrayed in the middle of the chart room, took out a sheet of paper from her dimensional pouch, and sat down upon one of the half-dozen chairs there. Demonstrating a surprising lack of imagination, Elder Hung had named the poison black tar, and with Wang Hui's assistance, the ominous liar had completed his work in discerning the origin of each of the black tar's components. The process had taken several grueling days of work, during which Wang Hui had still needed to concoct the fiend's pills. She stifled a yawn and wondered if she would ever not be short on sleep in the foreseeable future. I doubt it, she thought, shaking her head. The chart room was just as she remembered it, with a beautifully drawn map of the Xingqiu Empire stretched out across one wall and racks of charts laid out along the others. Wang Hui looked down at the piece of paper in her hand. It listed the components of the black tar. Now all she needed to do was to find out where they came from, a task she was well equipped to complete here in the Sapphire Sex chart room. Elder Hung had found nothing at all about entities that possessed both divine and infernal cores during her search through the archives. Wang Hui suspected that the Elder wasn't the best researcher, given her rather shocking lack of knowledge about alchemy and herbcraft, fields in which all the Sapphire Sex disciples received some training, regardless of their ascendant paths. Still, Wang Hui had a feeling she wouldn't have fared much better herself. After all, how did one research something that had never existed before in history until now? One thing at a time, she chided herself and looked down at the first item on the ominous liar's list, Furu root. After 20 years of training as a divine alchemist, she had a rough idea of what kind of herbs grew within 50 leagues of Mirror Cloud City. Nothing that the ominous liar had identified was among them. Wang Hui shook her head. I remember reading about Furu root once, many years ago. It's very rare and difficult to collect. It's also very poisonous, enough to kill mortals upon touch. She walked over to one chart and ran her gaze down its leftmost column before repeating the process with another until she eventually found what she was looking for. Reference numbers that would pinpoint where in the world Furu root grew the most. Next, she made her way to the map of the Xingqiu Empire and read off the measurements on its margins, then ran her gaze across its surface, finally stopping at a location to the far south of Mirror Cloud City. It's about 10 leagues or so east of Gilded Scale City, Wang Hui realized before returning to the charts and double-checking her work. She wasn't mistaken. Furu root came from a marshy grotto a day's walk from Gilded Scale City, where great-granduncle Wang Li had gone. Wang Hui reached into her dimensional pouch and took out another map of the Xingqiu Empire. Hers was smaller than the one upon the wall, and it was much cheaper, sketched by a competent but unremarkable cartographer who plied his trade in one of Mirror Cloud City's many marketplaces. Elder Hung had bought it for her. Wang Hui ground some ink and filled one of the inkwells upon the desks in the chart room. She then marked the place where Furu root could be used most commonly found upon her map. That's one down. Many more to go. Wang Hui returned to the list and looked at the next item. Yulan petals. The charts and map told her that Yulan flowers bloomed in several locations across the empire, one of them being a valley near Gilded Scale City. A strange sense of dread crept into her heart as she marked the location down and moved on to the next.
She didn't know how much time passed as she worked. Kong Bu briefly stopped by the chart room to tell her that his shift was over, and that Tong Dong would be taking over for the night. She barely registered his presence, pausing only to give him a quick bow of thanks. Kong Bu sighed and left. A short while later, one of the servants from the Sapphire Estate's kitchens brought a bowl of barley soup to her.
Master Kong said you could use a meal, Lady Huang. This was all the food he would abide in this place, however. He also told me to remind you to be careful and not spill any of this soup over the charts.
The servant said. She was a woman in her middle years, with graying hair tied back from her face and gathered into a neat bun on top of her head. Wang Hui remembered that her name was Fang Yu. "Thank you." Wang Hui bowed to her. "I really appreciate this."
You're welcome, Lady Huang.
Fang Yu smiled.
There is one other thing. Elder Hong wants you to meet her in the Greenleaf Pavilion when you're done with your work here. She says that you should take your time, but also to stop by your personal quarters and gather what you need for several weeks of travel.
I see. Wang Hui grimaced, then shrugged. It wasn't like she was truly surprised, only a bit disappointed that she wouldn't get the chance to enjoy the luxuries of the Sapphire Estate a bit more after her stay in Elder Hong's rented house. But the mention of travel promised adventure, and Wang Hui was more than willing to give up any number of silken blankets and any amount of rich, finely cooked food for that. She nodded to Fang Yu. All right, I'll follow Elder Hong's instructions. Thank you again. Fang Yu bowed and left the chart room, leaving Wang Hui to her labors. More hours passed, but eventually she checked off the final component on the ominous liar's list and looked at her map. Many of the components had several origins across the empire, but all of them could be found near Gilded Scale City. She took deep breaths to calm her nerves as she put away the map and the list before depositing the inkwell and the pens she'd used in the collection tray outside the chart room so that servants could clean them later. Great-granduncle, please be all right, she said, before whispering quick prayers to both the unmoving Lord and the Goddess of Mercy. She hadn't been able to visit their shrines over the last few days, but she had kept up her daily prayers to them on Wang Li's behalf regardless. Wang Hui could only hope the two deities would be gracious enough not to mind. Wang Hui bowed to Tong Dong on her way out. The attendant gave her a brisk nod before returning to his ledgers. She left the alchemical archives, only to pause midway on the stone stairs just beyond its entrance and look over her shoulder. The double-storied stone building with sloping roofs of red tiles withstood her regard silently. Wang Hui had spent countless hours studying here. Now, on the cusp of her departure for adventures unknown, she wondered when she'd be here next. Chapter 42. Departure. Better not keep Elder Hong waiting. She shook her head and broke out into a run. As instructed, she stopped by her personal quarters, a comfortable room with a silken bed and round table of carved wood, to pick up more changes of clothing, her own inkwell, and several bottles of ink and pens. On a whim, she changed out of her silken robes and into a sturdy cotton dress and shoes of woven reed. Such garb would be more suited for traveling, she figured. Her bedroom door creaked open behind her, and Su Bao stepped in. Her fellow junior alchemist was wearing a sleeping robe, and her features were alight with concern and surprise in equal measure. "Hui," Su Bao said softly, keeping her voice low, so as not to wake up the occupants of the neighboring bedrooms. "Where have you been? What have you been doing? What are you wearing? Are you leaving again already?" "I am, Bao," Wang Hui replied. "I've been working for Elder Hong, and I've got to go meet her right away. I might be away for a while." "I see." Su Bao hugged Wang Hui briefly but warmly. "All right. You take care of yourself, you hear?
Don't annoy people by asking them nonstop questions. I'll try my best. Wang Hui forced a smile upon her face in a vain attempt to stop the trembling of her upper lip. You take care too. Don't let Master Alchemist Hao wear you out. Ugh, I don't think I could stop him from doing that. Su Bao grimaced and rolled her eyes. We've spent every waking hour of the last few days in the refinement chamber, and we're due there again an hour after dawn, which isn't too far away. Wang Hui clasped her friend's hands in hers. Go back to sleep, Bao. I'll have some tall tales to tell you when I get back, I'm sure. Can't wait to hear them, Su Bao said. She walked Wang Hui out of the junior residential hall and gave her one last hug before heading back in. Wang Hui spent a few moments looking at the shut wooden doors and feeling trepidation crawl down her spine like a trickle of cold water. Then she turned and ran off, pounding her way toward the Greenleaf Pavilion, which was on the other side of the Sapphire Estate. It took her several minutes to arrive, but when she skidded to a halt in front of the 15-pace-tall pavilion with stone pillars bearing intricate ornamental floral carvings, Elder Hong was already there. She was seated at the stone table in the middle of the pavilion and sipping from a fine ceramic cup. Another man was there as well, also drinking what smelled like chrysanthemum tea. He was tall and fine-featured, wearing a robe of dark blue silk, and his silver hair was held back from his face with a similarly hued ribbon, also of silk. Wang Hui's jaw fell open as she walked up to them. You! She pointed at the man with a trembling finger, then snatched it away, afraid he might bite it. What are you doing here? Are you out of your mind? Are you both out of your minds?
I have taken herbs to suppress my mo-chi and enacted one of my illusory sorceries to change my appearance,
the ominous liar replied.
No one will discern my true nature, not unless they choose to look very closely indeed.
You're in the middle of people whose job it is to look very closely at such things, Wang Hui hissed, fighting down the urge to grab the fiend by the shoulders and shake him with all her might. She turned to Elder Hong. Was this your idea? Yes, even I sense no mo-chi from him. So effective are his herbs, and the likes of Zhang Kun and the other old fools know him and know that he walks around the city in human guise, Elder Hong said. Why did you bring him here? Wang Hui swept her gaze around frantically, wondering if at any moment a horde of senior brothers and sisters would descend upon them, cerulean swords blazing in their fists. I just wanted to set off right away after collecting you, Elder Hong said. You have found out where we're supposed to go, right? Wang Hui quickly summarized her findings. Elder Hong and the ominous liar exchanged surprised glances. Gilded Scale City, Elder Hong murmured. I stopped by there on my way north, and as I mentioned to you already, child, I didn't notice anything amiss then.
Perhaps you were there too briefly, dear Tsiu,
the ominous liar said.
And you weren't quite sure what exactly you were looking for.
Perhaps, Elder Hong agreed. I did only spend a single night there at that time. Very well. I suppose that's where we're headed, then. We can find lodgings in an inn there and strike out to each of these locations on your map, child. Maybe we can pick up an energy trail this way and hunt this infinite one down.
If you do locate him,
the ominous liar began. I know. I'll bring Kwang Ao with me, at the very least, Elder Hong said. We've been over this, Ahu. But let's see what we can find first. The ominous liar nodded before turning to Wang Hui.
You are schooled in herbcraft and quick of wit. We could definitely use you out there, but I believe it's only fair to ask you again. Are you sure you want to come with us?
The fiend asked.
It'll be dangerous, and in the thick of battle we might not be able to protect you.
You're not leaving me behind to refine elixirs day in and day out, Wang Hui said, before lowering her voice and leaning close to the ominous liar. And besides, you need me to make those pills to stop you from going berserk, don't you?
I still have a sizable stockpile thanks to you. With any luck, I will have come to terms with the flesh hunger before they run out,
he said.
But still, having you at hand would surely bring me some peace of mind. The last thing I want is to lose myself again.
Elder Hong reached out and patted the fiend's shoulder comfortingly as he shuddered. I knew you had it in you, child, she said, grinning. I'm proud of you. Proud that I'm a heretic like you too? Wang Hui forced a smile for the second time that night and nodded. Thanks, Elder. All right, let's head out, Elder Hong said, finishing her cup of tea and getting to her feet.
No matter how many times I've come along on your sapphire stride, I will never get used to it,
the ominous liar said, stifling a sigh. I've gotten much better at sapphire stride since you last saw me use it. Elder Hong rolled her shoulders and cracked her knuckles. You'll be fine, both of you. Why are you saying that? Wang Hui asked, faltering mid-step as she made to follow Elder Hong. Is sapphire stride dangerous?
No, just jarring and uncomfortable,
the ominous liar said, shooting a rueful glance Elder Hong's way.
It would be much less so if dear Tsiyu had a subtler and slightly more patient hand.
I said you'd be fine, and that's that, Elder Hong snapped. She strode out from the pavilion and onto the open-air courtyard beyond. Now come on! I want to cover at least 100 leagues before dawn. The ominous liar sighed, shook his head, and walked to Elder Hong's side. Wang Hui did the same, her heart laden with dread. Elder, just to remind you, my great-granduncle Wang Li went to Gilded Scale City to hunt an archfiend, she said. If the Infinite One has been doing things there, could he have... Wang Li is a gifted warrior, child. He will be fine. Elder Hong squeezed Wang Hui's shoulder gently. We will find him and elicit his aid. I have a feeling we're going to need all the help we can get. Will great-granduncle be so keen to be a heretic too? Wang Hui blurted out, before clapping her hand across her mouth, but it was too late. Elder Hong didn't kill her on the spot. Instead, she merely gave the ominous liar an annoyed glare.
She was asking about Kwang Ao, and I didn't think it was wise to lie to her,
the fiend said,
despite every inch of my being screaming at me to do so.
Your great-granduncle knows about Kwang Ao and my relationship with him, child, Elder Hong said. He doesn't quite approve, but he hasn't said anything to the Sapphire Elders yet. If we find him, I'm sure he'll be willing to help us vanquish this Infinite One. All right. Wang Hui took a deep breath and nodded. I'm ready.
I'm not,
the ominous liar grumbled, only to chuckle and raise his hands in a contrite manner when Elder Hong glared at him again. But before they could set off, a loud cry rumbled through the night toward them.
Junior sister! Junior sister!
Elder Zhang hollered.
Wait!
Wang Hui turned in the direction of his voice and saw the elder thumping down a stone-paved avenue, his beard swinging wildly from his chin and his robes flapping in his wake. Elder Zhang came to a halt in front of Elder Hong.
Must you go, junior sister? The sect needs you,
he said.
You know what's at stake.
The True Blade sect and their nonsense? Elder Hong shook her head. I don't care about such things, Coon. You know me.
I do know you, which is why I know this final attempt of mine to retain you is going to fail.
Elder Zhang groaned.
But I still had to try, for duty's sake.
Duty's sake? As Xian, our duty is to protect mortals against Taotia. And right now, there's this monster called the Infinite One out there turning Yao into fiends. Elder Hong snapped, jabbing her finger into Elder Zhang's chest with enough force to make him flinch. And instead of dispatching the entire sect with me to hunt this vile entity down, you're dithering about meaningless politics with other sects.
It's not meaningless dithering, junior sister,
Elder Zhang protested.
The Ascendant Congregation is in less than 11 months. We need to present as strong a front as possible if we hope to survive as a sect.
Wang Hui glanced quizzically at the ominous liar, who leaned over and whispered into her ear.
The True Blade sect has called a meeting of all the Ascendant sects,
he explained.
None may refuse. The Sapphire Elders believe that the True Blade Elders want to propose the appointment of a Grand Leader to unite all the sects.
And the Sapphire Elders want to make sure that Grand Leader is one of them. That's why they've been wolfing down all those elixirs, so they can take the position by force. Wang Hui blurted, drawing a sharp glare from Elder Zhang and a harsh chuckle from Elder Hong.
That is a rather crude and impertinent oversimplification of the situation, child,
Elder Zhang chided her.
You would do well to remember your place.
Her place is with me, Kun, Elder Hong said, taking Wang Hui by the wrist and pulling her close. And I think she summed up everything pretty well. Enough is enough. I'm not attending this Ascendant congregation. I've got much better things to do. Come closer, Ahu. We're leaving.
Have a good evening, Elder Zhang,
the ominous liar said, bowing to the Sapphire Elder.
The same to you, Mr. Ling,
Elder Zhang said, returning the bow before turning to Elder Hong, then sighing and stroking his beard.
Go then, junior sister. I can only pray you will have a sect to return to if you ever do return. May the unmoving Lord bless your blade and steel your resolve.
See? You just prayed for my success, didn't you? Elder Hong replied. That's not the only thing you can pray for.
You know that's not what I meant.
Elder Zhang rolled his eyes in exasperation.
Be safe, junior sister. And though your visit was far too brief, it was good to see you again.
It was good to see you too, Kun, Elder Hong said, her voice and expression softening. You take care of yourself. Don't spend too much time with the other old fools, or you'll become just as stupid as them.
You really shouldn't talk about the others like that,
Elder Zhang said.
Half of them are your senior brothers and sisters. How would you like it if—
All right, that's it. I'm leaving. Another minute of your whining and I'll lose my mind. Elder Hong grabbed the ominous liar by the wrist. Immense amounts of Qian Qi radiated from her, enough to make Wang Hui's jaw drop in awe.
Keep the little one safe,
Elder Zhang demanded.
And don't endanger Mr. Ling unnecessarily. He's just a defenseless Yao. Why are you bringing him with you in the first place? Junior sister, you—
Elder Hong used the Sapphire Stride divine art, and the world turned blue.
Chapter 43. The Marsh. As the sun set, Sung Sin said his goodbyes to the 3 Yao and watched as Granny Brightfish carried Bu and Sing Ting upriver. Young Tu's sword, retrieved alongside its sheath of lacquered wood by Bu, was tucked in Sung Sin's belt. It was very similar to Wang Li's cerulean sword, but perhaps a thumb length or so shorter. It'll come in handy when I don't have enough mochi to make a scale weapon, Sung Sin thought as the 3 Yao went around a bend in the river and vanished from sight. The mud sprite had also taken a small silken satchel from Young Tu's body. It was no larger than a handspan long, and it sported loops for a belt to be threaded through. Sung Sin hadn't been interested in it until Granny Brightfish told him to push a little bit of Young Tu's Xian Qi through the curious crest upon its surface. A glowing blue sphere had appeared in front of him then, hovering above the pouch, which had somehow opened its flap.
A dimensional pouch,
Granny Brightfish had explained.
Divine ones favor such things. You might find it useful in your journey. Extend your will into its open domain, and it will unveil everything it carries within its nigh limitless depths. Retrieve the object you desire with a thought, You have demonstrated an ability to use both divine and infernal arts, so using a dimensional pouch shouldn't be a problem for you.
It wasn't, as Sung Sin quickly found out. The pouch contained a few sets of silken clothing and a bottle of pills that none of the Yao recognized. Granny Brightfish and Boo had been surprised at how lightly packed the Sapphire Adept had been. But Sung Sin had simply shrugged. He himself owned little more than the clothes in his own backpack and the coins in his belt pouch, both of which had long been lost to the chaos and horrors of the past days. No point in changing out my clothes now if I'm going to be trudging through a marsh, he thought, looking down at the ragged tatters of his trousers. It was all he had on besides his trusty leather belt, which meant that he was barely clothed enough to preserve his modesty. But there was no one else around anyway. Sung Sin shrugged, turned away from the piers, and broke out into a light jog. The western foothills marsh was a fair distance away from the ruins of Brightfish Mouth Village. A young Bing would take several hours to hike there, but Sung Sin figured that he would arrive at the edges of the marsh much more quickly than that. Night fell fully as he moved beyond eyeshot of the village, and the air came alive with nocturnal birdsong and the bustle of insects. The myriad scents of a wetland summer washed over Sung Sin's heightened senses, and he couldn't help but marvel at their richness, fullness, and keenness. Though only a thin stream of moonlight made it through the clouds, the path ahead was as clear as it would have been beneath the full light of day. Every passing fly, swaying reed, and half-buried pebble laid out in sharp relief before his silver eyes. It was the solitude, he realized, that allowed him to fully experience the horrific yet wondrous nature of his transformation. For the first time in many days, Sung Sin was truly alone and not fighting for his life. It was a familiar feeling, one that he'd experienced as he trekked by himself from city to city and town to town, seeking employment in one Yongbing troop or another. He'd lived in the moment during those times, his ruminations and worries fading before the necessity of placing one foot in front of the other. He did the same now, and his body, grotesque and misshapen as it was, rewarded him with life itself in all its messy scents, sounds, and sights. The dirt road ended, breaking off into a cobweb of smaller foot-worn trails as the marsh came into sight. Several small handcarts lay on their side upon the reed-strewn ground, no more use to the peat-gatherers of Brightfish Mouth Village. Sung Sin walked past them and felt the full stench of the bog hit him right in the face. He chuckled to himself and shook his head. As a mortal, he would have found the bouquet wafting from an expanse of decay unsavory and uncomfortable. Now he could pick out thousands upon thousands of individual scents, from the lowliest worm writhing through the mud to the regal marsh birds roosting in the low-lying swamp trees, all of them immersed in the perfume of myriad plant life in every stage of decomposition. It was fascinating and bewildering all at once, and he finally realized just how dull and colorless his human senses had rendered existence. Perhaps what the ebon worm did to him was a blessing rather than a curse after all. Sung Sin stepped off the damp mud and waded into the knee-high bog, not bothering to seek out more solid ground, as all Yongbing would have if they had to advance through the marsh. His heightened agility granted him unwavering footing, and his great strength rendered the sucking, trapping grasp of the layered, waterlogged mud irrelevant. He set a brisk yet measured pace and pressed on. Roughly 2 hours in, he began to sense mo-chi around him. It undoubtedly belonged to worm spawn. The lesser fiends had picked up his scent, it seemed, and, to his relief, registered it as human. Sung Sin found himself grinning as a dozen worm spawn burst from the bog and charged toward him with their claws raised, gibbering madly. Sung Sin met their charge with one of his own and tore into them with a scale sword. Without the ebon worm's leadership, the fiends seemed content to rely on their claws and fangs, instead of the stone weapons Sung Sin had seen them fight with. As he chopped down 3 worm spawn with a single swing of his blade, he wondered where the ebon worm's stronghold was. The stone weapons it had armed its spawn with were the equal of any steel blade Sung Sin had ever wielded. Did the ebon worm have some kind of mystical forge in its stronghold? Or perhaps any other treasures? Too bad I didn't think to use the devourer on the bastard before I killed it, he thought. Otherwise, I would know where it lived. Looting the ebon worm's stronghold wouldn't be the worst idea I've ever had. It didn't take long for Sung Sin to finish off all but the last of the worm spawn. The sole surviving lesser fiend backed away in horror, then turned to flee. But Sung Sin easily outpaced it, caught by the scruff of its neck, and rammed the crimson-black spike of the devourer into its heart. A trickle of mo-chi flowed into his soul, and he realized he could do one of two things with it. Push it into his infernal core to replenish his own mo-chi reserves, or absorb it with his divine core so that it could be cultivated later. If Sung Sin had simply hacked the worm spawn apart with his scale sword, he would only be able to absorb the fiend's mo-chi with his divine core. The devourer infernal art was horrific and macabre, but it gave him more options in battle and rewards for his victories, in this case being the worm spawn's meager, blurry memories as well. A series of confused impressions and sensations unfolded in the back of Sung Sin's mind. He perceived the fiend's pain, fear, and hunger, but he didn't feel them for himself, something for which he was grateful. He didn't know how he would have coped with having to vicariously experience Young Tu's death agonies, for instance. That means there's no reason why I shouldn't use the devourer whenever I can, he thought, as he tore out the spike from the spasming worm spawn before tossing it away to splash and then sink out of sight in the bog. As far as he could tell, the devourer didn't affect its victim's soul. Wang Li, Young Tu, and the worm spawn he'd just killed were free to pass on to the afterlife and face whatever judgment their respective karmic balances entailed. It merely transferred their power and their knowledge to the infernal arts user. Not that the worm spawn had any infernal arts in the first place, but it did have memories of a shadowy pit somewhere in the southernmost section of the marsh, a detour that would take him many days off course. I'll go investigate that place later, Sung Sin thought. He shrugged and absorbed the crimson-black spike back into his own body before resuming his journey through the marsh. With his mind's eye, he managed to keep himself on a consistently southeastern orientation, and when he had to, he climbed to the top of the low-lying mangrove trees to check his bearings by looking at the North Star. The night passed quickly enough, and by dawn, Sung Sin realized that he was nearly a third of the way into his journey through the western foothills marsh. This meant that if he pressed on, he would very well emerge from its far side by the middle of the next day. I covered almost 40 leagues in a single night, he marveled, looking down at his scale-sheathed, bog-crusted legs. A yawn pushed its way past his lips then. He rolled his shoulders, trying in vain to shrug away the fatigue weighing down his entire body. It wasn't strange that he was tired. After all, he'd emerged from a life-or-death battle and dived straight into his hike. Sung Sin looked around and found a particularly tall mangrove tree. He climbed it swiftly, settled himself into a crook on the sturdiest cluster of branches he could find, and closed his eyes. As he did so, he turned his mind's eye outward. It would alert him to the presence of any creature possessing mo-chi or xian-chi that came within 20 paces of him. He then let himself fall into a fitful, dream-haunted slumber. Flickering visions of strangers washed across his dreamscape, and he recognized them as manifestations of Young Tu's memories. They were vague and disjointed, and they faded as quickly as he thought to divert his focus to them. So he paid them little heed after a while and turned instead to his own dreams, where he was plagued by visions of the ebon worm making good on his threat to devour Sui Fun's heart. In all those nightmares, the Archfiend wore Sung Sin's face. Chapter 44. Fiend Territory. He came awake with a start. Sweat streaked his cheeks, proving that he could still sweat, and his breaths came in ragged gasps. Several moments passed as Sung Sin gathered himself. Night had fallen again, which meant that he would be spending a longer time in the marsh. But so what? He thought. His biggest goal now was to find the ogre berserker and learn the protean infernal art from the archfiend, so that he could reforge his flesh into some semblance of humanity. But even if he were able to return to a village, town, or city, what was there for him? Another Yongbing contract? Sung Sin didn't know if he had the stomach for such a life any longer. War was all he'd known, but it had been a petty, diminutive type of war, not too unlike the slaughter enacted by ants from rival nests while titans strode through their midst, largely heedless to the vermin they trod upon as they went about their business. Sung Sin wasn't an ant anymore. He was something else now. He couldn't go back to being a Yongbing. Could he pass himself off as an ascendant? Sung Sin nearly laughed out loud at the notion. Sure, he had a few sets of very fine silken clothes in the dimensional pouch, which had somehow remained utterly untouched by bog water and mud so far. But he didn't see himself strutting about some sect hall and speaking prissily like Wang Li did. And besides, any ascendant would sense his mochi in an instant. Sung Sin had learned from the ebon worm how to suppress its presence, but he doubted he could escape detection indefinitely. No, he wasn't about to join the ranks of the ascendants. But you might get to see Sui Fun again. A small voice that sounded like his own whispered into his consciousness. Sung Sin sighed. Perhaps he could learn some kind of infernal art from the ogre berserker that allowed him to utterly mask his mochi. Or he could get it with the devourer from the ogre berserker or any other archfiend. In any case, there wasn't any point thinking about Sui Fun at the moment. So he pushed his memories and ruminations of her ruthlessly to the back of his mind. Speaking of which, let's take a look at what other divine arts that bastard young Tu knew. Sung Sin turned his mind's eye inward and delved through his consciousness for the slain ascendant's memories. To his surprise, all he found were dregs and tatters of thoughts, none of them coherent or complete enough to make any sense, much less offer up the secrets of any divine arts. I see. Looks like I only have devoured memories for a short time. So if I want to learn any divine arts or infernal arts like this, I have to act fast and memorize as much as I can, he thought, rubbing his jaw. Sung Sin turned his mind's eye upon his own memories next and sighed in relief. At least he still knew how to use the Sapphire Onslaught and Sapphire Imbuement divine arts. And he still remembered the basic circulation exercise, it was called the Azure Breeze, that he'd used to stabilize his injuries after his battle against Young Tu. Lastly, he retained most of what he'd learned about the names and locations of the various channels and meridians that came into play during cultivation. Or maybe there's only a certain amount of knowledge I can retain. I guess I'll have to find out how it works exactly later. Sung Sin leaned back in his perch, his thoughts returning once more to his curious circumstances. He was truly in no hurry to find the ogre berserker and look human again. There was no reason why he couldn't just stroll leisurely through the marsh, taking whatever time he needed to rest and cultivate until he eventually emerged from its depths. With that, Sung Sin closed his eyes again and began cycling the Mo-Chi and Xian-Chi he'd absorbed in turn, diverting them toward the further refinement of both of his cores. Perhaps another day passed like that, perhaps 3. Sung Sin wasn't sure, but by the time he was done he'd made some progress toward the middle of the wandering stages for his infernal core, while his divine core trailed closely behind. He hopped down from his perch and resumed his journey, this time setting a much more comfortable and less frantic pace. As he trudged through expanses of boiling bog and labyrinths of tangled roots, he reached out with his senses and found clusters of worm spawn scattered throughout the marsh. Sung Sin hunted any lesser fiends that came too close to his path, took their mochi for himself, and cultivated it whenever he settled in to rest. On his 10th or 12th, he couldn't say for sure, day in the marsh, Sung Sin thought about detouring to investigate the ebon worm stronghold again. But he eventually decided not to. He'd had enough of the western foothills marsh, at least for the time being. And he was already just hours away from the edge of the bog, Making the detour now would involve a lot of backtracking, and a journey that would have taken him a day or two of frantic running when he'd first considered it was now a week's hike. Sung Sin continued on his original course, and soon enough, he heard the rush of the Brightfish River ahead. It seemed much stronger and aggressive than it had been on the other side of the marsh. Keeping Granny Brightfish's warning in mind, Sung Sin angled his path sharply toward land as much as possible, so that he would emerge from the bog a fair distance away from the riverside. No human has ever come so far into fiend territory before, he realized. Not even ascendants, or so they say. I wonder what it's like beyond the human realm. Curiosity surged in his heart, and he picked up his pace, pushing his way past overhanging roots and clustered mangrove branches. He came across a small pack of worm spawn along the way, and he dispatched them quickly, slowing his stride just long enough to absorb their mo-chi before pressing on. The thick bouquet of decay that had suffused his senses for days began to thin out, and tendrils of freshness soon started to infiltrate the air. The bog water turned clearer and clearer with every step, while swirling breezes peeled layers from the stagnant heat of the marsh. Sung Sin broke out into a run and pounded his way onward, virtually leaping from bog to bog with every stride. He realized he had a big grin on his face and a yearning eagerness in his heart, something which he hadn't felt in a very long time, traveling as he had from one city or town to another, in a never-ending search for Young Bing contracts that didn't require long-term employment with a troupe. A new world awaited him, and he couldn't wait to see what it was like. Sunlight fell suddenly on Sung Sin. It was bright and intense, unfiltered by mangrove branches. The ground beneath his feet was solid dirt instead of sucking and shifting mud. With a final burst of speed, he pulled free from the last lingering grasp of the marsh and ran a few steps into a whole new world. It didn't seem all that strange or exotic at first sight. Merely a grassy plain interspersed by clusters of sparse shrubbery that commonly preceded a wetland, and a few fairly large mounds of upturned earth in the distance. Still, Sung Sin couldn't help but thrust both his fists triumphantly skyward and revel at the completion of this stage of his journey. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply, taking in as much of the clean, fresh air as he could. Only the air wasn't very fresh. In fact, it now carried a strange, musky scent. And the sun's radiance wasn't beating down upon him anymore. Something had blocked it out. Sung Sin opened his eyes. A startled shout forced its way past his lips. Chapter 45. The Bitter Allurus. Wasp. The word flashed through Sung Sin's mind, ill-fitting though it was to describe what stood before him. It was at least thrice as large as Sung Sin, and it hovered in the air before him, its wings buzzing softly and scattering gold dust from their translucent surfaces. 4 chitin-segmented legs extended from its bulbous belly, which terminated in an aperture from which a sleek, curved stinger protruded. The creature's upper half was that of a bare-chested woman with a delicate boned face framed in waist-length red hair and sporting 5 eyes, 2 compound ones beneath the ridges of its brow and 3 simple ones running down the middle of its forehead. Its human-shaped hands were long and corded with lean muscle. One of them carried a sword forged from some red, glassy substance, and the other held a jaggedly tipped spear of the same material. And waves of mo-chi radiated from the fiend, strong enough to make Sung Sin's teeth ache. A fiend stood before him, and it wasn't a lesser one. Still, if what Sung Sin sensed was any indicator of the wasp woman's actual strength, that meant it wasn't nearly as powerful as the ebon worm had been, and that he actually stood a chance against it in battle. Sung Sin held out his hand and called the scale sword to his grasp. He was tempted to form a sapphire blade with the sapphire onslaught divine art, but that would utterly give away the fact that he wasn't a fiend. As it was, he still looked the part, with the grotesque tail, which he'd thankfully been able to largely retract into the base of his spine, the black scales sheathing his skin, and his mouth full of sharp, fang-like teeth. Maybe it won't be so quick to kill one of its kind, he thought as he looked the wasp woman in its many eyes, and formed what he hoped was an imposing snarl upon his face. "Get out of my way!"
No,
the wasp woman said.
I am the bitter Aloris, and you have wandered into my home, little one. I insist you stay. What is your name?
"Sung Sin," he blurted before blinking in confusion. Why had he answered her question? Sung Sin shook his head and hefted his sword into readiness, suddenly very aware of the strange, musky scent filling his nostrils, and the gold dust drifting from the bitter Aloris's buzzing wings.
Welcome, Sung Sin,
the bitter Aloris said.
You smell young, so young, yet your mochi is potent beyond your years. You must have devoured so many humans, hundreds, thousands perhaps, in an astoundingly short space of time, because their stench weighs so heavily on you.
"Maybe you're just smelling the marsh, since I just came out from there," Sung Sin said, finding it impossible to stop talking. He reached for his mind's eye, caught it after a moment's effort, and struggled to hold on to it as it tried to dance from his grasp. Still, though the divine art wasn't strong enough to repulse whatever infernal art the bitter Aloris was using on him, the clarity it offered allowed him to shape and warp his responses with spite and elusiveness. He grimaced with the effort of filtering his voice through his scattering thoughts. "And I'm not interested in whatever you're offering. This is your home? Fine, I'll leave."
Oh no, I can't allow that,
the bitter Aloris said. She smiled, her lips a crimson arc across her pale cheeks.
I just came back from a foray into the human realm myself. Well, not exactly. It's been roughly 2 weeks or so since my return, but I'm already missing my time there. Humans are so interesting. Their cities, their music, their clothing, oh my! There was so much to do there, so much to eat.
"Why did you come back then if you enjoyed living there so much?" Sung Sin clamped his left hand over his mouth just as the question left his lips. Though in truth he was curious. Why would a fiend leave its feeding grounds?
Some bothersome ascendants unveiled my disguise,
the bitter Aloris pouted.
I'd established a business as a front, you see. The Orchid Blossom Brothel in Orchid Bay City. Fitting, isn't it? My naming my establishment after its city. Alas, it only lasted for 10 years. What a shame.
With his hand clamped tightly over his mouth, Sung Sin muffled the tide of obscenities that was his response to the fiend's question. He didn't need much imagination to figure out how the bitter Aloris used her business to catch her prey. Orchid Bay City was one of the largest cities in the northern provinces. In fact, it was so large that it was governed by 3 imperial magistrates. A settlement of that size would be flush with ascendants capable of detecting mochi. So how had the bitter Aloris kept up her subterfuge for an entire decade? He took a deep breath, gathered his thoughts, and unmuzzled himself. "How did they find out?" he asked, speaking slowly and evenly. "Did they sense your mochi?"
I'm no amateur, little fiend. Suppressing one's mochi indefinitely is child's play. Though I do understand someone your age might find that quite challenging indeed.
She tittered, but a frown came over her face as she continued her explanation.
No, I made the folly of birthing some of my spawn in the city, and it offended another resident fiend, the bloody fly. She was the one who alerted the ascendants of the Fire Ring sect to my presence. The nerve! If I ever find her, I will rip her wings off and feed them to her.
Sung Sin lowered his gaze to her belly and its yellow-black, wasp-like coloration. Wasps, he recalled, laid their eggs in the bodies of caterpillars, spiders, or other insects. The larvae would then eat their way out of their hosts' bodies upon hatching. If the bitter Aloris was anything like that at all, He had a rough idea of why her birthing her spawn would cause offense to her fellow fiends.
My eyes are up here, little fiend,
The bitter Aloris cooed.
Not that I don't enjoy your regard, but let's settle our business first, before we partake of any pleasure.
We don't have any business, Sung Sin replied, beginning to step backward, his blade held ready and his eyes never leaving the fiend. I'm sorry things didn't work out for you in Orchid Bay City. I will leave now. Goodbye.
How's the ebon worm?
She asked abruptly. Sung Sin froze at the question, but she continued speaking before he could respond.
I know he lives somewhere in that smelly swamp, but his spawn have been everywhere. There are so many of them. I didn't know he had so many humans to make spawn out of. You're one of his, I assume, since you do look like him, but you've obviously progressed quite far in your development.
I haven't seen the ebon worm in days, Sung Sin said truthfully. As for the worm spawn, I don't control them.
Neither does he, it seems.
The bitter Aloris pouted again.
Oh well, if he lets his spawn wander onto my territory, then I suppose he can't really blame me if I put them to good use. Hopefully he won't hold a grudge like that awful, ugly, bloody fly.
Good use. I was right then. She put her eggs into lesser fiends that happened to be the spawn of a rival in Orchid Bay City, Sung Sin thought. But I thought fiends needed human remains to create spawn. So...
And I haven't taken that many of them for myself anyway.
The bitter Aloris continued.
Only 50 or so. And realistically, I only expect less than 7 or 8 of them to yield any of my own spawn. Surely he wouldn't begrudge sweet little me this little trifle, would he?
She's much less prolific than the ebon worm was. But then the ebon worm had help from the infinite one. Sung Sin cleared his throat. I'm sure my master wouldn't be so petty about such things. As you pointed out, there are so many worm spawn running around, he wouldn't miss a few.
I bet he'd miss you, though. Special little you.
The bitter Aloris pressed forward and loomed over Sung Sin. The musky scent of her wing dust filled his nostrils, causing him to reel and stagger back a few steps. To his horror, he realized that his heart was beating wildly, and his blood was racing in his veins. The fiend arched a crimson brow, obviously noticing his reaction.
Oh? What's this? My alluring miasma can be a bit disorienting on weaker fiends, but it only has this effect on humans.
Yeah. I've eaten so many of them that maybe something rubbed off on me, Sung Sin said, wincing inwardly at the weakness of his obvious lie. Anyway, I should let my master know about what you've done with 50 of his spawn, just so there's no misunderstanding down the road. The bitter Aloris descended to the ground and advanced upon Sung Sin, until she was within reach of his blade. She thrust the human half of her body forward in a display of her sexuality.
Oh no, I think not.
The fiend sniffed in Sung Sin's direction.
That stench of humanity.
Yes, I reek of it, Sung Sin said, taking another step back and adjusting his grip on his scale sword. He eyed the space between him and the bitter Aloris and considered the best stroke he could open the fight with. You said it yourself, didn't you? I smell like them because I ate so many of them at once.
It is possible to carry the scent of human charnel around for a while, especially if you've partaken generously of them. But this...
The bitter Aloris looked pointedly down at Sung Sin's groin.
You say it's the effect of too much human flesh. I'm afraid things don't work that way. You're obviously not a fiend, even if I do sense mochi in you.
I am the ebon worm's favored champion, Sung Sin snapped, thinking furiously as he talked. He had solid footing in the form of the grassy plain just beyond the marsh, which meant that a leaping strike at the fiend's neck wouldn't be out of the question. Sung Sin deliberately injected a note of false desperation into his voice, hoping to lull the bitter Aloris into underestimating him and letting down her guard. Back off! Taking 50 of the other idiots for your spawn is one thing. Touch me and he'll be furious with you. I can tell you're nowhere near as strong as him.
Oh no, certainly not.
The bitter Alorith shook her head.
I could sense his power from here, even though his abode is so far away. He's at the regal stage of infernal cultivation, which is rare indeed. That's another curiosity. How did one as powerful as him appear so suddenly out of nowhere and flood the entire region with his spawn? Where did he come from? But that's not the point. The point I'm trying to make is this. I don't sense him anymore. I haven't in more than a week. And his spawn are running heedlessly around, obviously not under anyone's control.
He's busy, Sung Sin said, well aware that the fiend didn't buy his lie at all, judging from the leer unfolding across her face.
Too busy, perhaps, to do anything until I make you irrevocably mine, little creature.
The bitter Alorith cackled. She crept closer.
And you will be mine. I haven't touched human flesh in weeks.
Sung Sin swept his scale sword toward her throat. At the same time, he conjured a pair of sapphire blades above his shoulders and blasted them at the fiend's face. The bitter Alorith blocked Sung Sin's scale sword with her own blade. Her spear twirled in her hand, dashing one of the sapphire swords to shards. She jerked her head to the side so that the remaining sapphire blade grazed her cheek instead of punching through her mouth, leaving a thin, shallow line in her pale flesh from which ichor began to ooze.
Xianqi,
The fiend hissed, all 5 of her eyes widening.
what are you, little creature?
Something you're not eating, Sung cried out, unable to stop himself from replying again. His head had been spinning mere moments ago, but the clarity of battle snapped everything back into focus. He tightened his grip on his sword and surged his arms outward, seeking to push the fiend back and open up some space to follow up with another strike. The bitter Alorith snapped her wings back and gave way easily before his shove, rising into the air. Sung Sin advanced and hacked out with his scale sword again, this time seeking to cleave her apart where her human half joined her wasp belly. The fiend blocked his blade again and countered by jabbing her spear at his chest. Sung Sin leapt backward, but he wasn't quick enough to avoid the bitter Alorith's weapon. The crimson spear sank 1/10 of a handspan into his chest, punching easily through the dark scales, before his jump extricated him from its tip. Too late, he saw the tendril of black light trailing from the fiend's stinger to the butt of her spear. His knees buckled as he landed, and he fell on his hands and knees, his scale sword clattering from his suddenly nerveless grasp. Sung Sin roared in defiance and brought another pair of sapphire blades into existence above his shoulders.
How fascinating,
The bitter Alorith said. She sliced one of the glowing swords into shards of light as it hurtled toward her face and caught the other upon the hilt guard of her blade before raising it toward her face.
This is a divine art. And that big black sword of yours came from an infernal art. Oh my, truly the infernal lords have blessed me this day. You're exactly what I need.
I hope you choke when you eat me, Sung Sin said as the fiend smashed apart his sapphire blade and swooped down upon him. He struggled weakly, swinging his arms in haphazard, useless arcs as a terrible numbness spread through his body. The bitter Alorith tossed aside her own weapons, letting them crumble into crimson flakes, caught his wrists in her hands, and lifted him effortlessly into the air.
Eat? I'm not going to eat you,
The fiend said, shaking her head.
I have much better plans for you. And no, you're not going to be hosting my spawn in your flesh either. What I have in mind is far more pleasurable. But that will have to wait, since I have business to see to that cannot be delayed. In the meantime, I must insist you remain as my guest.
Sung Sin spat at the bitter Alorith. His spittle struck her in the cheek, but to his horror, she extended an impossibly long purple tongue and licked it off.
Eager, are we?
She laughed and stroked him under the chin.
There will be plenty of time for that later, my strange little creature.
Then she drove her stinger into his abdomen. Sung Sin gasped, and the world fell away.
Chapter 46. Sapphire Sect. The Sapphire Sect was famed for several reasons, Wang Hui had learned early on in her studies. For one, its alchemists were among the Empire's finest, producing vast amounts of herbal medicines capable of curing most common ailments and rare alchemical concoctions that lengthen the lifespan of mortals. The merchants of the realm raked in enormous wealth by distributing the former, and the Sapphire Sect reaped a generous share of the profits. The imperial family paid vast sums of money for the latter, ensuring that their mortal scions lived for centuries. Emperor Xingqiu himself had celebrated his 142nd birthday a few months ago. The Sapphire Sect was also famed for its divine arts. Sapphire Onslaught, which conjured an array of azure-hued blades, was perhaps the most iconic of them, readily identifying its user as a sapphire adept. But many other sects had equivalent divine arts that manifested Qian-Chi weapons. Senior disciples of the True Blade sect, for instance, had been known to use a divine art called the Harmonious Discordance, which called into being pairs of flying swords imbued with contrasting elemental energies such as fire and ice, or lightning and stone. Several years ago, Wang Hui had seen a sword scion of the True Blade sect demonstrate just that when he'd visited the Sapphire Estate. But it was the Sapphire Stride divine art that was truly unique to the Sapphire sect. It was an extremely complex and difficult divine art, and it could only be used by ascendants with a proper constitution and a sufficient affinity with the skies. Great-granduncle Wang Li was famed in the sect for his mastery of many potent divine arts and his battle prowess, but even he wasn't capable of using the Sapphire Stride. Not many were. But Elder Hong was one of them. She raised herself, Wang Hui, and the ominous lyre into the heavens upon a column of azure light, then hurled all three of them across the skies.
"This is amazing!"
Wang Hui cried out in exhilaration as she sped through the night, the wind rushing over her cheeks.
"We'll be going even faster yet."
Elder Hong grinned. She was soaring alongside Wang Hui. The ominous lyre was between them, his hands clamped over his mouth, and his features strained with nausea and unease.
I'd rather not,
the fiend mumbled.
"Too bad,"
Elder Hong laughed. More Qian-Chi radiated from her, and the night flew by, faster than anything Wang Hui had ever seen before. They traveled until dawn, and Elder Hong brought them down to the ground when the sun began to rise. The ominous lyre spent a few minutes dry-heaving at the side of a wide dirt road, while Wang Hui stroked his back as soothingly as she could. She found the journey exhilarating. Obviously, he hadn't felt the same.
"We've gone a bit more than 100 leagues south of Mirror Cloud City, which is better than I'd expected,"
Elder Hong said, smoothing out the front of her robes. Her features carried lines of strain around her eyes and the corners of her mouth, and her cheeks were pale.
"We'll take a few moments to stretch our legs before continuing on our journey."
100 leagues? So quickly? Wang Hui whistled in admiration. "At this rate, we might get to Gilded Scale City by tomorrow."
No, we won't.
The ominous liar shook his head.
Dear Tsiu, you've expended more than 8/10 of your Qian-Chi. You won't be using Sapphire Stride any more today, nor tomorrow, if you're sensible.
"I am."
Elder Hong smiled and clasped her friend on the shoulder.
"These last 20 years have taught me many things. I'm sure they've changed me a bit, too."
They have.
The ominous liar matched her smile with a toothy grin.
You seem clearer now, mellower even, and definitely happier. Kwang Ao has been good for you. Don't worry, I won't ask for any details.
"He has."
Elder Hong smacked the fiend lightly on the upper arm.
"And no, I wasn't going to give you any details in the first place."
Wang Hui couldn't believe what she was hearing. Elder Hong had been away for 2 decades, because she'd been living with a fiend, as a lover. She groaned and slumped her shoulders. I'm definitely a heretic now, she mumbled. Great-granduncle is going to kill me when he sees me. Would you rather be a heretic or an elixir donkey? Elder Hong asked, grinning as well. You still can walk all the way back to the Sapphire Estate now, you know. Well, since you put it that way, I guess I'm a heretic. Wang Hui straightened the collar of her dress, folded her arms, and stood up straight. So, when do we get to desecrate a few ancestral tombs and mumble profane chants while dancing around with our faces painted like clowns? Come on! Being a heretic isn't worth it unless you get to do things like that.
Lady Wang has got a tongue on her,
the ominous liar said, laughing softly.
She reminds me of you 300 years ago, dear Tsiu, when we first met.
Elder Hong is at least 500 years old. So you're saying that I remind you of a 200-year-old crone? Wang Hui demanded, rounding on the fiend. Crone? Elder Hong arched her brow.
Now,
the ominous liar said hastily, as he placed himself between Wang Hui and Elder Hong.
You're tired, dear Tsiu, and none of us have slept all night. Why don't we find a place to rest first?
Fine. Let's go there. Elder Hong pointed further down the road, where a double-storied wooden building sat next to a wide, looping bend in its length. A dusty sign above the building's entrance read Chong's Tea House.
Ah, I do recall Mr. Chong's establishment would be somewhere around here,
the ominous liar said.
Though I haven't ventured this far south of Mirror Cloud City in a long time, I do remember that we can hire carriages here too.
That's why I chose this as our first stop, Elder Hong said, walking toward the tea house and beckoning for Wang Hui and the ominous liar to follow. We'll get some breakfast and then board a southbound carriage.
Allowing you to rest up, a good plan,
the ominous liar agreed. Though dawn had just broken, the tea house was already bustling with activity, and many of the carriage drivers, caravan guards, and servants at its entrance had witnessed Elder Hong's descent from the skies. They bowed and stepped aside, clearing the way for her to walk into the tea house. Wang Hui couldn't help a smile of wonder from unfolding across her lips as she followed Elder Hong and the ominous liar to a small wooden table and sat down. Chong's tea house was a shabby place compared to the dining halls of the Sapphire Estate or the restaurants in Mirror Cloud City, its wooden walls unadorned and covered in grease stains, and its thatched roof perforated by drafts. But Wang Hui had never been in an establishment like this before. She savored the strange and suspicious odors that hung in the air, the uncertain creak of her chair, and the chipped ceramic teacups set upturned upon the table. A waiter rushed out to attend to them, and Elder Hong ordered a breakfast of watery gruel and fried dough sticks. It tasted horrible compared to what Wang Hui was used to eating, but she loved every bite nevertheless. The ominous liar touched none of the food. Instead, he discreetly palmed 3 pills into his mouth and washed them down with a cup of weak jasmine tea. Finding a southbound carriage wasn't difficult, especially when no driver dared refuse Elder Hong. And less than an hour after breakfast, they were rumbling down the road, resuming their journey toward Gilded Scale City once more. Wang Hui dozed off upon her uncomfortable, cushionless wooden seat and fell into a dreamless slumber. They changed carriages twice more that day before stopping at an inn that night. Wang Hui tossed and turned upon her scratchy mattress for many hours before she fell asleep, only to rise at dawn, meet Elder Hong and the ominous liar outside the inn's entrance, and take to the heavens once more upon the sapphire stride divine art. A pattern of travel soon fell into place, with Elder Hong using sapphire stride for half a day, then resorting to carriages or caravans while she recuperated. Wang Hui chatted incessantly with whoever would speak with her, even mixing a few simple herbal salves to soothe the aching stomachs and joints of any mortal who needed them. One afternoon, during a stop at a roadside tea house, Elder Hong tugged on Wang Hui's sleeve after she'd sent an elderly farmer on his way with a simple ointment mixture she'd prepared on the spot for his creaky knees. "You're obviously gifted at alchemy and herbcraft," Elder Hong said. "But how is your mind's eye coming along? You were taught it many years ago, but last I checked, you still can't use it consistently. And I sense you haven't cultivated any of the mo-chi you absorbed from the Fang spawn either."
I've been practicing my mind's eye, Elder, Wang Hui said. "I think I can hold it for up to 5 minutes at a time now. And as for my cultivation, well, I guess I just haven't found the time."
"Your divine core is barely past its creation stage," Elder Hong said. She got up from their table. "I know as a divine alchemist you haven't had any opportunity to cultivate mo-chi into qian-chi, but now you must work on it. Spend less time bothering the mortals with your banter, and get some cultivation done while we're on the road."
"Yes, Elder," Wang Hui said, bowing to her. "I know you're going to find another carriage now, but before you go, I have a question."
What is it?" Elder Hong asked.
"I remember when I first came to the Sapphire Estate, my divine core was at the beginning of the creation stage, but now it's close to the foundation stage, like you said."
Wang Hui furrowed her brow in thought.
"Yet I've never cultivated at all. Did my divine core get stronger by itself, or did all that elixir refinement I've done strengthen it?"
"Ugh, elixir refinement." Elder Hong grimaced in distaste. "I'm glad you brought up that question, and I can give you a clear answer. Most descendants naturally accrue some measure of progress over time, but at an infinitesimally slow pace, and only during their childhood and the creation stages of their divine cores. Past that, no ascendant may bring their divine cores to a higher stage except through absorbing and cultivating mo-chi. It is also true that engaging in elixir refinement allows you to absorb traces of qian-chi from the cosmic crystals used in the process. This undoubtedly strengthens your divine core, but also at a very slow pace. These two factors have allowed you to progress to the peak of the creation stage, and if you cultivate the mo-chi you absorbed that night, you should be able to break through to the foundation stage."
"I see. Thank you, Elder," Wang Hui said.
"Here's a question in return."
Elder Hong shot her a mischievous and knowing grin.
"Do you know why I'm glad you asked me that question?"
Chapter 47. Gilded Scale City. "Because everything you just said has been clearly documented in our basic teachings, yet I still asked you about them," Wang Hui replied. "That means I needed you to confirm whether what I learned as a child was nonsense, which in turn indicates that I've grown suspicious of the Sapphire Sect's teachings, and I have, especially after hearing what Elder Zhang said that night about the true Blade Sect and the Grand Leader of the Ascendants. Because I am with you on this, Elder Hong. Ascendants should worry only about protecting mortals from fiends, and if the Sapphire Elders want so many elixirs, they should be using them to fight fiends, not other sects."
"Well said."
Elder Hong smiled.
"So I guess you're feeling a bit better about being a heretic now?"
"Just a tiny bit, Elder." Wang Hui grinned. "If we can get some sweets at our next stop, I'll be even further along the road to recovery from my despair and despondency."
"Break through to the foundation stage and be able to hold your mind's eye for 10 minutes first, and I'll have Kwang Ao cook you a feast when we arrive at his house," Elder Hong replied.
"As long as I'm not the feast being cooked," Wang Hui thought, but she simply widened her grin and nodded. "Sounds good to me." They arrived at Gilded Scale City shortly after noon, on the 5th day of travel. Stepping out from the carriage just beyond the northern gates, Wang Hui swept her gaze over its vast stone walls and the spiraling towers scattered across its length.
She could see only shadows within the tower's narrow window slits, but she had heard that Imperial garrisons had set up ballistae on huge mobile platforms within, propelled by intricate gear and pulley systems. She wondered if right now ballistae had their sights trained on them.
Lady Wang, please set your daydreaming aside and watch where you're going,
the ominous liar complained, as she absently trod on his foot while they made their way toward the Imperial checkpoint before the gates.
Sorry, Mr. Ling,
Wang Hui said sheepishly. She couldn't help but cast the fiend a sidelong glance, however. He seemed to have an ample supply of whatever herbal mixture he'd been taking to suppress his mo-chi, and thanks to her arduous labors, he still had enough pills to last him another 2 months. Wang Hui could only hope the fiend would have conquered the flesh hunger by then. She didn't look forward to concocting more pills for him. But I'll still do it if I have to. The mortals, a motley mixture of peddlers, artisans, yongbing, and even several wealthy silk-clad merchants, parted before Elder Hong, all of them bowing deeply to her as she walked through their midst and made her way to the checkpoint. The Imperial soldiers there wore conical helmets on their heads, and armor made up of green metal scales over their torsos. They bowed at the sight of Elder Hong as well.
Great Xian!
One of them said, keeping his gaze averted to the ground.
I am Captain Lon of the 48th Gilded Scale Division. I will process your entry into our city. Please come this way.
Thank you, Captain Long, Elder Hong said. Please get this over with quickly. I've had a long journey, and I desire food and a bath to wash off the dust of the road.
Of course, Great Xian.
Captain Lon led the 3 of them through the gates, beneath the massive raised steel portcullis, and toward a large, open-sided tent just inside the city. More soldiers were there, and they snapped to attention before bowing to Elder Hong as she approached. Captain Lon bowed once more as well, before gesturing to one of the soldiers next to a wooden table.
Please, Great Xian, if you would just tell Militant Clerk Jing your name and purpose of visit, you can be swiftly on your way.
Elder Hong told the wide-eyed clerk her name and said she was here to hunt fiends. The soldier named Jing gulped nervously and looked at Captain Lon.
The 2 of you want to say something,
Wang Hui pointed out. You might as well say it, unless you want Elder Hong to drag it out of you.
No, that won't be necessary,
Captain Lon said. He cleared his throat a few times and bowed to Elder Hong yet again.
Begging your pardon, Great Xian, but...
Out with it, Captain Lon,
Elder Hong said.
Of course, Great Xian,
the captain said.
You are from the Sapphire sect, and 3 of your sect siblings have passed through recently. Many troubling and tragic events have unfolded since.
Explain,
Elder Hong demanded, glaring at the captain.
Brightfish Mouth Village is gone. Everyone there was killed by fiends,
Jing blurted, much to his superior's consternation.
Willow Village lost more than 100 people, also to fiends, but some to— Silence!
Captain Lon roared, and put his hand on the hilt of his saber. The other soldiers converged on Jing, obviously to grab, restrain, and gag him.
No,
Elder Hong said. Her single word, spoken simply and curtly, was enough to freeze every mortal in the tent in his tracks. She looked Jing straight in the eye.
Speak, Militant Clerk Jing. From your words, I gather that some villagers were killed, but not by fiends. So who killed them?
A Sapphire Adept. A man,
the soldier squeaked.
Eyewitnesses said he was bearded.
That's Senior Brother Young, Wang Hui said, feeling her gut unclench in relief that great-granduncle hadn't killed mortals.
I know, Young too. A hot-headed boy prone to fits of rage.
Elder Hong nodded to Jing.
You said my junior brother slew mortals. Do you know why?
Spite, annoyance, because he could?
Jing said, shrugging. A flash of anger streaked across his features.
My cousin was one of the ones he killed. He killed my brother-in-law as well!
Another soldier cried from somewhere deep in the tent.
For no reason!
Captain Lon,
Elder Hong turned to the captain, who was pale and trembling with more fear than outrage and anger.
I am an elder of my sect. Rest assured that I will get to the bottom of this. If I find out that Sapphire Adept Young Tu has indeed murdered, and I use that word with utmost particularity, people, I will bring him to justice myself.
It's a little late for that, Great Xian,
Jing said.
We received word from the southern gates that another of your sect siblings came back here yesterday. Our colleagues there said that she seemed distraught and she wasn't entirely in her right mind, but more importantly, she claimed that the Xian called Young Tu has perished. Apparently there wasn't enough of his body left to retrieve and bury. No, you dolt, that's not right,
another soldier said. He bowed to Elder Hong.
My name is En. Jing is mistaken. Sapphire Adept Young Tu was slain, but his remains lie in the ruins of Brightfish Mouth Village. The garrison commander has already hired and dispatched a Young Bing troop to retrieve the Xian's body. The other Sapphire Adept, the one who came earlier, perished as well, though in Willow Village, and eyewitnesses said that his corpse was mutilated so horribly that nothing remained.
The news struck Wang Hui like a hammer. She took a few steps back. The strength left her knees, and she would have fallen if the ominous liar hadn't caught her. She heard Elder Hong speak again, though her voice sounded distant and tinny.
I have to be sure. Who was this other Sapphire Adept who perished in Willow Village? She asked. What was his name?
I believe it was Wang Li.
The soldier named En said.
An archfiend got him, apparently. Then it killed a lot of other people in Willow Village before being driven off by Sapphire Adept Young Tu and Sapphire Adept Lin Hua. And then the two Xian met another one from a different sect here.
Jing spoke up again.
I think his name is Swift Hunter Yi Kung. The fellows at the southern gate said he came back here 2 days ago and was staying at the Turning Wheel Inn.
Came back? Came back from where?
Elder Hong asked, casting a sidelong glance of sympathy Wang Hui's way.
From chasing the fiend, Great Xian,
En said.
The two Sapphire Adepts drove the fiend away from Willow Village, came back and met up with a Swift Hunter. Then went back to Brightfish Mouth Village again because they'd somehow detected the fiend there. I know all this because the Swift Hunter actually made an official report to our garrison commander yesterday and told him to put it up as a public bulletin in every market square in the city.
Do you have a copy of this bulletin? Wang Hui asked, delving deep into the mind's eye to keep her tears at bay.
Yes.
Captain Lon gestured to another clerk at the far end of the tent. The clerk rummaged through a stack of papers upon his desk, pulled out a sheet, and passed it to the captain, who in turn proffered it to Wang Hui.
Here it is,
She is a Sapphire Adept as well, Captain, and my direct disciple,
Elder Hong said.
Of course. Here's the bulletin, Great Xian,
Captain Lon said to Wang Hui. She snatched the sheet of paper from his grasp, unfurled it, and ran her gaze down its contents. Let it be known that the archfiend called the Ebon Worm has been slain and will no longer threaten Gilded Scale City and its villages. The slayer of this fiend is a Yong Bing named Song Sin. Here are the events leading to this occurrence to the best of my knowledge. The fiend killed the Sapphire Adept named Wang Li in Willow Village. Sapphire Adepts Young Tu and Lin Hua destroyed its body, but it had transferred its consciousness into the body of the Yong Bing Song Sin. The fiend then altered Song Sin's flesh into a horrific monstrosity, only to fall victim to the man's cunning and resourcefulness. Sapphire Adepts Young Tu and Lin Hua found Song Sin in the ruins of Brightfish Mouth Village with my help. They attacked him, and he defended himself. Sapphire Adept Young Tu perished in the conflict. I departed the area and returned to Gilded Scale City. Prior to this, Song Sin announced his intent to head further south, past the western foothills marsh. I did not see him begin his journey. Swift Hunter, Yi Kong.
A Young Bing slew an archfiend? How is this possible?
Elder Hong muttered as she read the bulletin over Wang Hui's shoulder.
And what's this nonsense about the Archfiend transferring its consciousness into this man's body? And this man managed to kill Yang too? Lastly, why is he heading into Fiend territory?
All this sounds far-fetched and impossible to me,
the ominous liar agreed. He nodded meaningfully to Elder Hong.
But then again, we have seen far-fetched and impossible things happen.
Could this man have something to do with our quarry?
Elder Hong wondered. We must find him, Wang Hui said, holding so tightly to the bulletin that the paper crumpled in her grasp. She looked Elder Hong in the eye, aware of the desperation that infused her voice. We must find this man called Song Sin. He knows what happened to great-granduncle.
We will, child,
Elder Hong agreed.
We will get to the bottom of this.
Swift Hunter E. Kong is at the Turning Wheel Inn, you said?
The ominous liar asked Jing. The clerk nodded.
Yes, sir.
Jing replied.
It's in the southern half of Gilded Scale City, just past the 18th Avenue and between...
Wang Hui turned her attention from the clerk's words. She lost her grip on the mind's eye, and her vision filled with tears. Anger roiled alongside the grief within her heart now. Hadn't she prayed to the unmoving Lord and the Goddess of Mercy every day to protect great-granduncle Wang Li? How could they have let him die so horribly that he didn't even leave a corpse intact enough to bury? How could they— Child! Elder Hong grasped her shoulder and gave her a firm, but not unkind, shake, jarring her back to the present.
We're heading into the city to find this Swift Hunter. I have many questions for him, and I'm sure you do too.
I definitely do, Wang Hui said. She reached into her dimensional pouch and took out Elder Hong's cerulean sword, causing many of the soldiers to scatter from her, crying out in alarm and fear. I have so many things to ask him. Chapter 48. Punishment. Gilded Scale City was about a quarter the size of Mirror Cloud City, so it didn't take them very long to find the Turning Wheel Inn. It was a humble building of brick and wood with 3 floors, sitting just off the western edge of a market square. But it wasn't the sight of the inn itself that drew Wang Hui's attention. It was the crowd of frightened mortals streaming away from its entrance, many of them crying out in fear as they ran past her.
What's this? What's going on?
The ominous liar wondered. The fiend approached the inn's open double doors, only for Elder Hong to grasp him by the shoulder and pull him back.
I sense 2 ascendants inside. The fluctuations of their Qian Qi mean that they're in battle, likely against each other,
she said, nodding to Wang Hui and the ominous liar in turn.
The 2 of you stay back. You don't want to get caught between their clashing energies.
Wang Hui looked past Elder Hong's shoulder and into the interior of the inn. At least a dozen mortals lay scattered across the stone floor of its communal dining room. Many of them were groaning and clutching broken limbs or bleeding wounds across their torsos and abdomens. Several were silent and unmoving in bloody pools that grew with every passing moment. "We've got to help those people!" she cried, running into the inn and ignoring Elder Hong's strangled shout for her to stop. But Wang Hui didn't even make it 3 strides past the threshold before she realized she'd made a grave mistake. Blades of azure light whipped past her neck and face, one of them slicing a short, shallow, but stinging line across her cheek. The sapphire swords soared across the room and struck the discs of hardened Qian Qi held up by a roughly dressed man. The flying blades shattered on impact, but so did the discs. The man was hurled back against the wall with enough force to crack its surface. He rebounded from the wall and fell to his knees. Blood seeped from his nose and the corners of his mouth. Wang Hui snapped her gaze to the other side of the room. A sapphire adept was there, her hair wild and in disarray, and her eyes blazing with anger. It was Lin Hua, and she seemed to have undergone some kind of horrific ordeal.
"Time for you to die, lying scum!"
she shrieked, calling another 3 sapphire swords into existence above her shoulders.
Die!
The roughly dressed man could only be the swift hunter Yi Kong. Wang Hui couldn't let Lin Hua kill him, not before she had the chance to question him. So she did the only thing she could think of. She drew the cerulean sword and charged at Lin Hua, a shriek of desperate rage pealing from her lips. The sapphire adept was taken back. Her eyes widened in surprise, but that didn't stop her from raising her hand, index and middle finger extended, and lancing a sapphire sword at Wang Hui, while the other 2 blades streaked toward Yi Kong. Wang Hui raised the cerulean sword, but she knew right away that she wasn't anywhere near fast enough to intercept Lin Hua's sapphire blade.
Lady Wang!
She heard the ominous liar cry out in horror. But then Elder Hong was suddenly standing in front of her. She caught the sapphire sword darting toward Wang Hui between her thumb and index finger, then hurled it sideways to knock the other 2 blades from their flight. All 3 sapphire swords faded from existence as they tumbled harmlessly through the air.
Enough! Stand down, Lin Hua!
Elder Hong said, before looking over her shoulder and shooting a cold glare at Yi Kong.
And you, Master Swift Hunter, stay where you are. I have questions for you. Depending on the answers you provide, you may or may not live to see the end of the day. But if you try to flee, my mercy will not extend to anything beyond a swift and painful demise.
Yi Kong struggled to stand, only to fail and sink to his hands and knees. Bitterness and anger crept over his face.
You sapphire adepts are all the same. Treacherous and murderous tyrants.
He spat.
As you can see, I'm in no shape to go anywhere. Do what you must.
I will,
Elder Hong said. She nodded to Wang Hui.
What you did just now was foolish, child. We will have several harsh words about your behavior later. But right now, help Mr. Ling see to the wounded, and do what you can for them.
Yes, Elder. Wang Hui bowed. She sheathed and put the cerulean sword back in her dimensional pouch before darting away to the closest wounded mortal, a woman in her middle years. A quick glance over her shoulder told her that Lin Hua was petrified, her mouth opening and closing wordlessly, like a fish out of water. The sapphire adept had also dropped her own cerulean sword upon the floor of the inn. The ominous liar walked over as Wang Hui helped the wounded woman to a seating position.
I'll help those with broken bones and minor injuries,
the fiend said to her.
You handle the ones who are in danger of bleeding out.
Wang Hui nodded and pulsed Xian Qi into the woman she was helping. The mortal was bleeding profusely from a wound in her shoulder. Wang Hui fed her a flesh-binding pill and stemmed her blood loss with a deft application of her sapphire apothecary divine art. She eased the mortal down onto her back and rushed to another, a youth whose life was leaking from his body through a massive puncture wound in his abdomen, the obvious mark of a sapphire blade. "I need some help with this, Elder!" she called, as she pushed a rejuvenation pellet into the youth's mouth and used a thread of Xian Qi to push it down his throat without choking him. "I don't have nearly enough Xian Qi to deal with such a serious injury." Elder Hong nodded before grabbing Lin Hua by the upper arm and shoving her to Wang Hui's side.
"Help her,"
Elder Hong said curtly. Lin Hua could only give her a numb nod in response. The sapphire adept placed her hand over Wang Hui's and began fueling the sapphire apothecary art with her own Xian Qi. Lin Hua didn't even have a third of the strength Elder Hong displayed that night, but it was just enough for Wang Hui to heal the youth's horrific injury and lower him to the floor, pale and frightened, but very much alive. It took Wang Hui a whole hour to see to the badly wounded mortals in the inn. Lin Hua exhausted her Xian Qi after healing 5 of them, and Elder Hong took over, all the while keeping a close eye on Yi Kong as he sat against the wall and closed his eyes, obviously attempting to stabilize his own injuries with a divine art of some sort. The ominous liar cleaned, set, and splinted several broken limbs and applied herbal salves of his own concoction to an array of minor flesh wounds. He then began ushering the mortals who could walk by themselves, or with some assistance from each other, out of the inn, whispering apologies to them as he pressed copper coins into their hands. But 4 mortals had perished. 3 of them had been dead before Elder Hong's arrival to the inn, and the 4th's injuries had been too severe for Wang Hui to heal, even with Elder Hong's Xianqi. 2 of the dead had obviously been killed by Lin Hua's sapphire swords. One had cracked her skull open upon a wooden pillar when Lin Hua had backhanded her impatiently aside. The last, a child, had been trampled underfoot by the panicked mortals who'd rushed out of the inn when Lin Hua attacked Yikong. The ominous liar left, returning several minutes later with a squad of Imperial soldiers. The soldiers took one look at the scene before silently removing the bodies and loading them onto a donkey-drawn cart. Their leader, a nervous man named Corporal Wu, muttered something about bringing the dead to the nearest mortuary before ushering the other soldiers away.
You have committed a grave crime, Sapphire Adept Lin Hua,
Elder Hong said sternly. She was standing in the middle of the inn's dining room, and Lin Hua was kneeling in front of her.
Because of your actions, 4 people lie dead. What have you to say in response?
Lin Hua's eyes were wide, and her gaze was drifting and distracted. The Sapphire Adept wrung her wrists.
They're just mortals. I'll give their families a silver ingot each, she said. But that's not important right now, Elder. Silence!
Elder Hong roared, the volume of her words magnified by a pulse of Xianqi. The tiles of the inn's roof rattled, and murmurs of awe and fear arose from the crowd of mortals who'd gathered outside the inn and were now looking in through the windows. Several Imperial soldiers were among them too, purportedly to keep the peace and maintain order. They were similarly awestruck.
Mortals really are as fascinated as they are afraid of us,
Wang Hui thought, slumping warily on one of the few remaining intact chairs in the dining room. Scarcely had the last healed mortal left than a crowd had gathered outside, inexplicably convinced that it was now safe to witness the spectacle unfolding before them.
But it is safe. Elder Hong won't let Lin Hua or Yikong hurt anyone else.
But the swift hunter hadn't hurt anyone, as far as Wang Hui could tell. Still, he knew what happened to great-granduncle, and if he wasn't willing to talk, Wang Hui was more than ready to make him, using whatever means necessary. She leaned her elbows upon the tabletop beside her and rested her cheek on her hands. The table was the last intact specimen of its kind as well. The ominous liar sat down beside her with a pot of tea and poured her a cup. The fiend had managed to ferret the innkeeper out from his hiding place in the kitchen, and, judging by the look of things, also managed to convince him to brew some tea as well.
Here,
the ominous liar said, pushing the cup to Wang Hui.
This should refresh you a bit.
Thanks.
Wang Hui nodded at the cowering Lin Hua.
She's in some serious trouble now, isn't she?
I doubt it,
the fiend said.
The world isn't just enough for that.
But even as the words left his mouth, Elder Hong held out her hand and dragged Lin Hua's cerulean sword into her grasp with a wave of Xianqi. She unsheathed the blade and rested its edge against Lin Hua's neck. Frantic whispers and mutters rolled across the crowd of mortals. Many of them were wondering if an ascendant would indeed be punished for her crimes this day, and Wang Hui knew that Elder Hong was making a spectacle of it for their benefit. It seemed that despite her apparent distaste for politicking, Elder Hong was more than aware of the need to preserve the public image of ascendants, the Sapphire Adepts in particular, as humanity's defenders. Lin Hua's jaw dropped, and she turned even paler than she already was. She began to protest, but Elder Hong tilted the cerulean sword so that its edge nicked Lin Hua's neck, drawing a bead of blood from her flesh.
Mortals aren't chattel or livestock you can simply pay for after you've hurt or killed them,
Elder Hong said. "They're people, like you and me. You are Zhang Kun's direct disciple, if I recall correctly. Didn't he teach you this most fundamental of lessons? Must I do so in his place, with your life concluding alongside my instruction?"
You're really going to kill me? Over some filthy mortals?
Lin Hua's eyes blazed with fury.
Then do it. My master will never forgive you, and neither will the Sapphire Elders.
"I am a Sapphire Elder, foolish child," Elder Hong snarled. "And your impertinence has just drained the last of my patience. But you have demonstrated one thing here. You're not the only one lacking in principle. Your master is as well. He should have some share in your punishment."
Elder Hong lifted the cerulean sword from Lin Hua's neck and clamped her hand down upon the Sapphire Adept's hand instead. Immense tides of Qian Qi swirled around Elder Hong before manifesting into chains of azure light that swarmed across Lin Hua's body and sank beneath the surface of her skin. The Sapphire Adept immediately fell upon the floor, where she began convulsing and shrieking in pain.
"This is the Sapphire Binding Divine Art, child," Elder Hong said. "I have placed chains around your divine core, chains which will gradually tighten until they rupture it and expel all your Qian Qi to the winds. When that happens, you will become immortal, subject to all their tribulations and frailties for which you hold them in such contempt."
"No,"
Lin Hua gasped.
"You can't do that! Please, just kill me!"
"I will not," Elder Hong said. "Now listen carefully. Zhang Kun knows how to undo the Sapphire Binding. Go to him and beg him to do so. Beg him to expend enough Qian Qi to regress his cultivation by 1/3 of a stage to spare you the fate of becoming immortal. Or live your life as one. You have 10 days.
Lin Hua struggled to her hands and knees. She glared angrily at Elder Hong.
"You've been away from the sect for so long, and now you return to undermine its cause,"
Lin Hua said.
"I will return to my master, and he will know what you've done to his direct disciple. So will the Sapphire Elders. They will not look favorably upon your actions, especially not when—"
"The Ascendant Congregation, yes, I know."
Elder Hong sheathed the cerulean sword and tossed it back to Lin Hua.
"I don't care. Now get out of my sight."
"Wait, Elder,"
Wang Hui said.
"She might know something about great-granduncle."
Even if she did, we cannot trust anything that she says, not now.
The ominous liar pointed out.
And her words, truthful or not, will only fill our hearts with doubt and cloud our purpose. Better to leave them unheard.
But Lin Hua wasn't about to stay a moment longer in any case. She fled the inn and barged her way through the mortals outside, knocking more than a few of them to the ground. The Imperial soldiers didn't dare make any attempt to detain her. Why would they, in the face of Elder Hong's judgment? Muted cheers, interspersed with disgruntled grumbles, arose from the mortals. There was some satisfaction in seeing an ascendant punished, yet judging from the numerous scowls and clenched jaws that Wang Hui spotted, many were unhappy that Lin Hua hadn't ended up paying with her life for those she'd killed. As it was written, Imperial law didn't apply equally to all its subjects. Every soul born in the Tsing-Chou Empire knew that, but for mortal commoners, seeing such inequality unfold couldn't have had them feeling good about their place in the world. Chapter 49. Homecoming.
"I will be here until tomorrow," Elder Hong announced to the crowd gathered outside. "If the families of the slain wish, they may speak to me. I will give them 5 silver ingots each and offer my sincere condolences and apologies for the untoward behavior of my sect sibling."
She then turned to Wang Hui, a disapproving frown on her face.
"Now it's your turn.
What were you thinking, running in like a witless fool, and then standing in the path of a sapphire onslaught? What was that about? Elder Hong scolded her. You haven't even mastered Mind's Eye, yet alone any divine arts meant for battle. How could you put yourself in danger like that?
I just wanted to help those people, and make sure Senior Sister Lin Hua didn't kill the Swift Hunter, Wang Hui said, lowering her gaze and bowing her head in contrition. I'm sorry, Elder. I will think things through more carefully in the future.
What worries me is that you didn't think at all this time,
Elder Hong said, an exasperated sigh leaving her lips.
You're sharp and intelligent, Wang Hui. Those qualities are obvious to anyone who's spent any time at all with you. But they will do you no good if you disregard them and rush headlong into danger with nothing more than a bellyful of righteous indignation.
That reminds me of someone I know,
the ominous liar said, chuckling and tilting his head at Elder Hong, much to both her and Wang Hui's annoyance.
I was never so reckless,
Elder Hong snapped.
Oh no, you were worse. Much worse.
The ominous liar laughed before turning to Wang Hui.
What is it, Lady Wang? Do you take objection to being compared to dear Tsiyu when she was around 200 years old? If so, consider what you're about to say very carefully, given your circumstances.
I won't say anything, Mr. Ling, Wang Hui decided wisely.
See, dear Tsiyu, she's already taken your scolding to heart,
the ominous liar said to Elder Hong.
Isn't that most admirable?
A bold move, Mr. Ling, annoying the two women you're traveling with, Wang Hui said. One might think you weren't ever worried about waking up one night covered in itching powder that can't be washed off.
Or simply being smacked so hard around the ears you end up seeing stars for an entire day,
Elder Hong added, looming over the fiend.
Ah, I sense this is a most opportune time for me to stop talking,
the ominous liar said, pouring himself a cup of tea. Yi Kong had watched everything silently all this time, and Wang Hui had witnessed his angry snarl become a bewildered frown, then soften into an expression of grudging approval. The Swift Hunter got to his feet with some effort and walked over to Elder Hong. Wang Hui had treated his injuries earlier and given him a rejuvenation pellet to repair the puncture wound in his thigh and the peripheral lacerations to his outer channels and second central meridian.
I misspoke just now, Elder, when I said that all Sapphire Adepts were the same,
he said.
Your words and actions have proven me wrong. I apologize.
It is obvious to me that you aren't to blame for the plight of the slain and hurt mortals, so I should not have spoken so harshly and threateningly to you in the first place. I accept your apology, and can only hope you will accept mine in turn, Master Swift Hunter,
Elder Hong said, taking a seat at the table and gesturing for Yi Kong to do the same.
I will, of course. You are most gracious.
Yi Kong bowed to Elder Hong, Wang Hui, and the ominous liar in turn before sitting down. The ominous liar poured him a cup of tea.
Now that we're past the trying circumstances of our acquaintance, I wish to address the alarming claims in your bulletin,
Elder Hong said.
Please tell me everything you know about the fates of Sapphire Adepts Wang Li and Yang Tu, and about this young being named Song Sin.
You read the bulletin I had the Imperial authorities put up?
Yi Kong asked, only to receive a trio of nods in response. He sighed.
If so, there is little for me to add that you haven't already read. I personally witnessed Sapphire Adept Yang Tu's death, but I only heard about Sapphire Adept Wang Li's demise from Sung Sin. Nevertheless, I don't have any reason to mistrust Sung Sin. If he claims that Sapphire Adept Wang Li has perished, then that must be true, regrettable though it may be. However, I heard from the Imperial soldiers I spoke to that there are eyewitnesses to Sapphire Adept Wang Li's passing in Willow Village. It is a day's walk from the southern gates of Gilded Scale City.
I know where Willow Village is,
Elder Hong said, reaching out to clasp Wang Hui comfortingly on the shoulder.
This is Wang Li's kin.
Forgive her demeanor, I beg you.
Of course.
Yikong nodded sympathetically to Wang Hui.
I offer you my sincere condolences, young lady.
Wang Hui wiped her eyes with her sleeve, but fresh tears simply welled up once more, blurring her vision. She shook her head, not wanting to speak with a trembling upper lip and a lump in her throat. The Swift Hunter's condolences meant nothing. Great-granduncle, the only family she'd known her whole life, was gone. He'd died fighting a fiend, a death worthy of any ascendant. But that didn't make things any better.
This young being named Sung Sin. You said several curious things about him.
The ominous liar said.
That the fiend called the Ebon Worm transferred its consciousness into his body. How is this possible?
In all honesty, I'm not very sure myself.
Yikong said, rubbing his jaw.
According to Sung Sin, the Ebon Worm knew an infernal art called the Devourer that allowed it to possess the body of another entity, be it mortal, fiend, or ascendant. Sung Sin's body was subsumed by the fiend and warped into some kind of unthinkable monstrosity, but he somehow managed to push its consciousness into the body of a worm spawn before proceeding to destroy it. Sung Sin claimed that the Ebon Worm learned this infernal art from a creature called the Infinite One. I didn't hear him say this himself. Rather, it was the Yao traveling with him that told me this.
The Infinite One!
Wang Hui gasped, slamming her palms down upon the table.
He's causing trouble here, too? He taught the Ebon Worm an infernal art that allowed it to kill great-granduncle? I'm going to kill him for this.
Reach for the mind's eye, child, and steady your heart,
Elder Hong commanded, glaring at Wang Hui until she complied and pushed her grief and rage to the back of her mind. The Sapphire Elder looked back at Yikong.
This Infinite One has wreaked several atrocities up north and brought about much suffering. If you can tell us anything more about him, we would be most grateful.
Unfortunately, I have no knowledge of anything else beyond the fact that he aided and empowered the Ebon Worm.
Yikong said.
Sung Sin might know more. It's unlikely he has divulged all he knows to me.
Your bulletin said he was headed further south, past the western foothills marsh.
The ominous liar said.
Why would he choose to go there? Wouldn't it be dangerous for a mortal like him to venture into fiend territory? Or is he no longer a mortal? Your bulletin did say he managed to defend himself against Sapphire Adepts Young Tu and Lin Hua.
I don't really know what he is.
Yikong sighed and shook his head.
I know that he has both an infernal core and a divine core, which means he possesses both Mo-Chi and Xian-Chi. And he's capable of using both divine arts and infernal arts. One of the latter is the Devourer. He slew Young Tu with it, and shortly after, he was able to use Sapphire Onslaught.
An entity with two cores, and this being knows an infernal art that allows him to consume the flesh and knowledge of his victims.
Elder Hong frowned.
All this is troubling news indeed.
It is, but having met and spoken to Sung Sin, I believe that he will not misuse the Devourer.
Yikong said.
He was being escorted by Granny Brightfish herself. That alone is enough to convince me that he is a virtuous and righteous man.
Truly? Granny Brightfish was there.
Elder Hong blinked in surprise.
She almost never reveals herself to mortals, and only rarely to ascendants. And you say she was accompanying this Sung Sin? Incredible!
We need to talk to him as soon as we can,
the ominous liar said.
Right now, we know which direction he's headed. We should set off at dawn tomorrow.
I believe I know his intended destination, too. It is too perilous even for you, Elder Hong.
Yikong said.
I wouldn't recommend pursuing him any further. Perhaps the wisest thing to do would be to speak to the Imperial authorities and tell them to send a messenger pigeon to Mirror Cloud City, where your sect has built its estate when someone matching his description is sighted here once more.
Why? Wang Hui asked, struggling to hold on to the mind's eye. Do you believe he'll come back here again?
He might. Granny Brightfish has sent him south in the hope that he might find the Ogre Berserker and learn the Protean infernal art so that he can alter his appearance enough to walk among mortals once more.
Yikong said.
If he is successful, he will almost certainly make a stop in Gilded Scale City. If he isn't, then he's likely dead, slain during his travels or by the ogre berserker.
Elder Hong and the ominous liar exchanged a knowing look before the former turned back to Yi Kong.
"You have been very helpful, Master Swift Hunter," she said. "We will give your suggestion due consideration."
"I am happy to be of service, Elder."
Yi Kong saluted her, his right fist pressed against his left palm. Then he got to his feet.
"I have caught my breath now, and I should be on my way. I meant to begin the long journey to my sect today, but Sapphire Adept Lin Hua attacked just as I was departing. A shame. We'd always been friendly acquaintances."
"She'll have a lot more to worry about now than making friends," Elder Hong said before returning Yi Kong's salute. "Farewell, Master Swift Hunter. May you have a smooth journey home."
Yi Kong bowed once more to everyone. He then strode out of the inn. The mortals outside had mostly dispersed by now, with the exception of a dozen or so grief-stricken individuals still lingering beyond the doorway. Those must be the kin of the people Lin Hua killed, Wang Hui realized. Elder Hong had made the same realization too, judging by the heavy cast to her brow and the sad sigh that rolled from her lips. She got to her feet and bowed to the mortals, who were bewildered and even terrified by the gesture.
"Please give us a few moments more. My companions and I wish to conclude our discussion," she said. "After that, I will make amends as best as I can on behalf of the Sapphire Sect."
Hushed murmurs of agreement arose from the mortals. Elder Hong looked Wang Hui in the eye as she sat down once more.
"I am so sorry for your loss, child," she said. "It is rare to have a blood relative in one's own sect. I'd spoken with Wang Li numerous times, but I didn't know him very well on a personal level. And I'd only actually met you for the first time a few days ago, but I believe you were close."
"We were," Wang Hui said, finally losing her grip on the mind's eye. Tears blurred her vision, then rolled down her cheeks. "I will miss him. But I'm also very proud of him for doing his duty."
"As the entire Sapphire Sect will be when they hear of his valiant sacrifice," Elder Hong promised. "Now, we must do what we can to honor his memory and to make sure his death and Mr. Ling's suffering haven't been in vain."
Sung Sin is headed for Kwang Ao's domain,
the ominous liar said quietly.
Do you think he'll make it? Only fiends past the gathering stage of cultivation can find his home, right?
"That's correct,"
Elder Hong said. She took out a small weave of red grass from her dimensional pouch.
"And so can anyone with this token."
Sung Sin won't have that. And if he's only just gotten his cores days or even weeks ago, neither will he likely be at the gathering cultivation stage,
the ominous liar said.
That means that he could end up wandering endlessly on the Flint Shale Plains if he hasn't already perished.
Granny Brightfish is a wise and powerful Yao, isn't she? Wang Hui asked. I've read of her in the sect's archives. She must think that this Sung Sin will be able to reach and find Kwang Ao's home. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let him go on such a dangerous journey.
A good point.
Elder Hong smiled faintly.
All right. I know what to do now. We'll head right back to Kwang Ao in the morning and tell him what's going on. With his help, we should be able to find the Sung Sin.
If we're staying the night, I could attempt to send him a lunar letter like I did to you all those months ago,
the ominous liar said to Elder Hong, a nervous smile unfolding across his lips.
The moon is full tonight, and my sorceries don't depend on any energy. I should be able to...
Do it, Hutsiong.
Elder Hong gave her friend's forearm a gentle squeeze.
I trust you. And it'd be good to let him know I'm coming home a little earlier than planned.
Chapter 50. The Hell Pig.
Wake up, mortal, wake up!
A guttural voice barked. A sensation of oily coldness washed over Sung Sin's soul, and he recognized it as the mo-chi of a fiend slightly more than 10 paces away from him. He wrenched open his eyes with a start, realized he was lying on his back, and tried to scramble to his feet. But his limbs wouldn't obey him, choosing to tremble and spasm instead, and he fell right back down where he lay, the back of his head bouncing painfully off the floor.
"Oh, you've awakened,"
the same voice continued, relief evident in its tone.
"Now get to your feet, mortal. We must escape."
Escape? Sung Sin reached for the mind's eye and threw it, seized back enough control of his nerves to lift himself up on his elbows. His gaze shot immediately to the dull, throbbing wound in his abdomen. Ichor oozed slowly from the edges of the puckered hole in his flesh. The damned wasp stung me. She stung me and I blacked out. And then... He was in an earthen chamber, its surfaces made up entirely of carved dirt. The ceiling was roughly 25 handspans tall and embedded with strange crystals that shed a sickly gold light reminiscent of the dust that trailed from the bitter Aloris's wings. I'm in her lair. Sung Sin clenched his jaw and forced himself to sit up. His vision spun as he did so, and he had to close his eyes and take a few deep breaths so that he didn't collapse again. He checked his belt and found that he still had the dimensional pouch. Young Tu's cerulean sword, however, was nowhere to be seen.
"Get up!"
The voice, which could only belong to another fiend, roared.
"You must! Once she returns, there won't be any hope of escape for either of us!"
Sung Sin wiped the back of his hand over his bleary eyes and turned to the speaker. To his surprise, it had a familiar face, one he'd seen many times in his nightmares.
"Mortal!"
The hell pig bellowed as it flailed its trotters helplessly in the air. The massive fiend had been plastered partially into the wall of the far end of the chamber.
"We meet again!"
But how? And why? Sung Sin asked, blinking in disbelief and confusion. Don't you live hundreds of leagues from here?
"It's a long story."
The hell pig's bristly snout twitched as it snuffled. The fiend was missing one of its tusks, thanks to Sung Sin.
"Since my defeat at your hands, I withdrew from human realms, seeking some absolution for my disgrace."
Defeat? Sung Sin managed to get his knees under him, and after a few moments of trembling effort, he rose to a crouch. Look, I didn't defeat you. You charged at me, I got out of the way, and you slammed headfirst into the walls of Tortoise Wind City. You then got up, realized one of your tusks was broken, and began crying. Then you ran away, still crying.
"I wasn't crying,"
the hell pig huffed.
"I was lamenting the ignominy of my defeat. Oh, if I'd only fought more prudently. Thanks to our fateful duel, mortal, I have become a laughingstock among both men and fiends."
Yeah, well, Sung Sin chuckled ruefully. People started calling me Tuskbreaker and paying me quite a bit more money, so I can't really complain about that.
"As they rightfully should. You bested me, a famed and renowned warrior."
The hell pig snorted despondently.
"You deserved only the utmost of accolades and glories for your victory."
Literally no one had heard of you before you showed up outside Tortoise Wind City and killed all those merchants in broad daylight. Sung Sin shrugged and kept his thoughts to himself. What victory? I didn't do anything. If you'd kept fighting instead of crying and running away, I'd be dead, and I wouldn't be in this hole with you here, listening to your nonsense. As he spoke, he looked closely at the hell pig. The fiend was still as large as ever, a hoofed quadruped spanning nearly 10 paces long and easily standing more than 18 handspans tall. Sung Sin figured that the fiend had to weigh more than 1,000, perhaps even 2,000 caddies, judging by the cords and slabs of immense muscle wreathing its limbs and the sections of its torso, not hidden by the strange plaster-like substance that bound it to the chamber wall. You haven't changed at all, Sung Sin said, more to himself than to the hell pig. As a mortal, he'd been shaking in terror as the fiend charged toward him. Now he'd spoken to it casually, and he didn't feel nearly the same amount of fear or horror in its presence. And he knew why. The hell pig was undoubtedly strong and physically imposing, but its mo-chi wasn't very powerful. Sure, the hell pig far eclipsed any worm spawn, but he figured that as far as cultivation stages went, the hell pig couldn't have gotten much further past the middle of the foundation stage. In a fight, the fiend would have a definite physical edge over Sung Sin, but he didn't doubt he could easily close that gap with his divine and infernal arts.
Of course I haven't! It's only been a few years, the blink of an eye, even to mortal standards.
The hell pig snapped before narrowing its crimson eyes at Sung Sin.
You have, though. I sense Mochi and Xianqi within you, yet you're still unmistakably human. What in the name of the infernal lords has befallen you, mortal?
Sung Sin, that's my name, Sung Sin said, sick of being called human or mortal. It's a long story, and you said we're running short on time, so you'll have to hear it later, assuming we both survive. Now, it looks like we've both been captured by the bitter Allurus. But why are you stuck in the wall while I'm free to walk around? Is it because I got stung while you haven't?
She's only stung me once, and that was to incapacitate me so she could drag me down here,
the hell pig said. The fiend grimaced then, the expression disturbingly expressive on its porcine face.
When I woke up, I found myself sealed in here, with most of my strength lost and with the bitter Allurus' eggs within my flesh.
Ugh, I knew it. Sung Sin shook his head in disgust and looked down at his own body, patting his chest and thighs gingerly. I guess she's done the same thing to me, too. How can we get rid of these eggs? I don't want to be spawn food. I'm sure you don't want to either.
I don't know how to purge her eggs from my body, but I do know she hasn't done the same thing to you, Sung Sin. She's got different plans for you. She actually took the time to smugly explain them to me before she left.
What plans? Sung Sin demanded, feeling cold sweat run down the crook of his back.
You know spawn come from mortal flesh, don't you?
The fiend asked and continued talking when Sung Sin nodded.
So she masqueraded as a prostitute in some human city, and she harvested plenty of flesh from her patrons as she slew and devoured them.
By flesh, you mean? Sung Sin arched his brow. The hell pig rolled its eyes.
Yes, come on,
the fiend chided him.
You're not a child. Anyway, sting spawn eggs materialize from human flesh, but they can only hatch within fiend flesh.
You're talking about her plans for you, Sung Sin pointed out. What are her plans for me?
You're human, despite how you look now, the hell pig said. And you're a man capable of providing the kind of flesh she favors. On top of all that, you're far less frail than most mortals, which means that you can be harvested again and again, allowing her to produce batch after batch of eggs, which might give rise to particularly powerful sting spawn given your condition.
Sung Sin nearly gagged in horror. She wants me to, what, father her spawn?
That's one way of putting it,
the fiend agreed. But the mortal remains. They must be obtained through horrific pain and suffering, right? Sung Sin grimaced and clenched his jaw, fighting the urge to retch. How's that going to work?
What makes you think you aren't going to feel horrific pain and suffering? The hell pig said.
All right, we're getting out of here. Sung Sin walked over to the hell pig and slammed his fist against the strange plaster-like substance holding it captive. A loud thud echoed through the confines of the chamber, but the fiend's bindings held. Sung Sin took a deep breath, strengthened his limbs with Mo-Chi, and tried again. This time a tiny cobweb of cracks materialized beneath his fist. Forming shortened scale blades and even a full-sized scale sword didn't produce much better results. He tried to use a sapphire imbuement on his scale sword, but he was too lightheaded to execute the divine art successfully, so he didn't even attempt sapphire onslaught, which was much more complex and draining. It's no good. It'll take hours, maybe days, before I can free you, Sung Sin said. When I was brought in, I had a sword. I don't have it now, so the bitter Allurus must have taken it.
She did.
The hell pig gestured with its sole remaining tusk toward a corner of the chamber. Sung Sin turned toward it and saw several silken piles, a scattering of golden ingots, and a few rosewood boxes heaped there, awash in the violet radiance of a ceiling crystal overhead. To his relief, he also spotted the cerulean sword leaning against the wall. I can't believe she actually just left it here. Maybe she thought I wouldn't be in any shape to move around, let alone swing around a sword. Sung Sin hobbled over, and as he picked up the weapon, he saw that the piles of silk were actually expensive-looking dresses and gowns. Unable to contain his curiosity, he undid the latches of one of the rosewood boxes and threw its lid back. It was filled with jewelry of all kinds. Probably the tools of her trade back in Orchid Bay City, Sung Sin realized. And down the road, maybe 20 or 30 years later, she can go back there and start things up all over again, unless somebody puts her down for good. The cerulean sword cut readily through the plaster, and soon enough the hell pig was lying on the floor of the earthen chamber, twitching amid the shattered remains of its bindings. "Now it's my turn to tell you to get up, hell pig," Sung Sin said, sheathing the cerulean sword and tucking it back into his belt. He bent down, seized one of the fiend's massive forelimbs, and tried to heave it to its feet. The hell pig shrugged off Sung Sin's grasp and stood shakily. Its bulk took up nearly a third of the chamber. "You gonna be all right?" he asked the fiend. "You said the bitter Aloris didn't sting you after the first time, right? I can already feel her venom or poison or whatever wearing off, so it should be long gone from your body by now." "Her eggs grow within my flesh, feeding on my mo-chi and life force as they do," the hell pig said. "I doubt I can muster even a quarter of my full strength." "Damn it," Sung Sin sighed. "All right, just do what you can then. When we get out and clear from the bitter Aloris, we can settle things between us." "Between us?" The hell pig cocked its massive head. "What's there to settle?" "I made you a laughingstock, didn't I?" Sung Sin asked. "Don't you want a rematch or some chance to regain your honor or some similar nonsense along those lines?" "You won your victory cleanly and fairly. I bear you no grudge, Sung Sin." "Oh, all right then." Sung Sin shrugged, not wanting to contest the point. "Let's get going. Do you know the way out?" "No, I don't." The hell pig shuffled to another corner of the chamber, bumping Sung Sin awkwardly in the process, and grunted at what could only be described as an earthen corridor leading to another chamber. "That's where the bitter Aloris always enters from. I'm not aware of any other exit. Guessing from what I've heard her say, her abode is a network of adjoining underground chambers. Most of them used to hold the worm spawn she's captured for her spawn." "But this is where she stays, right?" Sung Sin asked. "Her personal room? Why did she keep you here?" The hell pig bowed its head. "When she was in a mood to, she entertained herself with me," the fiend said in a small voice. "Damn it." Sung Sin shook his head in disgust and, strangely enough, pity for the hell pig. It was an emotion he never thought he would feel for a fiend. "I'm sorry, man." "What are you sorry for? You didn't do anything to me." "No, I didn't." Sung Sin nodded. He conjured short scale blades that protruded from the top of his forearms. They would be much less unwieldy for tunnel fighting than the two-handed scale sword he usually favored. "And I'm not particularly keen on having the same things done to me. Come on, let's get going." "Ba Shun," the hell pig blurted suddenly as Sung Sin began walking to the tunnel. "What?" Sung Sin asked, looking over his shoulder. "That's my name," the fiend said. "It was once Ba Huan, but my master renamed me Ba Shun, hoping that I would find a way to curb my violent temper and bloodlust. I miss him. I wonder how he's doing. I haven't spoken to him in 20 years. His master renamed him from 8 calamities to 8 mercies? That doesn't sound like something a fiend would do, Sung Sin thought. All right, Ba Shun. You already know my name. Good to meet you. Now let's get out of here. The fiend nodded, and together they began their foray through the bitter Aloris's lair. Chapter 51. Demi-Fiend. Ba Shun ran into a problem shortly after they entered the tunnel. He was simply too big for it. The hell pig grunted as he scraped the top of his head against the tunnel's ceiling and bent his legs, lowering his body closer to the floor. Sung Sin shook his head at the sight. What? The fiend demanded. If we get attacked, you'll be worse than useless, Sung Sin said. How did the bitter Aloris bring you down here in the first place?
I don't know, I was unconscious from her sting like you were. Maybe she has some infernal art that allows her to shape and tunnel through dirt at will. I wouldn't be surprised if she did.
All right, looks like I'll have to handle the fighting then, if there's any to be found here. You stay back and, stay back, I guess.
I am Ba Shun the Hell Pig, a warrior renowned throughout every realm.
Ba Shun huffed, air gusting from his nostrils powerfully enough to push Sung Sin's hair from his face.
I do not stay back in the face of battle.
You know, I've been meaning to ask about that, actually. Your name is Ba Shun, but you introduced yourself to everyone outside Tortoise Wind City as the Hell Pig. What's going on with that? Is Hell Pig your title?
Fiends have 3 names: the personal, the infernal, and the true,
Ba Shun explained.
My personal name is Ba Shun, given to those I deem worthy of my regard. My infernal name is the Hell Pig, the summation of my powers and abilities. I won't tell you my true name, since anyone who knows it holds ultimate power over me.
Wow, that's complicated, Sung Sin said. I only have one name.
Most mortals, fragile and short-lived creatures that they are, do.
The Hell Pig nodded, only to bump his head against the ceiling again and utter a short stream of obscenities. He tried to rub his crown with a trotter, but the tunnel was too low and narrow for him to do so. The fiend grunted in frustration and heaved his shoulders in a gesture that Sung Sin recognized as a shrug.
But you're not exactly immortal now, Sung Sin. Perhaps you will accrue more names as the years and then centuries unfold.
Be that as it may, if this tunnel gets any narrower, you're going to get stuck, Sung Sin said, frowning worriedly. He retracted the scale blade on his right forearm and drew the cerulean sword.
What are you going to do with that?
Ba Shun demanded, glaring at the enchanted blade suspiciously. You saw how easily it chopped through that weird stuff holding you against the wall, right? Sung Sin turned away from the Hell Pig, back to the far end of the tunnel, and hefted the cerulean sword. I'm thinking we might have to cut this tunnel wider.
Are you stupid?
Ba Shun barked.
The Bitterolorus's lair is literally several underground holes connected by dirt tunnels. There's nothing reinforcing all this dirt. And who knows how deep we are beneath the surface of the earth? Start hacking and chopping at the walls and ceilings and it might all just come crashing down on us.
True, but if you really get stuck and you squeeze through by force, the same thing might happen. Or we get attacked and because you can't fight and we get overwhelmed, we also die. Ba Shun cursed under his breath.
Ugh. I didn't want to do this, but I guess I have no choice.
The Hell Pig closed his eyes and uttered a few unintelligible words. Black smoke began to stream from his bulk, filling the tunnel within the span of a few heartbeats. But the smoke didn't last long, shrinking into meager wisps almost as quickly as it had appeared, and leaving a tall, bulky humanoid standing where the Hell Pig had been.
There, this is my deception aspect.
Ba Shun's voice rumbled from between the humanoid's thick lips. His new body had a low, sloping brow and a lower jaw that protruded prominently enough for his single unbroken lower canine to extend over his upper lip. A bristly beard covered his square jaw, and his ears were larger than a grown man's palm. An axe handle of an oft-broken nose dominated the center of his face. Ba Shun whispered a few more words and snapped his fingers. A rough tunic and a pair of trousers appeared over his heavily muscled form. Deception aspect. I see. Fiends can change their appearance to move undetected among humans. That's how the Bitterolorus managed to ply her trade for so long. Sung Sin looked up at the Hell Pig, who still stood nearly a head taller than him. His heart skipped a beat as he wondered if he could use a deception aspect as well. If he could pull it off, then maybe he didn't need to seek out the Ogre Berserker after all. He could turn around and head back to Gilded Scale City, catch a caravan north from there, and then...
That's right. Each fiend's deception aspect is unique to him or her, though. This is as far as I can change my appearance.
Ba Shun thumped a massive fist across his broad chest.
But I don't like it. I am a renowned warrior, like I said. I win my spoils in open battle.
Said spoils being human flesh, Sung Sin pointed out.
Yes, but I devour only those mortals who challenge or attack me, or those who've managed to particularly irk me.
Those fancily dressed folk outside Tortoise Wind City must have really annoyed you then, because you killed and ate them in plain sight of the city wall's watchmen. And then you killed and ate several of my battle brothers, too.
I did.
Ba Shun folded his arms across his chest.
I am a fiend.
I know, and I'm not likely to forget. But you can fight in that form, right?
Not nearly as well as I can in my infernal aspect. And remember, I'm nowhere near my full strength, nor can I use any of my infernal arts meant for battle.
So that means I'll be doing most of the fighting while you stand back, Sung Sin said, arching his brow.
A pox upon you, Sung Sin!
Ba Shun cried. He jabbed a stubby finger down the tunnel.
Onward! Let us be free from this foul place.
Hold on. Sung Sin extended the scale blade on his left forearm until it fell free from his flesh. He caught it by the handle he'd shaped and tossed it to Ba Shun. Here. Short and sturdy blades are the best for tunnel fighting.
Ah, just like tusks are,
Ba Shun agreed. He hefted the scale blade in his right fist and nodded. The two emerged from the tunnel leading from the Bitter Aloris's personal dwelling and found themselves in another earthen chamber, this one considerably smaller in size. It was also noticeably darker, with only a few radiant crystals sparsely scattered across its ceiling. But it was the worm spawn bound to the chamber's walls that drew Sung Sin's attention. There were a dozen of them here, all of them ensconced within the same plaster-like substance that had held Ba Shun captive. The lesser fiends moaned weakly as Sung Sin and Ba Shun approached. Some of them tried to reach out to Sung Sin, their hunger for human flesh unabated even in their delirious and doomed state.
They carry the Bitter Aloris's eggs within them too,
Ba Shun said grimly. The Hell Pig raised the scale blade.
If we kill them now, the sting spawn die unhatched.
All right. Sung Sin walked over to a worm spawn and stabbed it through the eye. The fiend convulsed as his scale blade slid into and scrambled whatever passed for its brain. He looked over his shoulder and saw Ba Shun dispatching another captive worm spawn by slitting its throat. Moving through the chamber, they put all the lesser fiends out of their misery, and Sung Sin took a moment to absorb their mo-chi with his divine core. It was faster than using his devourer spike on them one by one, and Wormspawn didn't have any infernal arts he could learn anyway.
If the sting spawns start to hatch from my flesh, kill me if I lack the strength to do it myself,
Ba Shun requested as they left the chamber and entered another tunnel. The Hell Pig glanced at the cerulean sword tucked in Sung Sin's belt.
That should get the job done quickly enough.
I understand. Sung Sin patted the hilt of Young Tu's blade. You said your master might be able to help you? Where is he now?
I don't know.
The Hell Pig shook his head.
Like I said, I haven't spoken to him in 20 years, and he has no fixed abode, preferring to wander at will. He could be anywhere in the world.
Damn it. How long do you think you have, then?
I'm focusing most of my mo-chi inward to suppress the emergence of the Bitter Aloris's spawn. But my strength will fail sooner or later. I think I have about 2 days, maybe 3 before that happens.
What if we kill the bitch? Sung Sin suggested. Would that do anything? Or maybe not, since there are still so many worm spawn running around even after I killed the ebon worm.
You killed?
Ba Shun's eyes widened in amazement.
You killed the progenitor of these worm spawn, this ebon worm? Judging by their number and latent mo-chi, the ebon worm must have been an archfiend of immense power, and you killed him?
Sung Sin still had trouble wrapping his mind around the notion of the ebon worm, as a he instead of an it. But it made sense that fiends would attribute others of their kind actual personhood, while denying the same to humans whom they perceived as prey. It's a long story, Sung Sin said, shrugging.
I bet it has something to do with whatever you are.
Ba Shun made a sweeping gesture that encompassed Sung Sin's bizarre, misshapen flesh. It does. A Yao named Sing Ting called me a demi-fiend, since I look like a fiend, but everyone else keeps insisting that I'm still human. I don't know how useful that term is, but it's something at least.
Well, your soul is human, and so is enough of your flesh to make you palatable to fiends.
Ba Shun grinned toothily. Try anything funny, asshole, and I'll break your other tusk and jam it right up your nose, Sung Sin said, chuckling. But back to the point. Killing the bitter Aloris. Would her death help you at all or not? I was guessing it wouldn't.
The worm spawn you see have already been around for a while, but newborn spawn still share a strong mental connection with their creator,
Ba Shun mused, pausing in his stride and rubbing his chin thoughtfully.
If the bitter Aloris suffers a lot of pain while her newborn sting spawn are nearby, some of that pain might leak out to them and possibly kill them. And these sting spawn eggs are even more fragile and more closely connected to her.
How do you know that? Sung Sin peered closely at the hell pig and focused his mind's eye on the fiend's mo-chi. It unveiled itself to his perceptions readily, alongside a dozen other much smaller clusters of infernal energy, which likely marked the presence of the unhatched sting spawn inside Ba Shun's flesh. But Sung Sin couldn't sense anything else beyond the mo-chi and their respective owners.
Ah, I forget that you've been mortal up until recently. Can you perceive karmic ties? Almost all fiends can, Ba Shun said. We share an extremely strong one, which is why I wasn't too surprised at seeing you again.
I can, I think. Sung Sin turned his mind's eye back inward and angled it upon the thick stream of red mist connecting his soul to what could only be Ba Shun's. For better or worse, he and the hell pig were stuck on the same boat. And despite a lifetime of fighting fiends, Sung Sin would much rather have Ba Shun as an ally than as a foe. He wondered if the karmic tie would unravel if they both survived the bitter Aloris and went their separate ways.
If you try, you can sense a similar connection between all spawn and their creator, Ba Shun continued. Such ties only break when a spawn attains actual fiendhood and becomes able to think for himself or herself.
Sung Sin nodded and looked at the sting spawn eggs in the hell pig again with his mind's eye. This time he knew what he was looking for, and sure enough he detected faint tendrils of black light streaming from the eggs to a distant location. That's where the bitter Aloris is right now, he realized. She's still quite far away. Great. Here's another idea then, Sung Sin said. Instead of searching blindly for your master until you die, let's kill the bitch. That'll hurt the sting spawn eggs.
It will, Ba Shun confirmed. Badly enough to kill them outright or inflict enough damage on them for me to purge them from my flesh with my mo-chi. But what are our odds of victory? She defeated us both, did she not?
It's that dust from her wings. When I first ran into her, I felt so lightheaded I could barely concentrate. I used a divine art on her, but I only just managed to pull it off. I bet if I could get rid of that dust, I'd stand a better chance.
If you tightly focus your mo-chi around your cerebral channels, you could push back the effects of her alluring miasma for a short period of time, Ba Shun suggested.
It took a moment for Sung Sin to delve through what he'd learned from Young Tu's memories and recall where the cerebral channels were in his body. Then he did as the hell pig instructed, pulling mo-chi from his infernal core and shaping it into a protective sphere around the region a quarter handspan behind and between his eyes.
Well done,
the hell pig said, surprise evident on his brutish features.
You're remarkably adept at manipulating your mo-chi. I've been doing this for more than 80 years, but I still can't move mo-chi around my channels and meridians like that. It's not my forte at all, which is why I've only ever been able to use a single actual infernal art.
Why are you telling me this? Sung Sin asked, shaking his head. You just revealed one of your weaknesses to me, you know? What if we end up as enemies later?
Then our bout will be a fair one.
Ba Shun grinned again.
After all, I am much more experienced and adept at you in battle. What you just found out might even the odds. But then again, you're no fool. Assuming you survived the first few times I use my crushing hammer infernal art and then notice me using it over and over again, you'll quickly realize I don't really have anything else up my sleeve. So there you go. No harm done at the end of the day.
If you say so. Sung Sin chuckled and began moving through the tunnel again, with Ba Shun following a few paces behind. The next chamber contained more comatose worm spawn, which the demi-fiend and fiend swiftly dispatched. As the last worm spawn perished, however, Ba Shun tapped Sung Sin on the shoulder. "You noticed that?" the hell pig asked. Sung Sin nodded. "Yeah, those karmic connections leading to the bitter Aloris are getting thicker. I guess that means she's on her way back. Maybe she somehow sensed that we've been killing her spawn. Let's keep moving." Sung Sin and Ba Shun pressed on, pushing through one earthen chamber after another, and slaying every worm spawn they found. The bitter Aloris's lair was strewn with detritus and piles of undoubtedly human remains. Sung Sin didn't doubt that the lair would stink of carrion if not for the musky, unnatural scent that suffused its depths. The next chamber they entered contained not worm spawn, but a trio of dazed creatures with humanoid torsos and insectal bellies. Translucent wings, still slick with some viscous amniotic fluid, were folded in along the back of their bulbous abdomens. They weren't much taller than Sung Sin, and each of them had a decaying human limb in their hands. As he watched, the foremost of the sting spawn bit into a severed calf and tore off a strip of rotten meat with its teeth. Sung Sin didn't need to see more. He charged the lesser fiend and rammed his scale blade up through the underside of its jaw, punching the ebon tip of his weapon through the sting spawn's palate with enough force to pulverize the contents of its skull. The creature's siblings, drowsy from their recent hatching and meal, were slow to react. Sung Sin tore his scale blade free and drove it through the temple of another sting spawn. Its compound eyes popped free from their sockets as the blade cleaved into its skull. Ba Shun seized the last sting spawn by the jaw and slammed its head repeatedly into the chamber's wall of packed dirt as it clawed and scrabbled at its arms. By the time the hell pig was done, the lesser fiend's skull was little more than a grayish, oily ruination of pale meat and bone shards. The hell pig nodded grimly at the twisted and ruptured strips of violet flesh still hanging from the walls. They were all that remained of the worm spawn that had been carrying the bitter Aloris's eggs. "Looks like we get to see what exactly happens to the hosts when the eggs hatch," Ba Shun said. "Let's hope you don't get to see it happen to you," Sung Sin told him. He felt the same sensation again, that curious feeling of dipping one's toe in an unseen puddle of cold oil, and turned toward the tunnel entrance leading from the chamber they were in. Immensely powerful mo-chi emanated from that direction. "We're too late," Ba Shun declared. "She's back." Chapter 52. Infernal Art. The bitter Aloris burst into the chamber, seething with rage. Her gaze fell upon Sung Sin first.
"How did you recover from my sting so quickly?"
the fiend demanded.
"You should have remained paralyzed for at least another 5 days."
So that's why I wasn't bound to the wall like Ba Shun or the worm spawn, Sung Sin thought. He didn't know why he'd proven so resistant to the bitter Aloris's paralyzing toxin either. Perhaps it was because the fiend needed to paralyze her own kind more than she did humans, so that she could put her eggs in the former, and since Sung Sin wasn't a true fiend, her toxin was much less effective on him. Or maybe the Xian Qi coursing through his outer channels and welling within his central meridians was responsible. The bitter Aloris had fled Orchid Bay City upon being discovered by Ascendants, which meant that the presence of Xian Qi might be a natural counter to her infernal arts. Whatever the case, I don't have time to think about that now. Sung Sin clenched his jaw and wove the sphere of mochi around his cerebral channels, as Ba Shun had taught him. The urge to answer her question faded immediately. The bitter Aloris walked towards Sung Sin, her wings beating slowly but not holding her airborne. She wouldn't be able to do much flying anyway within the confines of her lair. Her eyes next flickered to Ba Shun, and a cruel smile appeared across her lips.
"I see my curious little creature has freed you, hell pig,"
she said.
"What's the matter? Don't you want to await the fruition of our love together?"
Ba Shun grimaced and raised to readiness the scale blade Sung Sin had given him. It seemed a paltry weapon against a foe as mighty and imposing as the bitter Aloris, but there were few tools better for tunnel fighting than a sharp blade no longer than one's forearm. Sung Sin had put his two-handed steel sword aside in favor of a short sword and punch dagger he'd used when he'd hunted deep spawn within the Springwind mines. And he'd reaped a fine tally of the fiends back then. Now, with any luck, he and Ba Shan would be able to corner, overpower, and butcher the bitter Aloris somewhere she could not fly. No further words were necessary. Sung Sin pulsed Xian Qi through his outer channels, heightening his strength, swiftness, and resilience. He then pushed more of it through the main aperture in his palm and brought to life a sapphire imbuement upon his scale blade, wreathing its edge in flickering blue light. Sung Sin charged the fiend. She kept the cruel smile on her lips as she called her crimson sword and spear to her hands. As before, a tendril of black light snaked out from the tip of her stinger and wrapped across the butt of her spear, and she jabbed out with her longer weapon as Sung Sin came into range. But he had no intention of being stuck by the venomous weapon again. Twin sapphire swords swirled into existence above his shoulders and lanced toward the tip of the bitter Aloris' spear. The flying blades shattered as they struck the fiend's weapon, filling the air with a discordant screech. But the impact was enough to rattle the spear's point off-center, so that it no longer pointed at Sung Sin's chest, just long enough for him to dash past its reach. He hacked out with his scale blade, angling its edge for the bitter Aloris' left thumb, which she'd wrapped around the shaft of her spear. His shorter weapon struck its mark, and thanks to the sapphire imbuement honing its edge, it sliced deeply into the fiend's hand and nearly cut her thumb off. The bitter Aloris cried out in pain, her spear falling free from her grasp as she reeled and staggered back. But the fiend recovered swiftly and arced her sword down toward his shoulder in a stroke that would cleave him diagonally open from collar to hip. Sung Sin managed to place 2 sapphire blades in the path of the bitter Aloris' descending sword. The blue blades shattered as well beneath the might of the fiend's blow. But they managed to impede and slow its descent just long enough for Sung Sin to throw himself away from its arc and into a diving roll toward the fiend's underbelly. He hit the dirt and let his momentum roll him over his shoulders and onto his back. The maneuver left him looking straight up at the bitter Aloris' belly, the furred underside of which was well within striking distance. Sung Sin angled his scale blade upward and thrust out, hoping to sink its ebon length into the bitter Aloris' bulbous abdomen. From there he would twist his wrist and tangle his blade in her underbelly so that even if she leapt promptly upward or away, she would leave behind a chunk of flesh and some viscera. Unfortunately, the fiend was too canny and cautious a combatant. Obviously sensing the futility of her sword stroke after its interception by the sapphire blades, she drew her weapon swiftly back, cutting short its arc, and leapt high swiftly enough to avoid the bite of Sung Sin's thrust at her belly. Her wings snapped out and buzzed as they held her aloft, barely 3 handspans from the tip of Sung Sin's scale blade. She spat an obscenity and bucked her stinger downward, driving its point toward his torso. His eyes widened in horror, and he retracted his scale blade, bringing its flat into the path of the fiend's descending stinger. But he doubted that his desperate block would succeed. Ba Shan's brutish bulk flashed overhead then, and he slammed into the bitter Aloris from the front, wrapping one hand around her neck even as he stabbed repeatedly at her face and chest with his scale blade. The path of the bitter Aloris' stinger went awry, burying itself into the ground right beside Sung Sin's face instead of into his chest or throat. He snarled and brought his scale blade around in a short, awkward cut that plunged into the bottom of the fiend's underbelly, perhaps 1/10 of a handspan just above where her flesh met her stinger. The bitter Aloris cried out and flew higher into the air. During this time, Ba Shan managed to score several shallow wounds across her pale flesh, drawing grunts of pained annoyance from between her lips. She punched him repeatedly in the face and chest with her torn left fist, her every blow accompanied by the crisp snap of breaking bone. But the hell pig refused to relinquish his grasp. Instead, he fought on, jabbing and stabbing frantically with his scale blade and managing to inflict a cut just above the bitter Aloris' left brow, one deep enough for Iker to flow down and blind the eye beneath. Sung Sin scrambled to his feet and threw out another pair of sapphire blades. One struck the hilt of the Bitter Aloris's sword, jarring it off course so that its edge shaved a sliver of flesh off Ba Shun's shoulder instead of severing his head. The hell pig grunted in pain and effort. Iker gushed from his nose and mouth, the sign of multiple internal injuries. But he reversed his grip on his scale blade and punched it deep into the Bitter Aloris's side. A shriek of agony tore from her lips. She dropped her sword, raised both her hands above her head, and hammered them down on Ba Shun's left arm. The hell pig's limb snapped crisply beneath the impact, and he lost his grip on her neck. Another two-fisted hammer blow smashed him into the ground directly beneath the Bitter Aloris. Sung Sin hurled a sapphire sword at her underbelly. He would have conjured a pair of the glowing blades, but his Xian Qi reserves were nearly depleted. The Bitter Aloris ascended higher, barely avoiding the sapphire sword. But just as she was about to hit the ceiling, as Sung Sin hoped she would, she gestured with her right hand and uttered a few unintelligible words. Black light danced across her fingertips, and the ceiling became taller, extending in height just quickly enough to accommodate the Bitter Aloris's flight. So she does have some earth-shaping infernal art. Sung Sin growled in frustration. He reabsorbed his scale blade and produced a full-sized scale sword. Given the suddenly increased dimension of the chamber, he would be able to use the two-handed blade to its full effectiveness. He absently considered drawing the cerulean sword instead, but it was an unfamiliar weapon, a blade of a length he hadn't trained much with, and he didn't fancy his chances using it against so potent and skilled a foe as the Bitter Aloris. The fiend tore the scale blade from her side and hurled it away. Her crimson sword and spear flew into her grasp. She was breathing hard, and the cruel grin on her face had been replaced by an anguished snarl. To Sung Sin's surprise, Ba Shun managed to crawl to his feet. The hell pig was resilient, if nothing else. His left arm hung limply from his shoulder, and it seemed as if half of the bones in his face had been broken, leaving him unable to open his right eye.
"Damned bitch!"
the hell pig cursed, demonstrating that his jaw and his single oversized canine had remained intact.
"Come down here and fight like a man!"
I will keep you alive as I feed your flesh to my spawn, swine,
the Bitter Aloris promised. She glared at Sung Sin next.
And you, I will violate and defile you in the most unimaginable of ways.
That doesn't make sense, Sung Sin shot back. How can you do anything you can't even imagine?
What?
The Bitter Aloris snapped.
That was a figure of speech, you dimwit. You can't possibly be an imbecile, can you? That makes you a much less viable source of seed from which my spawn can—
Jump at her and ditch your deception aspect! Sung Sin hissed at Ba Shun as the Bitter Aloris ranted on. Thankfully, the hell pig caught on immediately. With a roar of effort, he hurled himself straight into the air, angling his canine at the Bitter Aloris's underbelly. The flying fiend was more than swift enough to react. She flew a bit higher, heightening the chamber ceiling above her as she did so, and held her spear out, angling its point at Ba Shun's face. Sung Sin knocked the spear off center again with the last sapphire blade he could conjure, drawing a hiss of irritation from the Bitter Aloris. She flew higher, bringing herself just beyond the zenith of Ba Shun's leap, and grinned cruelly as the hell pig's momentum played itself out, leaving him hanging momentarily in the air. Not knowing what else to do, Sung Sin took his scale sword in both hands and brought it around and over into an overhead throw that sent the blade spinning end over end toward the Bitter Aloris. She smashed his sword aside with her own before redressing her blade in readiness for a stroke at Ba Shun's neck. The hell pig abandoned his deception aspect, resuming his true form. His massive porcine bulk exploded into existence, driving his face and his tusk toward the Bitter Aloris too swiftly for her to extend the chamber ceiling and fly beyond reach. She shrieked in abject agony as the hell pig's tusk pierced her underbelly and his bulk slammed her against the earthen ceiling. Ba Shun jerked his body violently, pulling the bitter Aloris downward so that she was now beneath him as they fell. The flying fiend jabbed her weapons frantically into the hell pig's shoulder and back. But she was too close and too entwined with him for her blows to inflict much more than flesh wounds. The two fiends landed with a resounding crash and a wet popping sound. A cloud of dust arose from the thunderous impact, and when it cleared, Sung Sin saw Ba Shun lying unconscious on the bitter Aloris, his tusk covered in ichor and draped in viscera. The bitter Aloris was still alive, but her underbelly had been entirely crushed and ruptured beneath the hell pig's bulk. She moaned weakly as Sung Sin approached, picking up his scale sword along the way.
"Oh, why, little creature?"
she asked.
"We could have enjoyed so much pleasure together, explored every depravity."
No, I'm not interested. Sung Sin resisted the urge to gag. You're not my type. I like women who don't eat people, or lay eggs in them. The bitter Aloris opened her mouth to speak again, only to have Sung Sin hack his blade down into her neck. It took him several more chops before the fiend's head came free from her shoulders, and when it did, he kicked it in the mouth and sent it spinning down the tunnel he'd come from, trailing broken teeth in its wake. Was that necessary?" Ba Shun asked, groaning in pain. The hell pig had regained consciousness and was trying, with little success, to stand on his 3 intact trotters. "Yes," Sung Sin said. "She's got to be dead after that, right? How you feeling?" The flesh between the hell pig's shoulders seemed to writhe and roil beneath his hairy skin. But the grotesque movement subsided after a while. He nodded. "The sting spawn eggs in my flesh are dead. Killed by the backwash of their creator's death agonies," Ba Shun said. "Given time, I should be able to purge them from my flesh." "Good to hear." Sung Sin reabsorbed his scale sword and raised his right hand. He called out the crimson-black spike from the heel of his palm. "Give me a moment, I want to try something." Ba Shun jumped in horror and staggered away from the bitter Aloris's decapitated corpse, as Sung Sin bent over it and drove the devourer spike into her heart. What's that?" the hell pig demanded. "What in the name of the infernal lords are you doing?" "Seeing what I can get from her," Sung Sin said. "Maybe I should have done this while she was still alive, but I didn't want to risk sting spawn bursting from your body and making my day a lot worse than it already is." You're consuming her infernal core!" Ba Shun cried, a note of hysteria and disgust entering his voice. "You're devouring her!" "Well, sort of." Sung Sin grunted as he felt the bitter Aloris's mo-chi flow into his soul through the devourer spike, alongside a disjointed stream of thoughts and memories. "I'm gonna take her mo-chi and maybe learn some of her infernal arts, but from what I've been told, I don't touch her soul, so it's free to go wherever it must." "I see." Ba Shun settled into an anxious crouch several paces away, pressing his massive back against the walls at the far side of the chamber. He raised his broken trotter and winced. You, gonna be done anytime soon?" "Yeah, almost done," Sung Sin said, sifting through the vague fragments that once made up the bitter Aloris's consciousness. He thought he gathered up some thoughts that may have once been the channeling pathways for the fiend's infernal arts, but they were too disjointed for him to salvage any of them. Not her alluring miasma, her crimson weapon conjurations, her paralyzing sting, or her ability to shape earth. Sung Sin cursed under his breath at not having the presence of mind to use the devourer on her first before he chopped off her head. Shrugging, he took the 2 largest thought fragments he'd pulled from the bitter Aloris and jammed them together so that they formed a semi-coherent mo-chi channeling pathway that was well within his abilities. He then extracted the devourer spike from her corpse, walked over to where the scale blade Ba Shun had stabbed her with lay, picked it up, and pulsed mo-chi through it. A crimson, resin-like substance oozed from its edge, and Sung Sin knew that it would numb the nerves of any foe he cut, eventually resulting in his or her complete paralysis. "The bitter bite," he decided, speaking out loud. That's what I'll call it.
Good job,
The Hell Pig congratulated him.
you created an infernal art. Is it your first?
I suppose so. Sung Sin reabsorbed the scale blade. I was thinking that it would be conjuring these scale weapons, but I learned how to do that from the ebon worm, so I didn't exactly create a brand new infernal art. Even if I did improvise on that quite a bit. So yes, the bitter bite is my first infernal art.
Excellent.
The Hell Pig shifted on his rump, the agony of his wound evident on his porcine face.
A fiend can eat another fiend and obtain the latter's infernal arts, but few of us do that. Do you know why?
No, why? Sung Sin asked, genuinely curious.
Because when that happens, the devoured fiend starts vying for supremacy within his or her devourer's body. Whoever wins the struggle gains control over their body, but at great cost to his or her sanity. If a fiend eats 3, 4, or even 5 other fiends, then
it'll be a huge bloody mess inside that fiend's head, Sung Sin finished. Don't worry, I don't think that's going to happen to me.
No, I don't think so either.
Ba Shun's gaze flickered to the devourer spike jutting from Sung Sin's palm.
That was an infernal art you used on the bitter Aloris's body just now. It's nothing like I've ever seen before, but it's definitely an infernal art. And not you eating her flesh. I doubt you'll be hearing her voice inside your head anytime soon.
Well, that's good to know. Sung Sin retracted the devourer spike and nodded at Ba Shun's broken trotter. Walking on 3 legs through this place is going to be tough. You better go back to your deception aspect. At least you'll only need to walk on 2 legs like that.
Oh, good idea,
the Hell Pig agreed. Black smoke shrouded his bulk, and when it dispersed, he was once again a bulky man with strangely porcine, but badly battered, features. He groaned as he began to stand up. Man's tough. I gotta give him that, Sung Sin thought, walking over, clasping Ba Shun by his right arm, and hauling him to his feet.
There you go.
You're fine. Only a broken arm, probably a few broken ribs on both sides, a fractured collarbone from what I can see, and yeah, your right cheekbone and brow are broken too, but you'll be fine, I think.
I've had worse,
Ba Shun said, swaying on his feet. I'm sure you have. Sung Sin walked past him and into the tunnel from which the bitter Aloris had emerged. Let's get out of here. We can't be too far off by now. Sure enough, the two trudged on through the lair for little more than 10 minutes before Ba Shun caught a whiff of fresh air. The Hell Pig chose a tunnel and hobbled down it before arriving at a steep slope of packed dirt awash in sunlight. He scrambled up it despite his injured left arm, while Sung Sin had to climb the slope painstakingly with his scale blades. But they'd escaped the bitter Aloris's lair. Sung Sin pulled himself over the lip of the pit he'd climbed out from, and lay on the cool grass he found before him. He had to be on the grassy plain he'd seen shortly after emerging from the marsh. I guess all that upturned dirt I saw on the plain came from the lair, he thought as he sucked in lungfuls of cool, clean, and fresh. But the air wasn't clean or fresh. Sung Sin got to his feet and grimaced at the tremendous pile of human corpses heaped just outside the entrance to the bitter Aloris's lair. Men, women, and children. They were at least a week old, and a carrion stink emanated from them, unmasked by the fiend's musky scent.
Looks like this was the business she told me she had to attend to, Ba Shun said grimly. Newborn spawn need to eat a lot, after all.
Yeah, you're probably right. Sung Sin shook his head. Where did all these people come from? The closest human settlement is Willow Village, and that's many days of walking from here. And after what happened with the ebon worm, the region has got to be crawling with ascendants by now. I don't think she raided Willow Village.
No, I don't think she did.
Ba Shun tugged a corpse free from the pile. It wore a dock laborer's uniform that sported the character Chung.
This fellow didn't come from anywhere near 100 leagues of here. He worked for the Blue Reed Shipping Company, based in Olive Spur City. 20 years ago, my master and I sought passage on one of their passenger boats. I remember that detail vividly, since shortly after that journey we bade each other farewell and went our separate ways.
Olive Spur City? Sung Sin scratched the back of his head. But that's halfway across the Tsingcho Empire, at least 2,000, no, maybe 3,000 leagues from here. How? She couldn't have been gone for more than a few days at most, right? You don't think she could have gone all the way there and back during that time, do you?
If she were capable of such a powerful infernal art, we wouldn't be standing here talking now, Ba Shun said. I'd be dead, and she'd be having her way with you.
So where did she get all these corpses? Sung Sin asked. Did someone give them to her, or did she pick them up from somewhere nearby?
I don't know,
Ba Shun shrugged. The hell pig was salivating, and his gaze was locked on the charnel pile. Sung Sin frowned.
I can sense you glaring at me, Sung Sin.
Ba Shun rolled his eyes.
I know what you're thinking. Don't worry, I only eat mortals I defeat in battle, remember? And those who really, really piss me off. These poor bastards don't belong to either category. And I'm not about to condemn them all to the abyssal vortex if they haven't already been doomed by whoever killed them.
Good. Looks like I won't have to kill you then.
More like you won't have to give me an excuse to eat you,
the hell pig shot back. He turned away from the pile of corpses and jabbed his finger in their direction.
Still, we can't just leave them here to rot out in the open air. It's bad karma. I'd start digging a grave, but I'm going to need to catch my breath and heal up a bit first, I think. Feel free to give me a hand.
I don't think we'll need to do any digging, Sung Sin said, nodding at the entrance to the Bitter Aluris's lair. He called a scale blade into his grasp. I'm just going to make absolutely sure there's nothing down there that I'll be accidentally delivering a meal to first. Chapter 53. The Iron Rose.
I've heard of terrible things happening far to the south,
Ba Shun said, as Sung Sin gave the mound of earth marking the mass grave one final pat and stood up. Sung Sin turned to the hell pig. Despite his injuries and Sung Sin telling him to just sit aside and rest, Ba Shun had helped however he could, hauling one corpse after another to the entrance of the lair and dumping it in. What is it? Sung Sin asked. He nodded to the mass grave. Something to do with this?
No, not really.
Ba Shun sighed. He was sitting on his haunches, his broken arm set and splinted with a mangrove tree branch. Sung Sin could do nothing for the hell pig's broken ribs and face.
Understand this, Sung Sin. Before I met my master, I too thought of humanity as nothing more than prey. He was the only one who opened my eyes and showed me otherwise.
Who exactly is your master? He doesn't sound like a fiend to me. Sung Sin sat down a few paces away from him. He was tired and hungry, having eaten little more than a marsh bird and a few frogs over the last few days.
He is known as Reverend Luan Feng, the Mad Monk, Ba Shun said.
He's an ascendant, then? I know there are some ascent sects that are actually monastic orders dedicated to the worship of the goddess of mercy instead of the unmoving Lord.
No, he's an archfiend of tremendous power who has mastered the infernal art called ambient transference,
Ba Shun explained.
It allows him to absorb the life force of humans without eating their flesh or even causing them much long-lasting harm.
What? But wait, if every fiend could learn this infernal art, then... Sung Sin began.
Fiends wouldn't kill and eat humans anymore?
Ba Shun arched a bushy brow. No, you're right. Sung Sin chuckled darkly. Humans don't have to kill each other, but they do so all the time, and for much more inane reasons than going hungry.
Hungry?
Ba Shun shook his head.
If you don't mind me saying, Sung Sin, you seem to be rather ignorant of how fiends work. Even a spawn's infernal core allows it to sustain itself indefinitely by absorbing the natural energy of the world flowing through the world. They don't ever have to eat to survive, only to get more power.
So you don't eat? Sung Sin looked at the hell pig's prominent paunch in disbelief.
I do. Almond tarts, candied dates, and wheat cakes are my favorite.
Ba Shun laughed.
I love honeyed wine, though I haven't had any in more than a year. But no, I don't have to eat to survive.
You just need to eat to strengthen your infernal core and advance to the next cultivation stage, Sung Sin reasoned. He patted his own stomach. It had flattened nearly to the point of emaciation. But it seems I do, though.
I think it's because Mo-Chi can't sustain your human flesh, the Hell Pig said. But I've heard of Ascendants who don't need to eat or drink anymore, so maybe Xian-Chi can, which you have for some reason, which means you also have a divine core. Maybe with a sufficiently developed divine core, you won't need to eat or drink either.
Roast lamb, some plum wine, mushroom dumplings. Sung Sin sighed. That would be really nice right now.
Deep-fried dough sticks dipped in honey. Mung bean paste cakes. Red bean buns.
Ba Shun added unhelpfully.
Oh, stop it, you're making me hungrier.
Sung Sin laughed. And what's up with all the food you just mentioned? It's all sweet stuff. Are you a 7-year-old kid?
I like sweets,
the Hell Pig shrugged.
But as I was saying, I don't quite view mortals the way I once did, thanks to my master. I still have to eat them if I want to progress to the next stage of cultivation, but as I said, I'm a lot more selective now.
Those merchants you gobbled up outside Tortoise Wind City. What did they do to irritate you so much? You literally tore them limb from limb. When my troop got there, we saw their guts trailing from your mouth.
They were capturing some floral yaos and selling them as playthings to a bunch of degenerates.
Ba Shun spat on the floor in disgust.
I rescued the yao, chased them down, and gave them what they deserved.
Yeah, you definitely did. Sung Sin grimaced at the notion of mistreating Yao. If the Yongbing troops that had ridden out to confront the Hell Pig that day had known of the merchants' doings, they would have been more than happy to leave them to their fate. As it was, they'd attacked Ba Shun, and more than 40 of them had lost their lives and their afterlives. You still have to eat humans, so that means you haven't learned your master's infernal art, then?
No, I haven't. He's taught me the pathways and the submeridians I need to channel my Mo-Chi into, but doing that will require an infernal core that's at least at the regal stage of cultivation. I've only just made it to the wandering stage this decade.
Ba Shun grunted in frustration as he adjusted his weight on his rump.
Maybe it's just because I don't eat as many mortals as I should.
I'm sure all those people you haven't eaten appreciate that, Sung Sin said. But you mentioned terrible things going on in the south. Farther south from here is all fiend territory. No humans live there.
Ah, they do. Plenty of them, in fact, but as livestock.
Ba Shun rubbed his jaw.
They're bred in pens and served up to fiends in the city of Razor Petals, where the archfiend known as the Iron Rose reigns. Or so I've heard anyway, from the bitter Aloris. She wanted to live in the city of Razor Petals, but apparently the Iron Rose only admits fiends who've transcended at least the noble stage of cultivation into her city.
Not a place I'd want to be, Sung Sin said. He got to his feet and stretched his calves. The sun was already low in the sky, but he had no qualms about traveling by night. He reached out his hand to the Hell Pig. We're both still alive, so that's good. I should get going, though, so I'll bid you farewell, Ba Shun. The Hell Pig clasped Sung Sin's hand, but used it to pull himself up instead. Ba Shun grinned.
I'm not staying here either, the Hell Pig said. Where are you headed?
Apparently I'm supposed to follow the Brightfish River for 10 leagues, then turn east into the Flint Shale Plains, Sung Sin said. And then I need to look for a hill with red grass.
That's where the Ogre Berserker lives,
Ba Shun cried out excitedly.
By the infernal lords, are you really going to visit him?
Yeah. Sung Sin swept his hand downward in a gesture that encompassed his scaly torso. Granny Brightfish told me that he could teach me his protean infernal art so that I can change my appearance.
Which will allow you to once again live among your kind.
Ba Shun hopped from foot to foot.
The Ogre Berserker, eh? He's a living legend, you know. I grew up hearing stories of his exploits. Apparently, he is the sole reason why Ascendants don't slaughter their way past the Flint Shale Plains, and why Archfiends don't push entire armies of spawn into human lands. Anyone who tries to do either gets a swift trouncing from him.
He's that powerful? Sung Sin asked. According to Granny Brightfish, he seems to be a rather decent fellow for a fiend. So I'm really hoping he's able and willing to help me. If not, I might just have to live out the rest of my days here.
Well, no, that's not right. You can just adopt your deception aspect,
Ba Shun told him, a puzzled frown unfolding across his face.
Well, don't tell me you didn't think of that. Damn, Sung Sin, You're not that stupid, are you?
I only just learned what a deception aspect is, thank you very much, Sung Sin snapped.
But you did wonder how the bitter Allura stayed among mortals, right?
Ba Shan grinned.
And from there, surely you started thinking if you could do the same, didn't you? Come on, don't tell me you—
All right, I get it, Sung Sin said, throwing up his hands and laughing ruefully. Fine, it slipped my mind. Deception aspect, eh? How do I use it?
Cycle your mochi through your outermost minor channels once. Nothing fancy there. Just go through the motions. Once you're done with the cycle, pull your mochi back toward your core, Ba Shan said. From there, pulse it outward again. Your appearance should change into something that can pass for a human. It's something that most fiends can do naturally.
Because they're humanity's natural predators, Sung Sin thought darkly to himself. He did as the Hell Pig instructed. And as he pulsed his mochi outward from his infernal core, he felt a tingling sensation wash across his skin. Sung Sin looked down at his torso, and to his delight he saw the dark scales swiftly retracting from his flesh to coalesce into a small, thumbnail-sized square just above his diaphragm. A swift check told him that the tail at the base of his spine was gone, too. He looked at his hands. They were sheathed in pale flesh, and his fingers ended in long and unkempt nails. But at least they weren't retractable claws anymore. He'd done it. He didn't need to seek out the Ogre Berserker anymore. He could just turn around and go.
Oh, that's no good,
Ba Shan said, snuffing the rising joy in Sung Sin's heart. What do you mean? Sung Sin demanded.
Your eyes are still silver,
Ba Shan pointed out.
And yes, I know some ascendants practice divine arts that change the color of their eyes. I've run away from a few of them myself. But that's not all. Your mochi is washing off of you strongly enough to catch the notice of every ascendant and fiend within 10 leagues. Somehow, assuming your deception aspect has heightened your mochi. I don't know why that's happened.
Wait. I know how to suppress it, Sung Sin said, closing his eyes and cycling his mochi the way he'd learned from the ebon worm.
You've suppressed it somewhat, but not nearly enough,
Ba Shan told him, shaking his head.
With this much mochi leaking from you, even mortals would sense it and be ill at ease. No, I don't think your deception aspect works. Not if you intend to go undetected among your kind.
My kind, eh? Sung Sin sighed and tore his gaze away from his hands. I don't even know if there are any others of my kind around.
Unlikely. I've never seen or heard of anything like you before, Ba Shan said. I wouldn't be surprised if you're utterly alone in this world.
Fiend or demi-fiend or human, I actually am all alone in this world. Sung Sin felt a bitter smile tug at the corner of his lips. So my deception aspect doesn't work, that's fine. I was on my way to find the Ogre Berserker anyway, so all this means is that I'm sticking to my original plan.
Fair enough. I'm going with you,
the Hell Pig declared and pointed across the grassy plain.
You're supposed to follow the Brightfish River, right? It's in this direction, though you probably don't want to go too near to it.
What are you coming along for? Sung Sin asked. We killed the bitter Allura. You're free to do whatever you want. Go get some of those sweets you were ranting about just now.
I'm free, yes. And I choose to travel with you to the Ogre Berserker's abode, the Hell Pig said. It would be an honor to lay eyes on such an esteemed personage.
Sung Sin frowned thoughtfully at Ba Shan. As far as he could tell, the Hell Pig had been wandering aimlessly in this region, only to be captured by the bitter Allura and subjected to horrific torment and degradations. Now Ba Shan had decided on a whim to visit the Ogre Berserker alongside Sung Sin. You don't have anywhere else to go, do you? He asked. I mean, there's a whole world out there, and everywhere seems to be the same to you, so you're just jumping on anything that might seem interesting, that might make you feel alive again. And so far, you just haven't found it yet, but you're hoping you will, if not this time, then the next.
Absolutely not!
Ba Shan thumped his chest with his right fist and winced in pain.
I am a renowned warrior, not some drifting vagabond.
Well, I am. Sung Sin laughed softly. And I think I know one when I see one. All right, let's go. Chapter 54. Flower Sprites. They decided to avoid the Brightfish River in the end. Ba Shun was acquainted with Granny Brightfish and her counterpart on this side of the marsh. Esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom, Brightfish, apparently, was quick to anger and had a propensity for horrific violence.
She cut out one of my kidneys because she thought it would be funny,
Ba Shun claimed.
It took me an entire year to grow it back.
That settles that, then. Sung Sin shook his head and plunged into the sparse wooded area flanking the Brightfish River instead. He'd originally planned to walk through the night, but exhaustion finally overtook him as the moon moved past its zenith in the sky. The Hell Pig didn't protest when he called for a halt, which wasn't surprising considering his horrific injuries. "You'll be fine, right?" Sung Sin asked Ba Shun as he climbed what looked like a redwood tree and found a comfortable perch amid its branches. "I won't wake up and find you dead in the morning?"
I'm not some elderly house cat.
The Hell Pig grunted in annoyance. Ba Shun settled his bulk at the base of another tree and leaned his back against its trunk.
Go to sleep, Sung Sin. Nothing will sneak up on us. My senses are too sharp and too canny for that to happen.
But as it turned out, something did sneak up on them.
Damn it, Ba Shun!
Sung Sin shouted at the Hell Pig as he was dragged from his treetop perch and forced to his knees by his captor, whose strange sickle-like blade was resting alongside his neck.
I only dozed off for a few moments,
the Hell Pig protested. He was kneeling beside Sung Sin, a blade at his neck as well.
They must have struck then. Oh, how cunning and ruthless they are!
The two women-like creatures standing in front of Sung Sin and Ba Shun exchanged glances. Their faces were long and pale, and their eyes were golden orbs utterly devoid of irises. Flowers instead of hair cascaded from the tops of their heads and framed their cheeks. They wore gowns of some sheer green material that left little to the imagination.
The two of you literally slept for an entire day and night,
the creature holding the blade to Ba Shun's neck said. The flowers on her head were purple. She jerked the thumb of her four-fingered hand at her comrade in arms.
Lon Lon here wondered if you were setting up some kind of cunning counter-ambush, but as it turned out, I was right and she wasn't. You two are just idiots. Let's get these two buffoons to the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom, Tao Tao,
Lon Lon said, shaking her head. Her flowers were bright pink.
We don't want her to lose her temper again. The last time that happened, we had to clean up all those fiend heads along her banks. Ugh.
Tao Tao shuddered, nicking Ba Shun's neck with her blade as she did so.
I remember. And it was only last month, wasn't it? She chopped all their heads off and threw them everywhere. You think the same thing is going to happen to them, too?
Lon Lon wondered, tilting her blade and lifting Sung Sin's chin up to look into his eyes.
This one is interesting. I hope the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom doesn't kill him. Maybe when she's done with him, she'll give him to me to play with. Huh? What's so interesting about the silver-eyed one? He's just a fiend, isn't he? There's all that mo-chi washing out from him,
Tao Tao said.
No, he's got Sien-chi too.
Lon Lon crouched, bringing her face closer to Sung Sin's and filling his nostrils with the smell of flowers.
I think he might just be the one the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom told us to look out for. Ah, the demi-fiend coming from upriver?
Tao Tao peered at Sung Sin.
Oh, right. Yes, I do see it now. He's definitely the demi-fiend, the one Granny Brightfish mentioned. But she also told the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom to help him, right? I adore Granny Brightfish, but she doesn't get to tell the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom what to do,
Lon Lon said. She took her blade away from Sung Sin's neck and shrugged.
Oh well, let's just bring them to her and let her decide.
Sung Sin didn't miss the opportunity. He surged to his feet and caught Lon Lon's weapon arm by the wrist with his left hand. A scale blade appeared in his right and he pressed it to her throat. Tao Tao gasped in surprise, but the moment she took her weapon away from Ba Shun, the Hell Pig caught her by the arm and twisted the blade from her grasp. He wrapped the crook of his broken arm around her neck and pinned her right hand behind her back.
Floral sprites,
Ba Shun said, shaking his head.
They're notoriously absent-minded and flighty Yao. You just can't rely on them.
How dare you?
Lon Lon demanded as Sung Sin ripped her blade from her hand and tossed it well out of reach.
We serve the—
Yeah, I don't care, Sung Sin interrupted her. I just really don't feel like getting captured again. Look, I'm sorry we didn't pay our respects to Lady Brightfish because, well, I guess we just didn't want to.
Smooth.
Ba Shun rolled his eyes.
Very eloquent. Well done, Sung Sin. That's a great explanation that'll surely prevent us from offending one of the most powerful Yao in maybe 100 leagues around.
A Yao that can't reach very far from the river, Sung Sin corrected.
And shut up, I don't see you having anything useful to say.
How would you see something that's said?
Tao Tao asked, cocking her head in genuine curiosity.
Don't you hear it? It's a demi-fiend thing, I think.
Lon Lon offered.
It's like fiends and how they always want to eat mortals. Maybe demi-fiends can see words. Well, so can I.
Tao Tao said.
When they're written down, that is. But then it would be something that's written and not said, right? Demi-fiends are weird.
Lon Lon concluded. She looked Sung Sin in the eye.
You're weird.
All right, sure, I am. Sung Sin fought down the urge to sigh in exasperation. Look, Lon Lon, was it? I'm going to let you go and walk away. You're not going to follow me and my fellow traveler, Ba Shun. You're going to go back to Lady Brightfish and tell her we won't be visiting her. Maybe someday we will, but definitely not now nor any time soon. To his surprise, Lon Lon nodded. Sung Sin let go of her arm, backed away slowly, and walked a wide berth from the floral sprite. Ba Shun released Tao Tao as well and caught up to Sung Sin. The two floral sprites exchanged glances, picked up their weapons, and walked toward them. What are you doing? Sung Sin demanded, tossing his scale blade to Ba Shun and conjuring another in his hand. Didn't I tell you to go back to Lady Brightfish and tell her we're not visiting her? Go away!
You don't get to tell us what to do,
Tao Tao said.
We only listen to the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom. Yeah,
Lon Lon agreed. The two of them walked closer, and Sung Sin raised his blade. So what now? You want to fight? Sung Sin asked. I'm not going to let you capture me.
I have no taste for captivity either,
Ba Shun said darkly as he hefted his weapon.
I don't want to fight.
Lon Lon said. She looked at Tao Tao.
Do you? I don't,
Tao Tao said, pointing her blade casually at Sung Sin and Ba Shun in turn.
I don't think we'll win, to be honest. They're quite a bit stronger than us. If we fight, we'll lose, and they'll eat us. Ooh.
Lon Lon widened her eyes and turned to Sung Sin.
Will you really eat us? I've never been eaten before.
No! Sung Sin frowned. I'm not going to eat you. Go away!
Well, maybe just a nibble.
Ba Shun laughed as the two sprites shrank back and clutched each other.
We're not eating Yao,
Sung Sin snapped. He nudged the hell pig in his injured ribs. Ba Shun squealed in pain and doubled over. Does eating Yao do anything for you in the first place?
No, it doesn't.
Ba Shun groaned, but he still managed to raise his head and wink at the floral sprites.
And from what I remember, they don't taste very good at all.
So you have eaten Yao?
Tao Tao cried, pointing her finger accusatorily at Ba Shun.
Were they floral sprites like us?
Did you not understand? I was just teasing you.
The hell pig looked at Sung Sin, who could only shrug helplessly in response. Let's just go, Sung Sin said, helping Ba Shun to his feet. Together they backed away from the sprites, only for them to follow. Sung Sin couldn't help but yell at them again.
Go away! Leave us alone!
No!
Tao Tao folded her arms over her slender chest and pouted.
We won't. Yeah, we won't.
Lon Lon agreed, mimicking her fellow sprite's posture. She cast Tao Tao a sidelong glance.
So, what are we gonna do? I don't know,
Tao Tao said.
But we can't go back to the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom empty-handed. She'll kill us. Oh, that's right.
Lon Lon slumped her shoulders dejectedly.
I don't want to die yet, Tao Tao. Neither do I, Lon Lon.
Tao Tao sighed and raised the back of her hand to her brow.
But I guess it can't be helped. We're either going to get eaten by the fiend and the demi-fiend, or have our heads chopped off by the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom.
All right, that's enough, This jest has gone a bit too far, Ba Shun interjected. Let me be clear. I'm not going to eat either of you.
What about him?
Lon Lon pointed at Sung Sin.
I'm not going to eat you either, he yelled before lowering his scale blade and softening his tone.
Is that true? Is Lady Brightfish gonna kill you if you go back to her without us?
Yes?
Tao Tao looked at Lon Lon. The two floral sprites nodded.
Yes, she will.
Lon Lon said.
Probably.
Tao Tao qualified.
Very probably.
Lon Lon added.
Damn it.
This isn't some scheme to take us by surprise and then capture us, is it? Sung Sin asked. If it is, I'm going to kill you both. I don't care if you're women.
Women?
Tao Tao cocked her head in evident confusion.
Oh, I know! That's a mortal term.
Lon Lon clapped her hands excitedly, her blade flashing dangerously close to her nose and cheeks.
It means female mortals, the ones that give birth.
Oh, I see.
Tao Tao looked Sung Sin in the eye.
We're female Yao, but you shouldn't call us women. That's very rude of you.
Is it? Sung Sin cast a sidelong glance at Ba Shun. This time it was the Hell Pig's turn to shrug helplessly.
I don't know. I'm not an expert on Yao customs, he said. But at the rate this conversation is going, we're going to be here all day.
Yeah, I definitely don't want that, Sung Sin said. He gestured to the sprite's blades. Put those away, please. Yes, I know you only take instructions from Lady Brightfish, but I'm just making a request here.
Oh, sure.
Tao Tao put her blade into a sheath made up of what appeared to be woven river grass. Lon Lon followed suit.
You're not going to send those two to their deaths,
Ba Shun reasoned, arching a bushy brow. Well, no, would you? Sung Sin asked. The Hell Pig shook his head, and Sung Sin returned his regard to the sprites. All right, we're heading to the Flintshale Plains. Come along if you want to, but like I said, if either of you try anything funny, I'm going to kill you.
And eat us?
Lon Lon gasped. No! Sung Sin slapped his forehead. I thought we'd settled that. No one's eating anyone. And stop laughing, Ba Shun, or I'm going to punch you in your broken ribs.
I understand. We will come along with you, demi-fiend, instead of going back to the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom,
Tao Tao said. The two sprites bowed at the waist to Sung Sin. It was a surprisingly formal gesture, and Sung Sin couldn't help but return it, despite Ba Shun frantically shaking his head and waving his hands.
Oh, shit!
The Hell Pig cupped his face in his right hand.
Now you've gone and done it.
And then what? Sung Sin asked, wondering what Ba Shun was talking about. What will you two do when we reach the Flintshale Plains? I might be there for a while if everything goes well.
Why, we'll stay with you, of course,
Lon Lon said. She walked uncomfortably close to Sung Sin and looked into his eyes. Then she prodded his temples and scalp with her fingers until he batted her hands away and took a step back.
What was that about?
He demanded.
Just checking to see if you're a simpleton from having sustained some head injury.
Lon Lon clarified. She looked over her shoulder at Tao Tao.
No, he doesn't have a head injury, but I don't know if he isn't a simpleton. Check by asking him to count to 10,
Tao Tao suggested. I will not, Sung Sin said, pressing his finger to Lon Lon's lips and hushing her before she could say anything further. What do you mean you'll just stay with me?
We'll serve you like we did the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom,
Tao Tao said.
Oh no, this is bad, very bad.
Ba Shun's eyes were filled with fear.
I suspected earlier and tried to stop you, but you ignored me. Well, good job. Looks like you've just stolen the servants of Lady Brightfish, who is, let me remind you, the most powerful Yao around here and a violent and vengeful maniac. I didn't, Sung Sin cried, utterly mortified at the notion. I didn't steal anything. I didn't steal anyone.
You did.
Lon Lon countered, pushing his fingers from her lips.
You're our master now, demi-fiend. Or is the fiend our master?
Definitely not me.
Ba Shun shook his head frantically.
Sung Sin's your master, or owner, or whatever. Damn it, you treacherous pig, Sung Sin cried. Someone should put you on a spit and roast you. Well, that's just rude,
the Hell Pig huffed, before breaking out into laughter as the two sprites stood side by side, faced Sung Sin, and bowed formally again.
All right, girls. Say hello to your new master,
Hello, Master.
Tao Tao said.
Tell us what to do.
Lon Lon added. Can I tell you to go away and leave me alone? Sung Sin asked weakly.
Oh, you could. But then we'd just go back to the esteemed lady of infinite beauty and boundless wisdom and let her kill us.
Tao Tao replied.
Oh, yes. I think she won't just chop off our heads. She'll peel off our petals one by one and then put sharp rocks into our...
Lon Lon began to elaborate. Enough. I think I get the point. Sung Sin suddenly felt very tired, despite having apparently slept for 2 days. He jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Fine, whatever. Let's go. I want to arrive at the Flintshale Plains by the end of the day. Chapter 55. Breakfast. Sung Sin led his motley group far from the riverside and into the heart of the woods. A detour which took them the rest of the day and would likely cost them another full day of walking. The 2 floral sprites began yawning shortly after night fell and stumbling over their feet, and Ba Shun urged Sung Sin to call a halt to their journey.
Floral sprites get very sluggish without sunlight. They can't see in the dark either,
the Hell Pig explained.
I think it'd be safer to call it a night. You don't want them to break a leg.
No, I don't, Sung Sin agreed. He turned to the 2 sprites, who were leaning on each other for support. All right, that's it for today. Make yourself comfortable and get some sleep. We'll continue at dawn tomorrow,
Yes, Master.
they said in unison. One other thing, don't call me Master, Sung Sin said, grimacing in distaste. It makes my skin crawl.
What should we call you then?
Lon Lon asked as she tried and failed to stifle a yawn.
Silver-eyed demi-fiend doesn't seem right.
Tao Tao said, sinking to her knees in exhaustion. Just my name will do, Sung Sin said, reaching down and picking Tao Tao up, then catching Lon Lon by the waist as she keeled over. He deposited the 2 sprites at the base of a redwood tree. They blinked sleepily in his general direction, obviously no longer able to see in the thickening darkness. Sung Sin flicked their noses gently with his forefinger. My name, Sung Sin. Use it, understand?
Yes, Sung Sin.
They murmured before folding their arms around each other and falling asleep.
Well, that's that.
Ba Shun grunted and sat down at the base of another tree.
I'm turning in for the night, too.
Not offering to keep watch with your vaunted senses again? Sung Sin asked.
Ah!
The Hell Pig turned away and curled in on himself. A moment later, his snores ripped through the night. Guess it's up to me, then. Sung Sin sat down on the forest floor between the sprites and Ba Shun and looked up into the night sky. The tree canopy was sparse, but the moon was hidden behind swirling purple-black clouds. Fresh, clean air, untainted by carrion or fiend musk, filled his nostrils. Now was as good a time as any to cultivate the mo-chi he'd absorbed from the bitter Aloris. He drew her mo-chi from his divine core and pushed it toward the 3rd and lowest of the 3 central meridians, which was the furthest he could reach at his current stage of cultivation. He figured that if he surpassed the wandering stage and entered the gathering stage, he could begin to touch the bottom of the 2nd central meridian and magnify his strength, swiftness, and resilience even more. I'm nearly at the middle of the wandering stage for my divine core, he thought. I wonder if the mo-chi from the bitter Aloris will be enough to get me there. Ultimately, there was only one way to find out. So Sung Sin cycled the wasp fiend's infernal energy and sent it coursing through his outer channels, of which there were 9 layers. The 3 outermost channel layers governed his deception aspect and the resilience of his armored scales, should he wish to don them again. The ones located on his palms and his feet allowed him to project his energy, divine or infernal, outward. Though they seemed small and inconsequential compared to the deeper channels, Sung Sin realized that getting them hurt would impair his ability to use any of his arts that created an external effect, such as his scale weapons and the Sapphire Onslaught divine art. The same is true of the Sapphire Imbuement divine art and my Bitter Bite infernal art too, Sung Sin thought. After all, I'm pushing my Xian Chi or Mo Chi out and using it to make my weapons more lethal. The next 3 channel layers readily admitted the mo-chi that Sung Sin cycled through them. But they didn't seem to have any purpose he could discern, at least not right away. He shook his head, dismissing his mounting confusion and frustration, and resolved to find a tutor who could school him properly on cultivation. The dregs of knowledge he'd stolen from the ebon worm and young Tu could only take him so far. The deepest 3 channels put up the most resistance to having energy cycled through them. Once again, Sung Sin couldn't quite figure out what they were for, though he did perceive faint threads of remnant chi connecting from the most prominent channels to the pathways he'd relied on to use the Sapphire Onslaught divine art. Perhaps they could be used to amplify the effects of his arts. Sung Sin couldn't say for sure, so he resisted the urge to tamper with them and simply cycled the bitter Aloris's mo-chi in the usual fashion, before returning it to his divine core. Some of the cycled energy cleaved to the core, seemingly heightening its white-gold hue. The rest washed past for Sung Sin to push toward his 3rd central meridian and begin the cultivation cycle anew. Hours passed, and the first rays of dawn began to fall upon the forest. The scent of morning dew and warming wet soil replaced the nocturnal bouquet of night-blooming flowers and moon-washed leaves that had suffused his senses. Sung Sin opened his eyes and was immediately confronted by the 2 sprites standing right in front of him.
Good morning, Sung Sin.
Lan Lan said cheerily.
Would you like some breakfast?
Tao Tao asked. Did you say breakfast? Ba Shan rumbled, turning over from where he'd lain the entire night.
It's not us.
Tao Tao cried, jumping into Lan Lan's arms. Both sprites began to wail.
Please, Sung Sin, don't let him eat us.
If you don't stop that racket right now, I just might. Sung Sin rubbed his temples with his thumbs, trying in vain to disperse the fatigue that hung heavily upon his brow. He'd gone an entire night without sleep, but he was fairly sure he'd reached the middle wandering stage for his divine core. Tonight, when they stopped again, he would use every bit of Xian Qi it generated to strengthen his infernal core. Seriously, that joke isn't funny anymore, Ba Shan grumbled. Since when do fiends eat Yao? It'd be like a mortal eating a dog. Horrible, just horrible.
Some mortals eat dogs,
Lan Lan pointed out. No! The hell pig protested, reeling in disgust. He turned to Sung Sin. Come on, man, tell me that isn't true. I can lie to you, Sung Sin offered. Ba Shan paled and turned away, heaving and gagging. Sung Sin shook his head at the sight. How did this fellow live among humans and not know that dog meat broth is a dish in some of the southern provinces?
The offer for breakfast still stands.
Lan Lan prodded Sung Sin in the shoulder until he smacked her hands away irritably. I'm hungry, but there really isn't that much to eat, Sung Sin said. Anyway, it's all right. I've gone without food for a few days already, and I still seem fine.
No, you're not.
Tao Tao picked up Sung Sin's arm and wrapped a hand easily around his wrist. He blinked at the sight. Either the floral sprite had really huge hands, or he'd lost an immense amount of weight. He doubted that the former was the case. Tao Tao clicked her tongue.
I can sense your mortal flesh starving, Sung Sin. I wasn't sure last night, but now I am. You have to eat something, or you'll die.
Yeah, you're right. Sung Sin got to his feet and looked down at his nigh skeletal wrist worriedly. Amid all the excitement he'd felt when he'd donned his deception aspect and peeled away those damned scales from his skin, he hadn't noticed just how emaciated he'd become. I'll look out for some bird nests later, I guess. Maybe I can find an egg or two.
Or you can have this.
Lan Lan proffered her cupped hands. A small cluster of mushrooms and berries sat upon her palms. Where'd you get these? Sung Sin asked, frowning as he picked up a mushroom. How do you know these aren't poisonous?
Because I sang them out of the earth myself, silly,
the sprite said. She nodded at Tao Tao, who'd ambled off to the base of a tree and begun cooing softly to the dirt. Mushrooms sprouted into existence. Tao Tao stood and took a low-lying branch in her hands. Another brief, wordless melody fell from her lips, and clusters of dull red berries appeared across the branch. She gathered them and the mushrooms swiftly and efficiently, leaving the branch utterly unharmed and the dirt at the base of the tree barely disturbed. They're not gonna poison you, man, Ba Shan said. Floral sprites won't actively hurt their master.
They might desert their master for the silliest of reasons, as you've seen for yourself, but while they're in your service, they won't do anything to hurt you.
Sung Sin took a berry from Lan Lan's hands and popped it into his mouth. He chewed and winced at its tartness, but he savored the juices that flowed down his throat.
Hooray! You like it?
Lan Lan cried.
Here, have more.
What about the two of you? Sung Sin asked. Don't you need to eat too?
Oh, we've absorbed more than enough dew already.
Tao Tao explained.
And we'll be just fine after the sun rises higher.
All right then. Sung Sin took a handful of berries and began to eat, marveling at the strange world he'd somehow stumbled into. Chapter 56. Redwood Forest. Sung Sin continued his detour through the redwood forest while keeping the group moving parallel to the Brightfish River's banks. He wasn't sure if 10 leagues provided enough of a berth for him to avoid Lady Brightfish's wrath, but he didn't want to lose any more time on his journey to the Flintshale Plains. If I'd just walked down the riverside, I would have been able to head east yesterday, he grumbled to himself, casting disgruntled sidelong glances at the two sprites who danced and twirled alongside him and Ba Shun. Lan Lan was a magnolia sprite, or so she claimed, while Tao Tao was a grape sprite. Sung Sin knew what grapes were, but he wasn't sure what a magnolia was. After all, he'd never been an expert on flowers. Lan Lan had pouted and whined for a full 5 minutes after he said as much, but the flighty sprite was soon back to her seemingly scatterbrained and overly cheerful self before long. Their blades were leaf cutters, and they hummed with power as the sprites took them out for Sung Sin to examine. He didn't doubt that the enchanted sickles would have easily cut open his and Ba Shun's throats with a single stroke.
Do you even know how to use those fancy knives?
Ba Shun asked the sprites as they strolled through the sparse redwood trees.
I cut a fiend's head off once.
Lan Lan said cheerily.
Yeah, me too.
Tao Tao echoed. She drew her leaf cutter and twirled it expertly in her grasp before bringing it through a few strokes and backhand swipes that more than demonstrated her proficiency with the weapon. Good. So the two of you won't be useless in a fight, Sung Sin said.
Just tell us who to cut into pieces and we will.
Lan Lan chirped.
Unless they smell bad.
Tao Tao added, wincing.
We're not fighting stinky things.
But that's not... Sung Sin slapped his forehead and sighed. Never mind. Let's just keep going. As they went further and further into the redwood forest, Sung Sin began to notice small oddities everywhere. At first, these were the appearance of long, trailing vines adorned with clusters of sharp-smelling flowers and mushrooms that reached as tall as his knee. And then he was spotting bugs as large as his hand crawling up and down the trees and two-headed birds fluttering from branch to branch. He shook his head in wonder and chuckled as the two sprites danced and sang to the birds, who responded in kind and filled the forest with the melodic chorus of their voices. There were other fiends in the area, of course. Sung Sin readily detected their mochi as he made his way through the forest. Some of them even dared to show themselves from a distance, salivating and flexing their claws. But none approached, evidently aware of how badly they were outclassed by Sung Sin and Ba Shun, who made no attempt to conceal their own mochi. Wolf spawn, the hell pig said, identifying the lesser fiends that scurried away from Sung Sin's approach. But they're scattered too loosely for them to be under the influence of their creator or any other archfiend, so I don't think we have anything to worry about. Are only archfiends capable of creating spawn? Sung Sin asked. No. The bitter Aloris was nowhere near strong enough to be considered an archfiend, but you've seen her sting spawn, Ba Shun said. I could create spawn if I had a mind to, but I just never had the urge. I wouldn't be surprised if you could, too. That's not something I'll ever be interested in doing, Sung Sin said. They stopped briefly at noon for Sung Sin to eat another handful of berries and mushrooms. Ba Shun ate as well and showered the two sprites with praise until they tittered in embarrassment and delight. The sun began to set as they reached the point where they were supposed to head east, and Sung Sin, at the sprite's insistence, had another meal. As Lan Lan and Tao Tao curled up at the base of a tree adorned with glowing vines, Ba Shun took the splint off his arm, bent the injured limb gently, and grinned. You sure you should be doing that? Sung Sin asked. Your arm was broken so badly that your bones cut through your flesh. Maybe you should keep that on for a few more weeks."
"I heal very quickly," the hell pig said. "I don't know if it's a latent infernal art or just how I am, but I don't need more than a day or two to recover from broken bones. I can also regrow most of my body parts and internal organs, as long as my head remains attached to my shoulders."
That's handy. I can heal my wounds as well by mixing my Xian-Qi with my Mo-Qi, though doing that quickly depletes my reserves, Sung Sin said. "I feel like I'm just fumbling blindly in the dark when it comes to cultivation. Hopefully I get to learn more than just the protean infernal art from the ogre berserker."
"You're seeking discipleship from a master?"
Lan Lan asked sleepily.
"And from the ogre berserker, no less? Why?"
Yes. Sung Sin sat down and launched into a brief description of his experiences over the last few weeks, and explained why he was seeking the ogre berserker. If Ba Shun and the sprites were going to travel with him, it was only fair that they were fully informed.
"You've definitely been through some wild things," Ba Shun said, as Sung Sin brought his account to a close. "I wonder who this Infinite One is. I've got a bad feeling about him."
"So do I." Sung Sin sighed and smiled faintly at the two sprites, who were fast asleep in each other's arms. "I hope I don't have to repeat myself in the morning. These two didn't make it past my first 3 sentences.
"Well, in any case, there's nothing you can do about the Infinite One now, so there's no point worrying about him," Ba Shun said. "You were cultivating like an ascendant last night, weren't you? I sensed your Xian-Qi cycling through your body."
"Yeah." Sung Sin scratched the back of his head. "Do you know what the second and third layers of the outer channels are for?"
"According to my master, the 4th to 6th layers are where you focus your Mo-Qi if you wish to draw on the elements themselves,"
the hell pig said slowly, furrowing his brow in thought.
"But I've never really managed to do much with them, much less the 1st to 3rd layers. I can solidify my Mo-Qi into some simple clothes and tools with the 7th to 9th layers, though. My master taught me. I know I'm a dim-witted brute, but I learned that much at least."
Sung Sin nodded, remembering how Ba Shun had created seemingly out of thin air the rough tunic and trousers he now wore. "How do you do that?" he asked. "Can you teach me too?"
"Sure."
Ba Shun cleared his throat and sat in front of Sung Sin.
"I found it very difficult to master, but I have a feeling it'll come a lot more easily to you. Now, get a small thread of Mo-Qi and direct it to the 7th outer channel layer, like this."
The hell pig wasn't wrong in predicting that Sung Sin would learn the minor infernal art quickly, since it shared many similarities with his scale weapon conjuration. Within a few hours, Sung Sin was able to create a small piece of rough fabric made up of his condensed Mo-Qi. He looked down at his own clothes, which had been reduced to little more than filthy strips of hemp that barely served as a loincloth. "I guess I should make myself more presentable if I'm going to ask the ogre berserker to take me in as a disciple," he said.
"No harm in doing that,"
Ba Shun agreed.
"It'd be a chance for you to get some practice with this infernal art, too. My master called it energy weave, and the more advanced your cultivation stage is, the more complex and durable the items you'll be able to create, or so he said. I once saw him create an entire dam to stop a river from flooding a human village. Me? This is the best I've been able to do for the last 20 years.
The hell pig gestured to his tunic and pinched the hem of his trousers. "All right, let's see what I can put together." Sung Sin pulsed his Mo-Qi through his outer channels and wove it into what he thought was a decent-sized short-sleeved shirt. He picked it up and shrugged it over his shoulders, only to realize that it was far too short, ending well above his midriff, and much too wide across his shoulders.
"Good job on the energy weave," Ba Shun commented. "The tailoring, however, not so much."
"I know how to mend clothes, but I don't know how to make them," Sung Sin said, reabsorbing the Mo-Qi he'd used to conjure the shirt. He tried again, but the second shirt he made stretched far below his knees. Its sleeves, however, were the correct length. Sudden inspiration struck him then. Sung Sin shrugged off the shirt, laid it out on the forest floor, and held his hands over them. Mo-Qi fell from his palms and coalesced into layers of dark scales over the piece of clothing. Sung Sin pushed more mochi into the scales, making them harder than the finest wrought steel he'd ever wielded or worn. When he was done, he stepped back and grinned in satisfaction at the coat of plates he'd created. He slipped it over his shoulders and nodded. It felt good to be back in armor, even if it were a haphazard mess.
Yeah, that's pretty tough,
Ba Shan said, rapping his knuckles over Sung Sin's shoulder guard.
It probably won't stop the blade of someone like the bitter Aloris, but it's still better than nothing. You still look like a bum, though.
Thanks. Sung Sin rolled his eyes and took off his armor. As he did so, his gaze fell over the dimensional pouch, which was still looped to his belt, and he couldn't help but groan in annoyance.
What is it?
Ba Shan asked. I actually have a few sets of clothing stored here, and their previous owner and I have similar builds, Sung Sin said, opening the flap of the silken pouch. A sphere of blue light appeared in front of him, and he extended his will into its depths, drawing out a silken robe, shirt, and trousers. He fished around deeper into the pouch and took out a pair of sturdy straw shoes. There were even socks, he realized.
That's some fancy stuff,
Ba Shan said, looking down at clothes laid out on the forest floor.
Maybe you should get cleaned up before you put them on, though. You're getting pretty ripe, even by my standards.
Sung Sin gave the hell pig a deadpan glare. Ba Shan didn't exactly smell of roses himself. The hell pig shrugged.
Hey, I'm not the one seeking to be the ogre berserker's disciple, he said,
before jerking his thumb over his shoulder.
There's a small brook that we passed back there. Yes, it stems from the Brightfish River, but I think we're far enough that you don't have to worry about some murderous yow suddenly popping out from the water and cutting off your head. Probably.
Oh, thanks, that sounds so reassuring, Sung Sin replied. Maybe you should go first, since you can grow back any body parts Lady Brightfish chops off, except maybe your head, which I can't understand, since it's not much smarter than the rest of you.
I'll pass. I don't like bathing,
Ba Shan said, getting to his feet and walking over to another tree a few paces away. He sat down at its base.
Yes, I know. I don't smell really good right now, but I've got a plan for that.
Which is? Sung Sin arched his brow as he put the silken clothes and his armored coat back into the dimensional pouch. After a moment's consideration, he unhitched the cerulean sword from his belt and tossed it in, too.
The two girls are so fragrant, right? I'm just going to give them piggyback rides or carry them beneath my arms until some of their scent rubs off on me.
Ba Shan leaned back and closed his eyes.
What do you think? Smart, right?
Ha! Sung Sin couldn't help but laugh. You do that, then. I'm going to wash some of this gunk off me. He left the hell pig and made his way to the stream, where he washed the grime from his hair and scrubbed the crusted ichor from his skin. The tatters of what used to be his trousers came apart as he tried to rinse them, and a small jade pendant fell from the tangled strands of hemp in his hands. Sung Sin caught the pendant before it struck the surface of the water and held it up to his eyes. He read off the character Hui on its surface, causing it to glow softly. Saying the same word caused the pendant to dim. I almost forgot. I promised Wang Li to get this pendant back to his great-grandniece, he thought. She's a divine alchemist in the same sect, isn't she? Damn it. Looks like I won't be fulfilling that promise anytime soon. But he would one day, he told himself, as he placed the pendant into the dimensional pouch. Wang Li deserved that much at least. Sung Sin waded out of the stream and sat down on the soft grass beside the water, awash in the scents and sounds of night. He pulled out a particularly sturdy strand of hemp and used it to tie his hair back from his face. Then he looked down upon the surface of the water. The moon was out tonight, dropping its cold blue light through the tree canopy, which meant that he could see his own reflection. Sung Sin hadn't set aside his deception aspect since he'd first assumed it, so the face that looked back up at him was ostensibly human, save for the silver eyes. Lines of fatigue and hunger also marked his cheeks and the corners of his eyes, reminding him that he still needed to eat and sleep, even if he had a divine core and an infernal core. But it wasn't good enough for him to live among humans, he knew. The silver eyes would give him away right away, as would the mochi emanating from his body. His deception aspect was faulty, it seemed. Perhaps Sung Sin would be able to correct it as he advanced further in his cultivation. But for now, it seemed like his best bet was to learn the Protean infernal art from the ogre berserker. Granny Brightfish had been confident it would work, and Sung Sin trusted the venerable river spirit. He definitely didn't trust her counterpart on this side of the western foothills marsh, however, which is why he got to his feet and backed away as a humanoid silhouette emerged from the stream. The watery shape coalesced into the semblance of a slender woman with delicate features. Chapter 57. Lady Brightfish.
You know who I am,
The river spirit said, a faint smile pulling at the corner of her lips. Lady Brightfish, Sung Sin replied before bowing deeply at the waist. It is an honor to meet you.
Really. If you were truly honored to meet me, you wouldn't have abducted 2 of my flower girls and gone so far out of your way to avoid my reach,
Lady Brightfish said, a dangerous tone entering her voice. I didn't go far enough, it seems, Sung Sin pointed out. And no, I didn't abduct Lon Lon and Tao Tao. I took them with me because I was afraid you'd kill them if I sent them back empty-handed.
Oh, I most definitely would have.
Lady Brightfish spread her watery hands, and Sung Sin took another step back, his scale sword materializing in his hand and a sapphire blade flaring into existence above his shoulder. The river spirit's smile widened.
Come now, demi-fiend. If I wanted to do you harm, I would have already.
Or maybe you can't do me as much harm here as you could by the riverside, Sung Sin reasoned. I didn't make a big enough detour to escape your reach entirely, no, but I wonder if I'm far enough so you can't simply have your way with me.
Astutely deduced, but ultimately irrelevant,
Lady Brightfish said, as she waved dismissively.
I did not grace you with my presence for mere banal retribution.
Then what do you want? Sung Sin asked. The girls? You'll have to promise me they'll come to no harm because of you, directly or indirectly, if you want me to send them back to you, and you'll have to make that promise very convincingly.
I care not that Tao Tao and Lon Lon have left my service. They are but 2 of several hundred flower girls who call me their mistress,
Lady Brightfish said. Her smile softened then and exuded a hint of pride.
Tao Tao and Lon Lon have been with me since they sprouted 138 years ago. It would do them some good to travel for a while and see the rest of the world, and I can definitely think of much worse traveling companions than you and the stupid pig.
Oh yeah, the stupid pig whose kidney you cut out? Sung Sin asked.
He defecated into my waters,
Lady Brightfish snapped.
Do you know just how much excrement a hell pig can produce at once?
Sung Sin nodded. Earlier in the day, Ba Shun had ambled off into the undergrowth, put aside his deception aspect, and relieved himself in plain view of everyone, leaving a waist-high pile of dung on the forest floor. All right, fine, Sung Sin conceded. I admit I've only heard his side of the story. He shouldn't have done that. But removing his kidney is still a bit much, don't you think?
It grew back, didn't it? Hell pigs possess strong regenerative capabilities.
Lady Brightfish sniffed prissily and gave him another dismissive wave.
I'm here, as I was trying to say, not to hurt you or reclaim my flower girls, but to see for myself the mortal who has stolen the Infinite One's blessing from the ebonworm. And to be entirely honest, I thought you'd be slightly taller and more handsome.
Well, sorry for disappointing you with my lack of good looks, Sung Sin said as his thoughts raced. Lady Brightfish knew about the Infinite One and the ebonworm. He had to find out more from her. So it's true then. Some creature called the Infinite One gave the ebonworm a lot of power and helped him raise an army of worm spawn.
The Infinite One filled the ebonworm's infernal core with enough mochi to elevate him from a lowly spawn to an archfiend, and deposited tens of thousands of human corpses in the marsh,
Lady Brightfish said.
But all that pales in comparison to his greatest gift to the ebonworm.
The devourer infernal art, Sung Sin said. Something like that isn't supposed to exist, so I keep hearing.
And neither are you, bearer of both a divine core and an infernal core,
Lady Brightfish added, pointing a watery finger at Sung Sin's chest.
Qian Qi and Mochi are antithetical forces of nature. inciting eternal struggle and bloodshed between those who bear the former and those who are born of the latter. But you, demi-fiend, you carry both. I can only assume that was the Infinite One's goal after all, an audacious attempt to defy the laws of heaven, now completely embodied within you.
I'm just going to stop you there. You said the Infinite One met the ebon worm in the marsh. That's not your domain, is it? Sung Sin asked. How do you know all this?
Many marsh birds adore my flower girls,
Lady Brightfish explained.
They brought word to my flower girls, who in turn informed me of this most curious being. I looked through their eyes and beheld everything. Why? Do you doubt my word?
Yes, because I don't have any reason to trust you. But if what you said is true, that means you just stood by and watched as the ebon worm built an army and led it into Brightfish Mouth Village, killing everyone there, Sung Sin said, clenching his jaw angrily. If you'd sent word to Granny Brightfish, the ebon worm might have emerged from the marsh only to be confronted by 100 ascendants and 10,000 young Bing. Brightfish Mouth Village would still be standing, and all those people killed by the ebon worm in Willow Village would still be alive.
I care not for the well-being of mortals,
Lady Brightfish sneered.
But you do pique my interest, demi-fiend. My drab, slow-witted counterpart past the marsh has begged me to assist you, and out of my respect for her, I shall. You seek Kwang Ao, the ogre berserker. If you continue on your course, you should reach his dwelling tomorrow. I have sent word ahead already, informing him of your pending arrival and detailing your unique circumstances. That should make him more pliable to taking you under his wing and helping you attain your full potential.
Thanks, I guess, Sung Sin said. I suppose I shouldn't have bothered making this detour then?
Oh no, demi-fiend.
Lady Brightfish grinned maniacally.
You are correct that so far from my domain, manifesting like this is the extent of my powers. What you aren't correct about is that my disposition toward you won't change depending on what I can do to you. If you'd meekly followed my 2 flower girls back, I'd probably have toyed with you for a decade or so before drowning you beneath a rock. If you'd brazenly strolled up to my banks after taking Lon Lon and Tao Tao from my service, I would have flayed you for 100 years and fed the most sensitive parts of your anatomies to the fish within my depths.
Yeah, well, but you can't do any of that, so put a lid on it, Sung Sin shot back. He'd wanted to ask the river spirit about the Infinite One, who he was, a fiend or an ascendant, or some kind of horrifically powerful Yao. But it was clear she'd offer him no straight answers, and he didn't want to spend another moment talking to her. So he picked up the dimension pouch, turned from the stream, and began walking away, only to stop a few steps into his stride and look over his shoulder. And oh, one more thing. I'm keeping the girls. You're no good for them. See you later, Lady Brightfish.
Strut and preen and spout all the arrogance you'd like, demi-fiend, but unique as you are little more than a curiosity, a strikingly colored petal in the bouquet of history, whereas I am eternal,
The river spirit said.
You are as a leaf tossed wildly on the winds of destiny, and I am content to have affected the trajectory of your flight the way I did. Perhaps you will learn at Kwang Ao's feet. Or perhaps, worried about your nature, he will kill you on sight instead. Go and find out, demi-fiend, so that I might be entertained.
Ba Shun should have taken a bigger shit in you, Sung Sin said. Or maybe not, since you're full of it enough already that no amount of hell pig excrement would make a difference. He turned and strode resolutely from the stream, not looking back as Lady Brightfish filled the night air with peals of laughter. Chapter 58. Friend.
Wow, you look great!
Tao Tao cried, clapping her hands at the sight of Sung Sin in Young Tu's clothes. The slain ascendant had been a bit narrower across the shoulders than Sung Sin, but the difference was ultimately negligible. Really? Sung Sin tugged at the lapel of his silken shirt, unaccustomed to its softness and smoothness. Underneath the light of day, it was light blue in color, as were the trousers. The robe, however, was a darker azure shade. He'd never worn such fine clothes before, and he was ill at ease in them. I feel weird,
It'll pass,
Lon said, producing a wooden comb out of nowhere. She picked away the hemp cord binding Sung Sin's hair from his face and began working her comb through its many snarls and tangles.
Once mortals get used to wearing silk, they almost never want to wear anything else.
I've worn silk, Ba Shun said. It's a flimsy material that wears out quickly, though. That's why I prefer conjuring my own clothes when I have to be in my deception aspect.
Silk isn't flimsy,
Tao Tao objected. She picked at the hem of her sheer gown.
This has lasted me for 40 years.
Maybe because it's been enchanted somehow by your former mistress? Sung Sin asked.
Oh, you're right. Our gowns are made of enchanted silk. They don't ever tear or get dirty.
Lon began humming a jaunty tune as she worked out the tangles in Sung Sin's hair.
Looks like a similar enchantment is on your clothes, too.
Tao Tao pulled Sung Sin's hand away from his lapel and smoothed out the fabric beneath her palms. She sniffed at his robe.
No, I was wrong. Your clothes have an even stronger enchantment. They repel stains and filth, but they also repair themselves over time.
Well, that's handy, Sung Sin said, thinking of how Wang Li's robes had remained unsullied up until the end. He looked down at the finely woven straw shoes upon his feet. They were free of dirt smudges or dew stains, even though Sung Sin had paced up and down in them while trying to get used to the sensation of having shoes upon his feet once more. There are another 3 or 4 sets of clothing in the dimensional pouch. I guess I can switch things up when I want to.
Will you?
Lon arched her brow. She pulled her comb through Sung Sin's hair one more time, then tied it back from his face deftly with the hemp strip.
He won't. He's a man.
Tao Tao said.
They'd be content to wear the same thing until it rots off their backs. And since this won't ever happen to Sung Sin's clothes, he'll wear them forever.
Look who's talking, Miss 40-year-old gown, Sung Sin retorted.
Ah, but this isn't the only one I have.
Tao Tao shrugged off her gown in a single movement, produced another from seemingly nowhere, and slipped it over her slender frame. Her new gown was similar in hue and cut to her previous one, with some small frills at her collar being the only difference. Sung Sin was stunned at the grape sprite's casual display of nudity. He glanced at Ba Shun. The hell pig was rubbing his chin and wriggling his eyebrows. Sung Sin jabbed him in the side hard enough to make him squeal.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Ba Shun protested.
If it's there, I'm looking. Nothing wrong with that. You look too.
Yeah, well, at least I wasn't a degenerate about it, Sung Sin shot back. He turned to the sprites, who were staring at him with their heads cocked and confusion evident on their faces. Sung Sin took a deep breath, raised his hand with his index finger extended, and felt the lecture die on his lips. No way am I going to talk to them about propriety. They're older than me, for crying out loud.
I think it's because you went unclothed for a bit, Tao Tao,
Lon said.
Men are funny about such things. I never understood why. You're probably right.
Tao Tao nodded.
Silly men.
All right, let's get going, Sung Sin said, stifling a sigh. I want to make it to the Ogre Berserker's home by the end of the day. He headed east with Ba Shun and the sprites in tow. More wolf spawns stalked their heels, but they kept their distance, evidently recognizing the disparity between their power and Sung Sin's. The forest thinned, then petered out, revealing a barren plain covered in tiny sharp stones that stretched beyond the horizon. The Flint Shale Plains. I guess it lives up to its name, Sung Sin thought. I've heard of this place before, Ba Shun said. Just focus your energy on your feet. You'll be able to walk over the flint without cutting yourself. Do what I do. Sung Sin sensed the hell pig drawing a thread of mo-chi from his infernal core and threading it through the outermost channels of his feet. Faint black light sheathed his soles. Think you can manage that? Ba Shun asked. Sung Sin nodded, but instead of using mo-chi, he drew xian-chi from his divine core, and did the same thing, encasing his feet in a thin layer of white gold light. He knew he was already radiating mo-chi. so this blatant display of Xianqi would make his unique condition immediately obvious to the ogre berserker, and, despite Lady Brightfish's ominous words from the previous night, hopefully encourage the archfiend to take a helpful, or at least benign, interest in him. At worst, Kuang Ao would kill him, and that would be the end of his worries. The last thing Sung Sin wanted was for the ogre berserker to send him away empty-handed. He had no desire to hole up in some desolate corner of the world and cultivate for a few centuries before he could pass for human.
We can't do that.
Tao Tao complained.
No, we can't.
Lan Lan said. She put the back of her hand to her forehead melodramatically.
Oh, woe is us. We will bleed with every step we take in service of our master, the esteemed and well-dressed Sung Sin.
Don't call me your master, Sung Sin said, wringing his wrists. The term really did make his skin crawl. All right, just wait. Let me see if I can use the energy weave to make up some scale shoes for you. They should be thick and strong enough to protect your feet.
Scale shoes?
Tao Tao winced.
You mean shoes made from the same material as those ugly weapons you create? Ugh, they're gonna look so bad.
Yes, they are.
Lan Lan agreed. She sighed.
It's all right. We are your devoted servants, and there's no limit to how much sap we'll be willing to bleed for you.
Sap? Sung Sin shook his head. I don't care if they look bad. You're not bleeding your way across the plains. I'm going to create those shoes, and you're going to wear them. End of discussion. Tao Tao and Lan Lan huffed in unison, folded their arms, and looked pointedly away from Sung Sin. Before you yell at them some more and start shaking them by the scruff of their necks, let's do this instead, Ba Shun said. Black smoke poured from his body, and a few moments later he was in his true form again, a massive boar thrice as tall as Sung Sin and unfathomably heavier. The Hell Pig's trotters were wreathed in mochi. He grunted to the sprites. Hop onto my back. I'll give you a ride across this nasty place.
Yay!
Tao Tao clapped her hands and scrambled eagerly up Ba Shun's back. Lan Lan did the same.
You're the best, Ba Shun.
The two sprites cried, wrapping their arms around his neck.
We love you.
Regular ladies' man, that's what I am. Ba Shun grinned smugly at Sung Sin. Right? Sure. Sung Sin resisted the urge to roll his eyes in exasperation. Sure you are. Hey, just to be clear, I know you definitely thought about simply having me carry the girls, Ba Shun said. You could have just asked me. Well, you're not my servant like these two keep saying they are, Sung Sin said. I can't just ask you to do things for me. No, I'm not, but we've come this far together, haven't we? Ba Shun pointed out. I don't know if you're ready to consider me a friend, but hey, we're traveling companions at the very least. And we help each other out on the road. If you think I can do something for you, just say it and we'll see. The Hell Pig's use of the word friend reminded Sung Sin of Tsing Ting, and he couldn't help but smile. He reached out and patted Ba Shun's shoulder heartily. I'm your friend, if you'll have me, Sung Sin said to the fiend. I will, Ba Shun grunted. All right, buddy. Shall we? Let's go, Sung Sin nodded. He took his first step onto the Flintshale Plains. Chapter 59. The Flintshale Plains. An expanse of jagged flint stretched beyond eyeshot, uniform and featureless. Sung Sin and Ba Shun wandered for a bit over 2 hours, the afternoon sun beating down mercilessly on them all the while. This suited Tao Tao and Lan Lan just fine. The two sprites lounged on the Hell Pig's back, humming or singing wordless melodies. You feel it too, right? Sung Sin asked Ba Shun. This entire place is soaked in mochi. It's like we're standing in the middle of someone's infernal art, and it's affecting our sense of direction. Yeah, I do. Ba Shun frowned. I've been feeling giddy and disoriented since we stepped into this place. If I weren't following you around, I think I'd have started walking in circles a long time ago. For what it's worth, we aren't doing that, at least. Sung Sin jabbed a finger skyward. We've been heading mostly north this whole time. Pathfinding. A mortal skill I suppose I should have picked up. Ba Shun shrugged, the rolling motion of his shoulders drawing giggled protests from the sprites on his back. "It also helps that you are obviously at a more advanced stage of cultivation than I am. So this infernal art we're standing in isn't getting to you as much as it is to me. Still, I don't think we'll be finding that hill with red grass anytime soon if we just keep wandering around like this." Sung Sin frowned. "We need to think of something else." "My master told me that the ogre berserker cares not for the weak," Ba Shun said. "Maybe this infernal art of his is a way of filtering out all fiends beneath a particular cultivation stage?" "What cultivation stage would that be? Wandering? Gathering?" Sung Sin asked. "Or could it be noble or even regal, which are far beyond us?" "I'm not sure. I've just gotten to the beginning of the wandering stage," Ba Shun said. "Give me a moment, let me think." Sung Sin slowed to a halt, and Ba Shun did the same. The Hell Pig started singing along with the sprites, much to their delight, and before long, the voices of the three were chorusing into the afternoon sky. Surprisingly enough, Sung Sin didn't find their singing distracting at all. In fact, he found himself tapping his foot along to the beat as he set about puzzling out the mystery of the Flintshale Plains. "Spawn have no hope of coming here," he thought. "They have almost no control over their mochi, so they won't be able to protect their feet or paws or whatever from being cut to shreds by the flint. I doubt a fiend who's just at the creation or foundation stages would be able to step onto this place as well. That means the bare minimum would be the wandering stage. Ba Shun is at the beginning of the wandering stage." Sung Sin glanced at the Hell Pig. "The infernal art hanging over the Flintshale Plains is affecting him heavily, but it's hardly getting to me at all, and I've gotten past the middle of the wandering stage for both my cores. I can't see the hill with red grass anywhere, so that means it's still not enough. But maybe it's close, which means that if I demonstrate strength that surpasses the middle of the wandering stage, it might just be enough to reach the Ogre Berserker's home." Sung Sin scratched the back of his head and sighed. Everything he'd just thought of was mere conjecture. What if the Ogre Berserker only deigned to meet fiends who were at the highly advanced stages of cultivation, such as the noble or regal stages? Sung Sin didn't know how long he'd take to get there. Granny Brightfish knew that Sung Sin was around the wandering stage of cultivation, but she'd also been confident that Sung Sin would be capable of meeting the Ogre Berserker. Why? The answer came readily to him. The venerable river spirit knew another thing about Sung Sin, that he had two cores, both of them at the middle of the wandering stage. If he stacked their power on top of one another, wouldn't that surpass the wandering stage and perhaps even bring him to the gathering stage? Sung Sin was new to infernal arts and divine arts, but the battles he'd undergone over the last few weeks had taught him that Xian Qi couldn't be used to fuel an infernal art, nor could Mochi be used to fuel a divine art. Drawing upon both types of energy at the same time was well within his capabilities, but it served no real pragmatic purpose in battle. But the effects on the infernal art blanketing the Flintshale Plains wouldn't be dispersed by battle. Only an indication of raw power would do. Sung Sin grinned. "Looks like you've thought of something," Ba Shun observed. "What is it?" "I'll just show you instead of telling you," Sung Sin said. He took a few steps away from the Hell Pig and inhaled deeply. Then he drew every iota of mochi he could from his infernal core and let it suffuse his entire being. "By the infernal lords! That's beyond the middle of the wandering stage!" the Hell Pig cried. "Aren't you new to this? How are you that far along already?" "Luck, I guess." Sung Sin reached to his divine core next and pulled out as much Xian Qi as he could. He then did the same thing, pushing it through his channels and meridians. The different energies within him bucked and clawed against each other, sending tendrils of agony coursing through his limbs and his temples. But he clenched his jaw and held his ground, forcing his mochi and Xian Qi to obey his will. "Looks like you're at the same cultivation stage with your divine core," Ba Shun said, having to raise his voice to be heard over the vortex of spinning air and flint that had begun to rise at Sung Sin's feet. "Hey, you all right? You're starting to bleed from your mouth." "I am." Sung Sin brushed the trickle of blood away from the corner of his lips and pressed his Xian Qi and mochi together. Threads of white gold light emerged from his skin, intertwined with tendrils of crimson-black light. Pieces of flint swirled around him, held aloft by the conflicting energies, and skipped across his pale skin, leaving faint welts across its surface. With a roar of effort, Sung Sin projected the sum of his power outward. His Xianqi and Moqi radiated from him, and together they were greater than what he reckoned a core at the gathering cultivation stage was capable of. Sure enough, the air in front of him rippled, then split apart, forming a rift 10 times as tall as Sung Sin. He looked into the rift and saw a hill of red grass. But before he could celebrate his success, the edges of this curious opening in reality wobbled and wavered before beginning to fold in on themselves again. I'm not really at the gathering stage, I just managed to trick this infernal art for a little bit that I was, Sung Sin realized. He turned to Ba Shan and the 2 sprites, all of whom were looking at him and the rift in amazement. Come on, follow me! The hell pig didn't hesitate. He lowered his head and charged the rift, scooping Sung Sin up with his tusk along the way.
It's closing!
Lon Lon cried.
Are we going to make it?
We are! Ba Shan growled and dived toward the hill with red grass. Chapter 60. The Ogre Berserker. The hell pig skidded to a halt upon the wide hilltop, his trotters digging furrows into the impeccably manicured grass. Sung Sin tumbled off Ba Shan's tusk, tucked his body into a roll, and surged to his feet. The 2 sprites whooped and cheered in exhilaration behind him.
Again!
Tao Tao demanded.
Yes, that was amazing.
Lon Lon said. Maybe later, girls, Ba Shan said, his voice wavering with obvious trepidation as he took a few wary steps back from the tall, bald man glaring irritably at him. Well, now look what you've done, the man said. He wore a plain and sturdy brown robe, and he carried a basket in his right hand filled with gardening tools and a small sack of seeds. His features were strong and broad, sporting a deep-set brow, a square jaw, and an axe handle of a nose. His dark eyes were no different than those of a human's in hue and shape. It's going to be such a bother repairing the turf. Sorry? Ba Shan squeaked. The hell pig's legs were trembling at the knees, and Sung Sin understood why. Immense Moqi radiated from the bald man, unfathomably greater than the bitter alorises and perhaps the ebon worms at his strongest. If the ebon worm had truly been at the regal stage of cultivation, the fiend that stood before Sung Sin had long surpassed that. Noble, sovereign, or beyond? Sung Sin thought as the fiend clicked his tongue irritably at Ba Shan before turning to him. Sung Sin cleared his throat, steeled his resolve, and looked the fiend in the eye. Good afternoon, sir. You must be the Ogre Berserker. A name I've been wanting to shed for a long time, but karma does as karma wills, the fiend said with a nod. Yes, that's me. I'd prefer you just call me Kwang Ao. And you must be the creature Brightfish calls the demi-fiend. Yes, Elder Kwang, Sung Sin said. That's me. My name is Sung Sin. I have a divine core and an infernal core, and I'm here to request your help. I won't lie, young Master Sung. I do find your condition extremely intriguing, Kwang Ao said. But you have arrived at a rather inconvenient time. How so, sir? Sung Sin asked. He didn't like being called a young master since he wasn't a noble or even the scion of a wealthy merchant clan. Still, he supposed he did look the part, thanks to his silken attire. In any case, he wasn't about to correct Kwang Ao. The Ogre Berserker half turned and gestured over his shoulder. Another fiend was there, accompanied by a host of spawn. The fiend looked like a powerfully muscled woman with gleaming metal petals fused into her skin. Her eyes were iron gray and her scalp was shaved bare, except for a topknot of white hair that reached down to her waist. The Iron Rose has sent another of her ambassadors to invite me to her city, Kwang Ao said, a faint frown marring his brow. But this one I actually do know, have a mild fondness for, and am not really inclined to just send her on her way with a beating like I've done with the others. Young Master Sung, please meet the Vicious Lasher, Fabienne. The Vicious Lasher seemed surprised at the Ogre Berserker's introduction, but she bowed stiffly to Sung Sin, even as her eyes flashed with irritation.
A good afternoon to you, young Master Sung,
Fabienne said. Her spawn, a host of gray-skinned humanoids devoid of facial features, save for a single lashing tongue twice as thick as Sung Sin's wrist, echoed their mistress's gesture. The Vicious Lasher turned her attention to Kwang Ao then, utterly dismissing Sung Sin from her regard.
Master, please, come with me to the city of Razor Petals. Her supreme unholiness only wants to talk to you.
But I can't, can I? Kwang Ao said. Only fiends who have gone past the noble stage can go into the city. You, dear Fabienne, have just attained the gathering stage. You will accompany me to one of the settlements outside the city, and then you will not be able to go any further, depriving me of the pleasure of your company. How did you get your spawn in here? Sung Sin blurted, cutting off Fabienne before she could respond. Why didn't they get all cut up on the plains? My obfuscation infernal art parts before the presence of any fiend beyond the gathering stage, Kwang Ao explained patiently. Fabienne and her entourage didn't need to lay a single foot on the Flintshale Plains.
Master,
Fabienne began after shooting an annoyed glare at Sung Sin. But Kwang Ao shook his head and raised his hand. My dear, you should not call me that any more, the Ogre Berserker said. You left my tutelage to follow the Iron Rose, did you not? You are no longer my disciple, and I am no longer your master. And though I will always welcome your presence, there is no more karma binding us. You know this to be true. Call me by my name.
The
Vicious Lasher started to say, only to nod and correct herself. To Sung Sin's surprise, he thought he spotted tears in the fiend's eyes.
Elder Kwang, the Iron Rose has a grand design, one that will sweep over the world and change it irrevocably. You deserve a place in her court and within her new world order.
And only horrors await those who don't, Kwang Ao said. I've heard that pitch already from those who've come before you, all of them fiends possessed of far greater power than you, my dear. And though it pains me to upset you, I must give you the same answer I gave them. No. Now please, if you aren't going to stay for dinner, you'd better get going. You have a long journey back home.
I will not.
Fabienne fell to her knees, her jaw clenched stubbornly.
I will kneel here until you come with me, Elder Kwang.
The Ogre Berserker clicked his tongue in irritation and turned back to Sung Sin. That's why I say you have arrived at an inopportune time, young Master Sung, he said. Perhaps it's best if you leave for now and come back another day. I could, Elder Kwang, but I'd rather not. Sung Sin pointed at Fabienne. So, from what I've gathered, this Iron Rose has sent other people to invite you to her home, but you beat them up and sent them packing, am I right? You are. Kwang Ao smiled faintly. But you can't do that to the Vicious Lasher because she used to be your disciple, and you don't want to hurt someone you care for, Sung Sin said. Yes, but there's also something else, the Ogre Berserker said. Fabienne's predecessors were fiends who've surpassed the noble and regal stages of cultivation. One of them was even at the sovereign stage. But Fabienne, as I said, has just attained the gathering stage. My power eclipses hers, and it would be most unbecoming of me to use it against her, especially now that she's no longer my disciple. Which means it's not my place to discipline or correct her. I didn't know fiends cared about that, Sung Sin said. I thought it was simply a matter of might makes right among you all. Do you want to die? Ba Shun hissed angrily from behind. Why would you say something like that to him? You aren't wrong, young Master Sung, Kwang Ao said, grinning. Decorum, etiquette, and honor are inherently mortal notions, and they wither before the unbending truth of pure, overwhelming power. For most of my life I cared not for them, desiring only to wield my might and relishing only the screams and suffering of my vanquished foes. But I have changed in my old age, it seems. Nonsense, Elder Kwong, Sung Sin said. You don't look a day past 30. If we were walking down the street together, everyone would think you were my older brother. Ba Shun squeaked in horror. Fei Bian hissed angrily and clenched her fists. But Kwang Ao laughed. And we come to the crux of the matter, young Master Sung, the Ogre Berserker said. You can't walk down any human street, not the way you are right now. That's right. I'm holding on to my deception aspect, but for some reason it's making my mochi radiate everywhere. I can't suppress it at all, Sung Sin said. Maybe if I get to a higher stage of cultivation, I can... Every fiend inherently possesses a deception aspect, but you are no fiend, Kwang Ao said. When you assume your deception aspect, the Xian Qi within you surges in protest, pushing your mochi outward. Any ascendant within 10 leagues would detect you easily. No, young Master Sung, your deception aspect will not work the way you wish it to, no matter what cultivation stage you attain. I see. Sung Sin nodded. Well, Granny Brightfish told me that your protean infernal art can help me, and so I've come to learn it from you, as your disciple if need be, Elder Kwong. My protean infernal art? Kwang Ao chuckled. It isn't the most powerful infernal art I know, but it is one of the most complex and difficult ones in perhaps all existence. Fei Bian, for example, couldn't even grasp its basics, gifted though she is.
My dimness and slow-wittedness have caused you much frustration, Master... Elder Kwong.
Fei Bian bowed her head.
I am sorry.
Don't be silly, the Ogre Berserker said. Didn't I say you were gifted? Protean is just a really complex infernal art, that's all. If you had trained another year with me, perhaps you would have improved your control over your mochi enough to make another attempt at it.
I would love to stay, but...
Fei Bian wore a pained expression on her face. But your duties to the Iron Rose beckon, I understand. Kwang Ao turned back to Sung Sin. The point I'm trying to make is that Protean is extremely difficult to grasp. Even if I were willing to train you, what makes you think you'd be able to learn it? You could spend decades accomplishing nothing here, when instead possible glory and riches await you in the service of the Iron Rose.
I'm not taking this abomination with me,
Fei Bian protested.
He'll be killed on sight 100 leagues from the city of Razor Petals, and many questions will be raised about my better judgment.
The Iron Rose. Sung Sin glanced over his shoulder at Ba Shun. The Hell Pig gave him a tentative nod, confirming that this was the archfiend he'd mentioned. Sung Sin turned back to Kwang Ao and shook his head. The Iron Rose, I've heard, treats humans like livestock. I'd eat a turd before I serve or have anything to do with a monster like that.
You dare!
Fei Bian surged to her feet, but Kwang Ao laughed again. A crass but strangely apt summation of my very sentiments, the Ogre Berserker said. He turned to Fei Bian. It is not my place to tell your over-mistress how to live her life or rule her domain, but I cannot condone her practices, and you know why. And for that reason I will never serve her.
Then she'll kill you,
the vicious lasher blurted before falling to her knees again and pressing her forehead to the red grass.
Please, Master, please come back with me. If you just meet with her, I'm sure she'll spare your life.
She will spare my life, eh? We'll see about that. A dangerous note entered Kwang Ao's voice, and for a moment, Sung Sin felt as if his spine had been dipped into a frozen lake. Ba Shun squeaked again, as did the two sprites. Fei Bian's entourage of spawn fell to their knees and groveled. That was just a slight surge of his mochi, Sung Sin realized, his eyes widening in awe. Just how powerful is this fellow? Elder Kwong, let me answer your question about my aptitude, he said, hoping to dispel the suffocating tension that had fallen over the hilltop. I am confident I can learn Protean because I have reason to believe that I am a prodigy either by birth or by circumstance.
As if,
Fei Bian scoffed, but Kwang Ao seemed intrigued. Please explain, young Master Sung, he requested. I was born with neither a divine core nor an infernal core, Sung Sin said. That's right, I was a mortal, a young being by trade. I got my cores literally weeks ago. Weeks? And yet you've managed to unveil my obfuscation infernal art, with 2 cores at the middle wandering stages, Kwang Ao mused. Fiends take 2, maybe 3 decades, and consume dozens, if not hundreds, of humans to get where you are with your infernal core. The most gifted ascendants I've known only attained the wandering stage after 15 to 20 years of cultivation. Just how many ascendants does he know? Sung Sin wondered, before shaking his head and pressing on with what he had to say. I learned my first divine art, the mind's eye, in a single night, and I picked up 2 cultivation pathways simply by observing them. He also knows how to use Sapphire Onslaught, Ba Shan added helpfully. You know, the divine art that creates those really flashy, glowing swords used by those Sapphire sect assholes? Sapphire Onslaught? Kwang Ao widened his eyes in genuine surprise. How curious. It is a fairly complex divine art, and you say you learned it sometime over the last few weeks? No, Elder Kwang. Sung Sin raised his right hand and pulled back his sleeve. I will be completely transparent with you. I did not learn the Sapphire Onslaught or Sapphire Imbuement divine arts through study or observation. The Devourer spike emerged from his palm. I learned them with this infernal art, Sung Sin said. The Devourer. Chapter 61. The Deal. Sung Sin described his experiences with the ebon worm as succinctly as he could. His account didn't take more than a few minutes, and by the time he was done, Kwang Ao looked perturbed and bewildered, while Fei Bian seemed shaken and fearful. The Infinite One, the Ogre Berserker mused. Why have I not heard of a being as seemingly powerful as he? How has he escaped my notice?
Well, Elder Kwang,
Fei Bian cleared her throat.
you do spend an awful amount of time holed up in your home, tending to your hill, or keeping Lady Hong company.
That's true. I do value my privacy. Kwang Ao sighed. Drop your attempt to bring me with you, Fabian, and just stay for dinner instead. Hong Xiu will be coming home in a few days, and she'd be delighted to see you. She misses you a lot, you know.
I miss her too,
Fabian said in a small voice.
but I can't do that.
Well, whoever this Infinite One is, he managed to drop tens of thousands of human corpses into the western foothills marsh, allowing the ebon worm to build an army. And all without you noticing, Sung Sin said. I don't think he's to be trifled with. He isn't, Kwang Ao agreed. I should look into his doings.
The Iron Rose knows about the Infinite One, and she has sent out her mightiest lieutenants to bring him into the fold,
Fabian said.
Soon he will be in the city of Razor Petals, so you need not worry about him doing anything here.
Her mightiest lieutenants? Like the ones who haven't been able to get Elder Kwang to budge? Sung Sin chuckled. He retracted the Devourer spike and met Kwang Ao's gaze. That little aside about the Devourer infernal art aside, I believe I've made a good case for my talent. Teach me Protean, Elder Kwang, and I will master it. Or at the very least, I will learn enough of it to pass for human again. I will be neither a disappointment nor a waste of your time. Even if half of what you've told me about yourself is true, then you're perhaps a prodigy of the ages, the Ogre Berserker said. Not solely because of your natural aptitude, but also because of the strange confluence of events that have altered you so drastically, yet allowed you to achieve in weeks what others would require decades to grasp. Besides, it would be intriguing to train someone as unique as you, young Master Sung, like I've said. Unfortunately, as I've also said, you have caught me in a bit of a conundrum here, one that leaves me ill at ease to embark on any other endeavor before it is resolved. Kwang Ao nodded at the defiant Fei Bian. Elder Kwang, I have a suggestion, Sung Sin said. It's obvious that the vicious Lasher and I are at odds. If you train me, you will stay here and not travel to the city of Razor Petals. If you go with her, I will be completely out of luck, since I'll die if I try to follow you.
What are you getting at, Abomination?
Fei Bian snarled. At the end of the day, you and she are fiends. Ideally, you would have beaten her up and sent her on her way already, but you haven't because she's dear to you, Sung Sin continued. And it makes you look bad if you do beat her up, because for some reason you've taken quite a shine to mortal notions of piety, honor, and propriety. I have indeed, Kwang Ao mused, his eyes shining with interest. I am a mortal with Mo Chi. Sung Sin cracked his knuckles and grinned at Fabienne. I can resolve this in a fiend-like fashion that will also satisfy mortal notions. I'm not vastly more powerful than the vicious lasher like you are, Elder Kwang, which means that there will be no dishonor if we fight. And if I drive her away for you because I desire a favor from you, you would have gotten your way through the exercise of power. I would have, Kwang Ao chuckled. You are at a less advanced cultivation stage than Fabienne, but if you're such a prodigy as you claimed, the difference shouldn't be an insurmountable one for you. Very well. Do battle with Fabienne and send her home to her overmistress.
I have no incentive to agree to such a bout,
Fabienne snapped.
The abomination is beneath me. He isn't fit to serve as fodder for my spawn.
Why don't we sweeten the deal then? Sung Sin said. If I lose, Elder Kwang goes with you. Wait, I never agreed to this, Kwang Ao began.
Deal.
Fabienne got to her feet and gave her former master a triumphant grin.
You'll see, Elder Kwang. You'll see for yourself how important it is that all fiends unite under the Iron Rose's banner.
The ogre berserker grunted and cast Sung Sin a sidelong glare. It takes a lot of guts to speak for me, young Master Sung. Yeah, that's what I'm known for. Leagues and leagues of guts. Sung Sin slapped his belly and laughed. Is that so? Kwang Ao arched his brow. Very well. In that case, let me make things even more fun. Fabienne, your spawn may fight alongside you against young Master Sung. All of them. Show no mercy.
I won't.
Fabienne snarled at Sung Sin.
We won't.
Does he want me to lose? He'll have to go visit that Iron Rose then. Sung Sin opened his mouth to protest, but Lun Lun and Tao Tao raised their voices in a shrill battle cry.
We're fighting with Sung Sin then,
The floral sprites said together.
We won't let these ugly fiends bully our master.
Don't call me that, Sung Sin snapped at them, only for them to clasp their hands to their lips and giggle. I'll join the battle too, Ba Shun rumbled, before quailing and shaking as Kwang Ao looked at him. If it's all right with you, Elder Kwang. You ruined my grass, the ogre berserker said irritably. Before you think about fighting, you should be repairing the damage you've done instead. I will take that off your mind momentarily, Elder Kwang. Sung Sin beckoned Lun Lun and Tao Tao over. The floral sprites hopped off Ba Shun's back and skipped to Sung Sin's side. He reached out to the ogre berserker's bucket. May I? Bemused, Kwang Ao handed the bucket of tools and gardening seeds to Sung Sin, who then passed it to Lun Lun. Can you fix the patches of ruined turf? Sung Sin asked the sprites.
We can,
They declared at the same time before skipping and twirling over to the furrows of upturned earth that marked Ba Shun's landing on the hilltop. Lun Lun scattered seeds from the sack, while Tao Tao sang a wordless melody and gestured over the dirt. As Sung Sin watched, red grass, thick and lush, sprouted, and before long, the furrows were gone, a distant, fading memory in the wake of the hilltop's restored perfection. What skilled and wonderful maidservants you have, young Master Sung, Kwang Ao said, as Lun Lun returned his basket.
Oh, we really are skilled and wondrous, aren't we?
Tao Tao said, resting her elbow on Sung Sin's left shoulder.
Not only that, we're elegant and beautiful too.
Lun Lun said, leaning against Sung Sin on the right. All right, you two are amazing, Sung Sin conceded. Yes, very smart, very pretty. Thank you.
You're welcome, dear master,
They said, dancing away before he could catch them and tweak them by their ears. So it's all right if Ba Shun, Lun Lun, and Tao Tao fight alongside me? Sung Sin asked Kwang Ao, stifling a snarl of exasperated frustration. Oh, most certainly, the ogre berserker said. Chapter 62. The Pandemonium Manor. Kwang Ao led everyone to a wooden house on the hilltop. It was a deceptively sized building, with neatly sanded walls and many windows. The ogre berserker pushed the door open and walked in, beckoning for everyone else to follow him. Sung Sin looked back over his shoulder at Ba Shun and the flower sprites on his back. The hell pig was still in his actual form, that of a massive bovine twice as tall and thrice as wide as Sung Sin. How was he going to fit into Kwang Ao's house? "Hey, Ba Shun," Sung Sin said. "Better put on your deception aspect again. The last thing we need right now is you wrecking Elder Kwang's place." Fei Bian snorted derisively as she walked past him, all her spawn in tow. Sung Sin blinked at the sight. Had there been so many of them in the first place? He'd counted roughly 24 when he'd first arrived on the hilltop. Now at least double the number shuffled past him and disappeared into the depths of Kwang Ao's house. "Flail spawn are tricky like that," Ba Shun said, obviously noticing Sung Sin's confusion. "You can never tell how many of them are around until you kill them all and count their corpses."
That's weird.
Lon Lon commented, clutching her upper arms and shuddering.
And creepy.
Tao Tao added, mirroring Lon Lon's gesture. "Are you sure you want to fight them then?" Sung Sin asked. "Maybe you two should sit this one out. Ba Shun and I can handle the vicious lasher and her spawn."
"Wouldn't hurt to have their blades watching our back, Sung Sin,"
Ba Shun said. He gestured with his single tusk at the last of the flail spawn as it walked into the house.
"We don't even know how many of those damned things there are. And they're not like the worm spawn or sting spawn we've dealt with so far. These have eaten quite a few mortals already, judging by their mochi. I'd say they might have even arrived at the foundation stage already."
That would make them much faster and stronger than the average worm spawn, Sung Sin thought. They might even be able to use infernal arts. "Fine, just be careful, all three of you," Sung Sin said, before turning back to the door and scratching the back of his head. "Did all of them go in? How are they going to fit inside the house? It's not that big."
Everyone knows that Kwang Ao's house is called the Pandemonium Manor.
Lon Lon said.
It is a dimensional building with hundreds of floors and gateways to pocket realms. I don't think Sung Sin knows that, Lon Lon.
Tao Tao said.
That's why he asked Ba Shun to put on his deception aspect. He doesn't know a lot of things. He's a very silly man. And ignorant man.
The two flower sprites began giggling. Sung Sin felt his brow twitching in irritation. "Can you two not say such things to my face?" he asked.
Would you rather we talked about you behind your back?
Lon Lon wondered, batting her lashes innocently. "Yes.
No."
Sung Sin groaned.
"All right,
Fine, say whatever you want. Let's go." He strode through the doorway and into the house. A gust of wind washed over his face then, forcing him to blink. And when his vision cleared, he found himself standing within a vast hall sporting a floor of perfectly planed stone and marble walls, adorned with calligraphy scrolls. There was a set of double wooden doors on the eastern side of the room, while a smaller door sat on the western side. Warm amber light fell from a trio of brass lamps hanging from the tall ceiling. The humble doorway was behind him, and the hill with red grass was visible within its humble wooden frame.
Elder Kwang, your penmanship has improved,
Fei Bian said. The vicious lasher was standing beside the ogre berserker and sweeping her admiring gaze over the calligraphy scrolls. "Hung Xiu insisted that I put my scribbling up," Kwang Ao said, obviously embarrassed. "Pay them no heed." Sung Sin shrugged. He knew nothing about calligraphy. As it stood, he could write his name and enough characters to compose a short letter. That was good enough for him. Ba Shun appeared next to Sung Sin. The two flower sprites were still on his back. The hell pig looked blankly at the calligraphy scrolls. "You know anything about this calligraphy stuff?" Sung Sin asked Ba Shun, as Fei Bian serenaded her former master with praise, which Kwang Ao didn't really seem to be enjoying.
"Not at all."
Ba Shun rolled his shoulders in the porcine equivalent of a shrug, sending Lon Lon and Tao Tao into a fresh giggling fit. The hell pig looked around the hall, his eyes widening in awe.
Word has it that Kwang Ao created all this himself with the energy weave. If that's true, he has to be unfathomably more powerful than any other archfiend in existence. He could very well be one of the Infernal Lords incarnate. I didn't build my mana with the energy weave, Hellpig. That would require deific power, and I am not one of the Infernal Lords incarnate, Kwang Ao said, having obviously overheard Ba Shun's comments. Neither can I claim to be the mightiest fiend that ever lived. I have attained the sovereign stage of cultivation, but there have been many others who have done the same. I wouldn't be surprised if Fabienne's overmistress, the Iron Rose, is at the sovereign stage as well.
She hasn't deigned to divulge her cultivation stage to me,
the vicious lasher said quietly. This is a pretty grand place for sure. Sung Sin walked across the hall, with Ba Shun following closely behind. I've been to a prince's mansion before, and this room alone puts his entire estate to shame. Did you use any infernal arts to build your manor? Yes, I did, Kwang Ao said. But mostly to move, shape, and place the building materials. I did the same for most of the furniture. The dimensional enchantments linking the rooms were gifts of my dear friend, a Yao named Ling Hu, and the decorations were largely fashioned by Hong Xiu. That's not the first time he's mentioned that name. Who's Hong Xiu? Sung Sin wondered. The way he talks, she sounds like his wife. Is she another fiend? In any case, let me welcome you, young Master Sung, to my abode, the Pandemonium Manor. We are standing in the entrance lobby. Should you prevail and earn the right to be my disciple, you and your companions will be given comfortable quarters here, the Ogre Berserker continued. He turned to Fabienne and clasped her affectionately on the shoulder. I have kept your room just the way it was the day you left. If you do decide to stay for the night, you're very welcome to it. Your spawn will have to wait outside the manor, though.
Thank you,
Fabienne said, her voice thick with emotion.
But I cannot. I'm sorry. I have to.
Do what you must, Kwang Ao said, smiling. I know. Hong Xiu thinks you're stubborn sometimes, but I prefer to see you as being strong-willed and resolute. You have decided to serve the Iron Rose, and so you shall, to the best of your abilities. Come, everyone, let us proceed to the training hall. Sung Sin nodded. The Ogre Berserker didn't want Fabienne and Sung Sin to fight on the hill, and possibly damage its immaculately tended red grass. He wondered what Kwang Ao's training hall would look like. The Ogre Berserker began walking to the set of double doors. Everyone followed him as he threw the doors open, revealing a morass of swirling shadows. He stepped into their midst and vanished. Fabienne did the same unhesitatingly, as did her spawn. Sung Sin exchanged a curious look with Ba Shun. There's nothing to it now, the Hellpig said. What are you going to do if we lose? Die, probably, Sung Sin replied. You think the vicious lasher is going to spare us if she wins? You think Kwang Ao is going to let her kill us? Ba Shun wondered. The Hellpig sighed a moment later. Yeah, he will. If you lose, he'll have to go with the vicious lasher to meet the Iron Rose. He's not going to be very happy about that. You three can still back out now, Sung Sin said. Turn around and wait outside the manor. If you see Kwang Ao leaving with the vicious lasher, I'm obviously dead. So just go on and live your lives.
Our lives are bound to you,
Tao Tao declared, drawing her sickle blade and waving it about haphazardly above her head.
You're a master, Sung Sin, remember? Yeah, that's right,
Lan Lan agreed, drawing her blade as well.
We promise to follow and serve you. And if that means we have to fight the occasional fiend, we'll do just that, even if they smell bad. We will?
Tao Tao asked, blinking in surprised bewilderment. Lan Lan furrowed her brow. The two flower sprites wrung their wrists in consternation, the edges of their weapons twitching dangerously close to Ba Shun's scalp as they did so. Hey! The Hellpig protested. Watch your blades! If you cut me, I'm going to be very annoyed. Maybe enough to eat— Shut up, man! Sung Sin reached out and shoved Ba Shun on the shoulder. Don't get them started on that again. I thought you said the joke wasn't funny anymore. I wasn't joking, Ba Shun protested.
You try getting your scalp cut to the bone by those stupidly sharp blades the girls are swinging around like that.
But then the flower sprites hopped off his back and walked towards Sung Sin, their eyes filled with resolve. They came to a halt right in front of him and nodded.
We'll fight, stinky fiends. Yao and Xian, for you.
Lon Lon declared.
This time.
Tao Tao clarified. Sung Sin sighed and wiped his hand over his face. All right, sure. Thanks, he said.
That's it? That's your response to our declaration of undying loyalty?
Tao Tao and Lon Lon demanded, raising their voice in unison. The same loyalty you had to Lady Brightfish? Sung Sin raised his gaze, pointedly ignoring their protests, and looked at Ba Shun. What about you? Sung Sin asked. You sure you didn't get caught up in the moment? The vicious lasher is a whole cultivation stage ahead of me, and her spawn aren't to be taken lightly like you pointed out just now. There's a good chance you might die, you know. Nah. Ba Shun grunted and shrugged once more in his porcine fashion. I said I'd fight with you, so I will. Besides, I'm not going to let that haughty, metal-faced buffoon kill my friend. I've got precious few of those left. Sung Sin laughed and shook his head. Fine. Thanks, he said. No problem, Ba Shun replied.
What?
Lon Lon cried, looking over her shoulder at the hell pig.
You're fine with him being so casual about this? You don't want him to say more?
What more is there to say?
Ba Shun asked, his eyes wide with genuine confusion.
I don't know.
Lon Lon frowned.
Like how much your devotion means to him? And how he'll treasure your friendship forever? Or something along those lines? Like how he could have said how much he adores me and Tao Tao and will cherish us until his last breath? And how he could maybe have tried to say all that in beautiful poetry?
That all sounds pretty unnecessary to me, the hell pig said. Silly, even.
Tao Tao sniffed and folded her arms.
Men.
Sung Sin fought down the urge to smack both the flower sprites across the back of their heads. Instead, he jerked his thumb toward the door. That's enough. Let's go, he said. Chapter 63. The Training Hall. The training hall wasn't quite what Sung Sin expected. He emerged from the doorway onto a ledge of carved stone extending roughly 30 paces long and 40 paces wide. Kuang Ao stood upon the lip of the ledge, while Fei Bian and her spawn were clustered around one of its corners. Beyond the ledge was what could only be described as a massive rectangular pit with evenly planed stone walls and a dirt floor. Sitting at least 100 paces beneath the ledge, the pit stretched nearly a league into the distance. Clean white light fell from above. Sung Sin looked up and saw brass lamps hanging from the ceiling a dozen paces above the ledge. They were arranged into a neat row that extended down the length of the pit. The lamps carried no wicks. Instead, glowing crystals floated in their hearts, washing their radiance into every corner of the training hall. Ba Shun and the flower sprites appeared from the door a moment later. The hell pig's jaw fell open at the sight.
This is where the ogre berserker trains?
He stammered. Indeed, hell pig, Kuang Ao said. Of course, I'm not the only one who uses this place. Hong Xiu likes testing her divine arts here against impulse clay constructs too. Of course, for the purposes of this bout, I will permit neither you, young Master Sung, nor Fei Bian to create any impulse clay constructs. Did he say divine arts? His wife uses divine arts? Sung Sin kept his face neutral and nodded stoically to the ogre berserker. I don't know what impulse clay is, but sure. I'm all right with that as long as Fei Bian doesn't get any unfair advantage over me. I'm afraid she will, however, but it won't be much of one, Kuang Ao said. It isn't surprising you don't know what impulse clay is. It is a fairly rare substance that I've had the good fortune to accrue a vast amount of. Come and look out over my arena. I will show you. Sung Sin did as he was told, striding to the lip of the ledge to stand beside the ogre berserker. Fei Bian did the same, wearing a confident smirk upon her face all the while. Kuang Ao extended his right hand out above the pit, A wave of mochi rolled from him. Instantly the dirt floor 100 paces beneath the ledge began to roil and writhe before rising into a yellow-brown twist of clay at least 20 times the size of Bashan in his true form. The earthen mass ascended until it was level with the ogre berserker, who then gestured casually with his extended hand. The clay flew apart, then came together again, coalescing into a wide stairwell that led to the bottom of the pit. Kuang Ao began descending. Fabienne followed with her spawn, and seeing no other recourse, Sung Sin did the same, with Bashan and the flower sprites in tow. This is impulse clay. It resonates with all kinds of energy, be it mochi, xianqi, or even yaoqi, Kuang Ao explained along the way. As they descended, the upper tiers of the stairwell broke apart into earthen streams that pooled at the bottom of the pit. The ogre berserker waved, and the pooling clay parted, leaving the dirt floor exposed. With enough control over your energy and a strong enough will, you can shape it to your convenience and utility. When I was training Fabienne, I crafted simple constructs from the impulse clay to serve as her sparring partners. I put together more complex and more formidable constructs when I wished to test an infernal art I composed. Hong Xiu does the same, but with divine arts, as I'd mentioned. A moment, Elder Kuang, Sung Sin said. This lady you've mentioned numerous times, I take it that she's your wife? My wife? Kuang Ao chuckled and stroked his chin. What a mortal notion that is. But I like it. Perhaps I shall indeed ask her to marry me. She is an ascendant? Sung Sin asked next. Yes, she is, Kuang Ao said. An odd pairing, it might seem to you, I know. I never expected it myself. But yes, the love of my life is indeed an ascendant, and a mighty one at that.
She fought you for 40 days and 40 nights,
Fabienne said, her voice laden with fondness and amusement. It was a story she knew well, it seemed.
And when you two stopped, you broke through and mastered your greatest infernal art, instinctual mastery.
That is just one of countless things I will be endlessly grateful to her for, Kuang Ao said, an embarrassed laugh rolling from his lips. He gave Sung Sin an apologetic nod. Forgive me, young Master Sung. You did not travel all the way here to hear the sentimental mutterings of an old, love-addled fool. There is nothing to forgive, Elder Kuang, Sung Sin said. I am curious about your lady love being an ascendant, but I'm even more curious about how you learned that infernal art Fabienne mentioned, instinctual mastery. We have been conversing for a while now, young Master Sung, the ogre berserker said. How closely do you think I'm living up to my name? Not at all, really, Sung Sin replied. When I first heard your fiend name, I was expecting you to be a crazed, bloodthirsty maniac, and I never would have sought to meet you if Granny Brightfish hadn't suggested I do so. You come off as a very calm, polite, and level-headed person. I wasn't like this before. Kuang Ao reached the bottom of the stairwell and waited for everyone to do the same before he made a slight pointing gesture with his hand. The stairwell fell apart into streams of impulse clay that gathered into 2 tidy heaps on the eastern and western sides of the pit. Before I met Hong Xiu, I was filled with a ceaseless rage that transcended the flesh hunger. I sought battle and conflict, not caring if it was against an ascendant or another fiend. And in doing so I wreaked horrific destruction and bloodshed across the realm of the Obsidian Blade, an archfiend that sought to establish his own kingdom many hundreds of years ago. My actions ended up foiling his attempt to invade the mortal realms, and ultimately took his life, causing the collapse of his domain and the subsequent deaths of his heirs through infighting. I wandered from the Obsidian's Blade carcass, my hands still covered in blood, and a powerful ascendant fell from the heavens to challenge me, Kuang Ao went on. It was Hong Xiu. And, as Fabienne said, we fought for 40 days and nights, stretching my endurance to its limits and letting my rage unfold, until it was spent. When the sun came up on the 41st day, my rage was gone. I was berserk no longer. A soothing, icy calm permeated my entire being, and I found I could exert immense control over my mo-chi. I'd learned instinctual mastery. But what about Hong Xiu? Did you overpower her with your new infernal art? Sung Sin asked. No. Kwang Ao laughed softly. I went down on my knees in front of her and declared my boundless gratitude and undying love.
Oh, how romantic.
The flower sprites cooed and cupped their chins in their hands.
That's it?
Ba Shun demanded.
That's how you succeed with women? I've done the same thing a few times to many of my lady friends, and it's never worked.
It didn't work right away, Kwang Ao said. Having lost my desire to fight her, I had to flee for my life, only to seek her out time and time again to plead my affections and prove my sincerity. Eventually, after 30 years, I succeeded. And the last 2 decades have been wonderful indeed. That's amazing. Sung Sin shook his head. Not about you and your lady love, though that is an interesting tale in itself, I'm sure, but about your instinctual mastery in infernal art. When I saw you move the impulse clay, I sensed your mo-chi extending in an impossibly precise and efficient fashion. If I had to liken it to anything, it would be akin to using only 2 fingers to thread a needle, while being dangled upside down in a completely dark room filled with rushing water. Is that instinctual mastery?
Way to spoil the mood.
Tao Tao grumbled, shoving Sung Sin in the back.
Unromantic and oblivious.
Lan Lan added, also giving Sung Sin a less than gentle push that had him stumbling forward a step. I'm going to pluck their petals off. Sung Sin glared at them. His irritation grew when he noticed the amusement on the vicious lasher's face. Taking a deep breath, he returned his attention to Kwang Ao. It is, the ogre berserker confirmed. But I didn't sense you using any infernal art at all, Sung Sin said. You only extended your energy and moved it around. That's because I'm always using instinctual mastery, young Master Sung, Kwang Ao said. So precise and efficient is my grasp over my mo-chi, that using this most profound of infernal arts requires only a slight exertion on my resources, one that I can easily maintain into perpetuity. That is truly wondrous. Sung Sin nodded. Well, good thing I'm going to be your disciple, Elder Kwang, because I can't wait to learn instinctual mastery too. Chapter 64. Impulse Clay.
You learn the greatest infernal art in existence?
Fei Bian snorted derisively.
You won't be living out the day, Abomination, let alone receiving any instruction at all from Elder Kwang.
We'll see about that, Sung Sin said to the vicious lasher. Indeed, the ogre berserker said before his former disciple could reply. We are here to see about that. I have relinquished control over the impulse clay, which means the 2 of you are free to seize it with your will and energy and shape the battlefield to your advantage. Is this the slight advantage she'll have? Sung Sin asked Kwang Ao. Since she has gotten some experience with controlling and shaping impulse clay while training under you? No. Fei Bian has never tried to shape impulse clay on her own. Kwang Ao gave his former disciple a slight smile. The advantage I mentioned was simply her greater familiarity with impulse clay than yours, since this is your first encounter with it. Fei Bian has always preferred more straightforward means, but today's bout is a test of sorts I have for her as well, to see what, if any, progress she's made since entering the Iron Rose's service.
I have made plenty,
the vicious lasher said. I look forward to seeing it then. The ogre berserker clasped Fei Bian fondly on the shoulder before pointing to the eastern wall. Stand there with your spawn, Fei Bian. Do the same at the western wall with your companions, young Master Sung. Sung Sin did so, beckoning Ba Shun and the flower sprites to follow. They made their way across the pit. The ground was plain packed dirt. Kwang Ao spoke again when he arrived at the wall. Reach out your mind to the impulse clay, the both of you, Kwang Ao called from where he stood. Whoever has the stronger will and has infused more energy into it will now be able to shape it to their advantage. Fabienne is older and at a more advanced cultivation stage. Her will and the metal of her mo-chi are undoubtedly superior to yours, young Master Sung. But you have 2 cores to her 1. This means that your energy reserves outstrip hers by a notable, though not overwhelming, amount. Sung Sin pulsed a wave of mo-chi from his body outward so that it washed over the impulse clay scattered across the pit. He then did the same with Xian-chi. Both times the strange substance reacted to his energy, and he knew that if he concentrated, he could push, pull, and perhaps even stack it into simple shapes, such as cubes or sphere, and suspend them in the air if he so desired. Fabienne shook her head.
I don't need to mess with the impulse clay to kill you, abomination,
the vicious lasher declared.
This will be over in an instant.
Sung Sin ignored her taunts and turned to Ba Shan and the flower sprites. We don't know anything about our foe, he said. Except for the fact that they outnumber us and the vicious lasher's spawn isn't to be trifled with. But they're still spawn, which means they'll be much weaker than her, so we should get rid of them first. After that, we all go after her together.
Yes, sir!
Lan Lan and Tao Tao snapped their hands to their brows in some kind of salute Sung Sin had never seen before. Perhaps it was a comedic parody of how Imperial soldiers would salute. He wasn't sure. As a young Bing, he'd never really paid attention to how they did things beyond the battlefield. All right, my idea was to just rush in and hit things, Ba Shan said. It really hasn't worked out for me very often, so let's do this your way. Good. Sung Sin reached into his dimensional pouch and pulled out his armored coat and the cerulean sword. He slipped on the former and drew the latter, thinking that if there ever were a suitable time to use the potent enchanted weapon, this was undoubtedly one. But the light in the short blade sat awkwardly in his grasp. Sung Sin frowned in annoyance. He knew how to use single-handed swords, he just didn't really like them. Sighing, he gave the cerulean sword an experimental twirl and hefted it into readiness. At the same time, he conjured a scale shield across his left forearm. The vicious lasher had dispersed her spawn into a strange formation, with 4 of the creatures hanging back and the others spread out into a loose cluster. Sung Sin had seen this before. Spawn did this just before they broke into a swarming charge that sought to overwhelm their enemies' battle lines. A shield wall, usually with pikes, was the best way to stop it, followed by a countercharge with heavy infantry or cavalry. But Sung Sin had none of this now. He didn't have... But I do, he realized, glancing at Ba Shan. The hell pig was snorting and pawing at the ground with his front hooves, getting ready to hurl himself into a thunderous charge amid the vicious lasher's flail spawn. I do have cavalry. Cavalry big enough that I don't need a shield wall to break a spawn charge. Ba Shan, I have an idea, Sung Sin said, turning his scale shield into a long, sweeping blade that was nearly 2 paces long. We hit them all together, and we keep moving. The hell pig caught on immediately. He nodded to the flower sprites. Hop on, girls, we're going for a ride, he said. Lan Lan and Tao Tao whooped with glee and scampered up Ba Shan's hairy flanks. Sung Sin filled his limbs with Xian-chi and hopped onto the hell pig's back instead. You all right? He asked Ba Shan. Not too heavy for you? I could carry 1,000 of you 3 on my back, the hell pig said with a smug grunt. This is nothing.
So you can carry 3,000 of us?
Lan Lan asked, causing Ba Shan to blink in confusion. Well, maybe, but I said I could carry 1,000 of you, so why... he began.
You said you could carry 1,000 of us 3.
Tao Tao pointed out.
That makes it 3,000, doesn't it? Unless he counts 3 of us as 1.
Lan Lan mused.
In which case, he...
Enough, Sung Sin cut in, feeling his shoulders slump in mental exhaustion. He began to seriously wonder if he should have sent the flower sprites back to their deaths, or whatever fate Lady Brightfish had in mind for them. Tao Tao, you cover my left. Lan Lan, you're on the right. Only fight if the spawn try to hop onto Ba Shan's back. Do not fall off. If you do, you're dead. The spawn will tear you apart before we can come back for you.
We won't fall off,
Lan Lan said, placing her feet squarely on the hell pig's flesh. Roots streamed from her ankles and soles and snaked across Ba Shan's skin. Tao Tao did the same and gave Sung Sin a thumbs-up gesture.
I bet you'll fall off before we do.
She said. Sung Sin looked down at Ba Shun. That's all right with you? They didn't pierce into your flesh or anything like that, did they? He asked. No, not that I'm aware of anyway, Ba Shun replied. It just tickles a bit. Sung Sin turned to the flower sprites and saw them zipping around on the network of roots they'd laid down over the hell pig's back, giggling and laughing all the while. They'll be fine as long as those spawn aren't too powerful. I've seen you run when I was a mortal. Tell me I'm not mistaken. Those flail spawn cannot even begin to catch up to you, Sung Sin said to Ba Shun. They can't, Ba Shun replied. Are you ready? Kuang Ao asked. The ogre berserker was nearly 50 paces away, but his voice rang crisply and clearly throughout the training hall.
I am,
Fabienne replied, heightening the volume of her words with Mo Chi, so that they blasted across the pit as well. We're ready! Sung Sin simply yelled at the top of his lungs instead, choosing not to waste his energy like Fabienne did. Begin, Kuang Ao said, snapping his hand out and sending a bolt of crimson-black light streaking high into the air. Fabienne shrieked a wordless battle cry and pointed at Sung Sin. Her spawn charged, a roiling mass of lashing tongues and flailing claws. Crush them! Sung Sin cried. Ba Shun thundered forward. Chapter 65 Flail Spawn. Sung Sin knew war, and this was the moment before it, the breathless silence before the clash of steel against steel, the stink of aggression filling the air, and the hushed anticipation of blood and viscera flowing from torn and gaping flesh. Mortal or demi-fiend, fighting with cold steel or with Mo Chi, war was always the same. He cast a quick glance over his shoulder at the flower girls. The smiles on their faces had turned cold and gleeful. A murderous light danced in their eyes. They were no strangers to slaughter. And neither was Ba Shun. White foam gathered at the corners of the hell pig's mouth as he worked himself into a murderous frenzy. A heartbeat later, he slammed headfirst into the foremost of the flail spawn. He'd closed the distance between him and the creatures much more quickly than they'd anticipated. So the flail spawn were completely unprepared for the impact and unable to retaliate. They shrieked in agony as they were flung away, their limbs dangling brokenly from their torsos or trampled beneath Ba Shun's hooves. 2 of the spawn were impaled on the hell pig's single tusk. He jerked his head and swept them off, intestinal strings and streams of ichor trailing in their wake. Sung Sin swept his scale blade down Ba Shun's left flank, cleaving a quartet of flail spawn apart, before doing the same thing on the other side and hacking 2 more of the creatures open from collar to crotch. The surviving flail spawn rallied quickly, rounding on the hell pig even as the vicious lasher broke out into a dazzlingly fast charge as well, metallic multi-jointed whips extending from both her hands. Get us clear of that! Sung Sin shouted. We don't want to deal with her yet. I know, Ba Shun replied, rearing up to kill the momentum of his charge, then stamping down again, crushing another 2 flail spawn. He kicked off into another rumbling sprint, barging his way through the spawn and away from the vicious lasher. The hell pig broke free of the flail spawn cluster and ran down the length of the pit, bringing Sung Sin and the flower girls along.
Fleeting already, you coward!
The vicious lasher shrieked after them. She thrust her hands out. The metallic lashes extending from her palms shot out after Ba Shun. Their tips were spiked and wreathed in black flames. Sung Sin raced from his perch between the hell pig's shoulder blades to the fiend's rear so that he stood with the flower sprites on either of his sides. He turned his scale blade back into a shield, managing to catch one of the whips upon its surface. The cerulean sword in his right fist arced out, deflecting the other whip with a blistering clash of energies that left his hand trembling and the nerves of his fingers screaming. But he didn't have enough time to worry about that now. The whip that had struck his shield punched through its surface easily before streaking past Sung Sin's shoulder and darting toward the back of Ba Shun's head. Lan Lan and Tao Tao chased the whip, gliding along on the roots beneath their feet, and struck its tip together with their blades. The potent enchantments within their weapons flared and lessened the momentum of Fabienne's lash, slowing it down even more after some of its force had already been expended in breaking through the scale shield. Sung Sin retracted his scale shield into a thick gauntlet and used it to seize the whip down its still extending length. Sparks flew screechingly as he clamped down on the vicious lasher's weapon and stopped its flight just before its tip punched into Ba Shun's skull. He felt an immense pull on the whip as Fabienne began to retract it, and he let go immediately, not wanting to face her in a direct contest of strength.
That was close!
Ba Shun cried, obviously aware of how near he'd been to instant death. But the hell pig didn't seem disheartened. He skidded to a halt before breaking out into yet another thunderous charge, this time in the opposite direction.
Bringing us around for another charge! Let's grind them into dust!
Yeah!
The flower sprites cried in unison and raised their blades. Sung Sin brought his scale blade back into existence and hefted the cerulean sword, trying to work sensation fully back into the fingers of his right hand. The vicious lasher was definitely at a more advanced cultivation stage than he was. What appeared to be the crudest and simplest of her infernal arts far outstripped his scale armaments and was evenly matched by the powerful enchantment of the cerulean sword. Damn thing is too small, he thought, striding up Ba Shun's back to stand between his shoulder blades once more. Sung Sin retracted his scale blade from his left hand back into his body and pushed it out once more from his right, wrapping its upper half around the cerulean sword. The result was some kind of misshapen glaive, with the cerulean sword acting as its blade and black scales forming its pole. Sung Sin grunted in satisfaction. He wasn't an expert glavesman, but it was a far more comfortable weapon for him to use than the dainty, virtually weightless cerulean sword.
A weapon of the Sapphire sect,
Kwang Ao said, his voice echoing clearly in Sung Sin's ears, despite the shrieking of the flail spawn as they countercharged Ba Shun and the rumbling of the earth beneath the hell pig's hooves.
Looted off that sapphire adept you slew, I presume. I wonder what Hong Xiu would have to say about that. Your cruel lash infernal art has grown stronger, Fabienne, the ogre berserker continued. Much more efficient and precise than I'd seen it last. Well done.
A proud smile spread across the vicious lasher's face. Sung Sin could only blink in wonder. Scarcely a heartbeat had passed, and the ogre berserker had made all those comments with perfect articulation. Sung Sin couldn't help but wonder if Kwang Ao had used some unfathomably potent infernal art, or if he'd simply imbued his words with Mo Chi so precisely and efficiently that he was able to speak perfectly audible and understandable volumes in an instant.
I will demonstrate it again.
The vicious lasher surged to the forefront of her spawn, who hung back as she thrust her whips out once more. The fiery tip sliced out toward Ba Shun again, this time diving toward his face. Each of them split apart into 4 in mid-flight, so that 8 lash tips lanced at the hell pig. Sung Sin took a step forward, then another. Ba Shun instinctively lowered his head, allowing Sung Sin to walk all the way up his thick neck and bring his glaive to bear against the incoming lashes. He lengthened his weapon, adding more scales to its handle so that it extended another 3 paces, and swept it across one cluster of the fiery spikes. The cerulean sword trembled in its nest of scales as its edge knocked the lashes aside. Taking a cue from Fabienne, Sung Sin extended his will to the Mo Chi within his scale pole and loosened it, turning it into a whip as well, with the cerulean sword locked into its tip. He twirled his wrists, redirecting the momentum of his newly shaped weapon so that it spiraled around and backward, catching the other set of Fabienne's whips from behind. The impact bowed her lashes down and sent the fiery spikes at their ends darting upward into empty air an instant before they would have buried themselves into Ba Shun's head and shoulders. Fabienne snarled in rage and retracted her weapons as they got tangled up in Sung Sin's, obviously hoping to yank him off his perch and drag him toward her. but he simply let his scale whip dissolve instead, reabsorbing as much of the mochi he'd invested into it as he could. Suddenly unbound by anything, the cerulean sword spun once in the empty air and began to fall to the ground as Ba Shun thundered past it. Sung Sin called a single sapphire blade into existence and shot it at the cerulean sword. The sapphire blade enveloped the steel one, carried it back to his side, and dropped it into his grasp as it dissipated. I didn't know I could do that, he thought. But I guess it makes sense that Sapphire Onslaught works with a sapphire sect weapon. Ba Shun struck the charging flail spawn then. The hell pig had wreathed his form in mochi a heartbeat ago, and the impact of his charge was at least 10 times greater than that of his first one. 6 flail spawn hurtled into the air, reduced to chunks of pulped flesh. Another 3 were simply ground into paste beneath Ba Shun's hooves. Is that his crushing hammer infernal art? Sung Sin wondered. It was a wonderfully unsubtle and direct application of force, forging mochi into a simple bludgeoning tool that accentuated the hell pig's bulk, swiftness, and tremendous strength. The other flail spawns scattered around the hell pig's flanks and hurled themselves onto his bulk, finding purchase upon his hairy skin with their claws. Lan Lan and Tao Tao descended toward them, held in place by their root network so that they were standing nearly perpendicular to Ba Shun's sides. The flower sprites began to put their blades to work, hacking and cutting into the spawn that were trying to eviscerate the hell pig. The flail spawn fought back, their elongated tongues slicing out from their mouths in attempts to catch the flower sprites. They were much faster than the worm spawn and sting spawn Sung Sin had encountered, and a worried shout began to push its way past his lips, as he was worried Lan Lan and Tao Tao had met their demise. But the flower sprites surprised him again. They matched the flail spawn's swiftness and even surpassed it. Lan Lan sliced a fiend open from neck to crotch, danced away from another's claws, and ducked beneath an arcing tongue. She then opened a flail spawn's bowels with a vicious stab-and-jerk maneuver with her sickle blade before cutting off another's hands and sending it plummeting from its perch upon Ba Shun's flanks. On the other side of the hell pig, Tao Tao wreaked similar carnage upon the flail spawn. Between the two of them, the flower sprites cleared the hell pig's bulk entirely of the lesser fiends. Ba Shun changed the angle of his approach abruptly as the vicious lasher moved to intercept him. He cut sharply to the left, bowling over another cluster of flail spawn so that he charged away from instead of toward Fabienne. She snarled and thrust her whips into the ground. Sung Sin wasn't willing to let the vicious lasher hide her weapons, so he turned his mind's eye outward and extended his senses into the dirt beneath her feet. Sure enough, he spotted threads of mochi snaking through the ground toward Ba Shun before fanning out into a massive net that would soon emerge beneath the hell pig. Swift as Ba Shun was, there was no way he would be able to evade the vicious lasher's grasp. Sung Sin reached out to the impulse clay near him and infused it with his own mochi. The strange substance reacted immediately, binding itself to his will. He pulled roughly 200 caddies worth of it toward him and shaped it into a simple disc beneath Ba Shun's hooves. He then sent the disc hurtling upward, bringing the hell pig into the air, before flattening out the disc into an earthen pathway broad enough to accommodate his bulk. Ba Shun squealed in surprise but kept running, his hooves pounding heavily against the impulse clay. A net of steel burst from the ground beneath him, laced with fire-wreathed spikes. It folded shut a handspan away from the bottom of the impulse clay path Sung Sin had created. Fabienne loosed a shout of frustration. That would have ended all of us, Sung Sin thought, pulling impulse clay from the beginning of the pathway and adding it to the end of his construct, extending it to allow Ba Shun to continue running. The hell pig brought him and the flower sprites a good distance away from the vicious lasher before Sung Sin directed the path back down to the ground again. Ba Shun followed it all the way down, came to a halt, and wheeled around on the packed dirt, readying himself for another charge into the flail spawn. Sung Sin released his hold on the impulse clay and let it fall all around him. Adaptability, precision, and resourcefulness, especially with your use of the impulse clay. Well done, young Master Sung, Kuang Ao said. As for you, Fabienne, good job on bringing your cruel lash to the next level. Your control over your mochi has improved significantly.
Thank you, Elder Kuang.
The vicious lasher bowed to the ogre berserker before turning back to Sung Sin.
Stop running around, coward. Fight me head on.
Yeah, no, Sung Sin said, not even bothering to raise his voice, as he didn't care if she heard his reply or not. He was more worried about something else. Ba Shun's charges had killed more than a few flail spawn, yet there seemed to be no decrease in their numbers. In fact, the corpses of the slain fiends had vanished.
Again?
Ba Shun asked. The hell pig was breathing heavily, and his body was lathered in sweat. Sooner rather than later, he would tire out and slow down so much that the vicious lasher would catch him no matter what Sung Sin did. Hold on, Sung Sin said to the hell pig. We'll let her come to us next and keep our distance. Catch your breath while you can.
Those nasty tongue things keep appearing,
Lon Lon said.
We'll be killing them all day at this rate. Yeah, I cut off the heads of at least 4 of them.
Tao Tao added.
But there don't seem to be any fewer. There are still 48 of them.
48. Sung Sin pushed his mind's eye outward once more and directed it at the vicious lasher. Threads of mochi bound her and her spawn, but not all of them were different. The energy threads between her and the 4 flail spawn that had hung back from the fighting were thicker by far than the others. He focused his senses even more and saw that each of the 4 was joined in turn to a dozen other flail spawn. Those 4. Sung Sin raised the cerulean sword and pointed it at the flail spawn he'd identified. They're using some kind of infernal art. I wonder if they're projecting illusions of themselves, and we've been fighting these illusions all this time.
Those aren't illusions, Ba Shun said. I felt their damn claws on my skin. You and the girls cut a few of them up, too. Did those feel like illusions to you?
No, they didn't.
The flower sprites chimed in unhelpfully. Then it's something else, Sung Sin said. He turned his mind's eye away from the 4 flail spawn and focused his senses on one of the more mundane spawn. The lesser fiend was filled with more mochi than any other spawn Sung Sin had ever encountered. No, that wasn't right. The flail spawn, other than the 4, were made up of more infernal energy than flesh and ichor.
Die!
The vicious lasher shrieked, pulling Sung Sin away from his contemplations and back to the present. Her mass of flail spawn surged forward again, converging swiftly upon Ba Shun. Fabienne advanced behind her spawn, her whips flailing wildly around her. Chapter 66. The Vicious Lasher.
What's the plan?
Ba Shun asked.
Charge and break through again?
That's not going to get us anywhere, Sung Sin said, his gaze fixed on the 4 flail spawn that hadn't budged from where they were standing. We need to get to those 4 spawn. I'm going to try to create a path for you with the impulse clay.
And I'll take it,
the hell pig promised. He glanced over his shoulder at the flower sprites.
If Sung Sin is going to be busy with that strange clay stuff, it'll be up to you girls to keep those damned spawn off me.
You can count on us,
Lon Lon and Tao Tao said.
To your right,
Sung Sin cried, pulling a mass of impulse clay toward him and shaping it into an ascending pathway that arced all the way around the pit. The hell pig hurled himself to the right, narrowly evading the bladed tongues flickering from the mouths of the flail spawn. The vicious lasher swung her whips out, turning them into slicing metallic arcs instead of piercing stingers. Sung Sin took the cerulean sword in both hands and smashed one of Fabienne's weapons aside as it descended on Ba Shun's back. He whirled around to block the other, but only managed to do so partially, deflecting it enough to stop it from cleaving the hell pig's spine in half, but failing to prevent it from cutting a hefty slice of flesh off his rump.
Damn it!
Ba Shun cried out in pain. Ichor spurted from the wound. Sung Sin grunted, worried that the hell pig would bleed out. But Lanlan rushed to the injury and placed her hands upon its edges. A bright green moss rippled into existence over the wound, stopping the flow of ichor. The flower sprite reeled back and fell onto her rear. She would have been flung off Ba Shun's back if the roots hadn't been holding her in place.
She's used up most of her Yao Qi,
Tao Tao announced.
She'll need some time to recover, but don't worry, I'm here.
Good work, Lanlan, Sung Sin called as Ba Shun pounded up the impulse clay path, opening up even more distance away from the incoming spawn and the vicious lasher. The cerulean sword was still trembling in his grasp. Fabienne's whips were more powerful when they were used to cut rather than to stab. He didn't have any illusions of blocking them with his scale shield, and he wasn't sure he could do so for much longer with the cerulean sword. The blade was potent, but Sung Sin lacked the power to wield it to its full potential. The flail spawn altered the trajectory of their charge toward the pathway, punched the tips of their tongues into its length, and pulled themselves up upon it. More than a few ended up ahead of Ba Shun, and they cackled in glee as they moved to intercept him. Sung Sin let the sections of the pathway infested by flail spawn dissolve and built new detours and curves with the impulse clay. Ba Shun responded readily to the twists and turns, hurling his bulk adroitly through each of them. A few of the lesser fiends still managed to clamber atop his back, only for Tao Tao to hack them apart with her blade. The vicious lasher withdrew and made her way back to the 4 flail spawn who hadn't charged at Ba Shun. Her brow was furrowed in concentration and anger. She'd evidently realized that Sung Sin was targeting those spawn in particular. She's not arrogant like the ebon worm, or sloppy like the bitter Aloris, that's for sure, he thought, as he took apart a length of the pathway and reshaped it into a series of ascending platforms. Ba Shun hopped onto one, then another, before descending a ramp of impulse clay that brought him closer and closer to the 4 flail spawn. The others were close in pursuit, leaping, shrieking, and swinging through the air with their tongues. "Keep going," Sung Sin said to Ba Shun. "I'll send you high above her, out of reach from her whips." "Ugh, got it," the hell pig grunted, his breath coming in labored rasps. He'd been dashing around at a ridiculous speed for many minutes now. "But that won't bring us to the flail spawn, and I don't know how much longer I could keep this up. Just a little more." Sung Sin shaped the impulse clay into a steeply ascending stairway, just as the vicious lasher arced her whips out again, turning them into a metal net that whistled through the air. Ba Shun climbed the steps swiftly, barely staying ahead of Fabienne's weapons as they demolished the impulse clay beneath his hooves. He made it to the zenith of the stairway, which hung just beyond the range of the slicing metal whips. Beyond the stairway was a gentle ramp that sloped all the way to the ground a fair distance away from and behind the vicious lasher. The steep stairwell had been utterly destroyed by Fabienne, preventing any of its flail spawn from reaching him. The hell pig trotted gratefully down its length, sucking in massive lungfuls of air as he did so. Fabienne snarled and turned to pursue. But Sung Sin had hopped off Ba Shun's back just before the hell pig's arrival at the top of the stairwell. He landed less than 5 paces away from the 4 flail spawn, and he tied off the stream of mochi he'd poured into the impulse clay, locking the ramp into existence for at least a few minutes more. It would be more than enough for what he had to do. 4 sapphire blades appeared above his shoulder. The sudden surge of Xian Qi alerted the vicious lasher to his presence and unraveled his ploy. She spun back on her heel, her face twisted in anger, and she pulled her whips back in readiness to cut Sung Sin down with them. But she was too late. Sung Sin lanced a sapphire sword into each of the flail spawn's torsos. They shrieked in agony as they perished, folding over the glowing blades in their bodies. Their more mundane kin fell where they were, plummeting mid-stride or mid-leap before crumbling away into thin pools of watery ichor and papery skin.
My flail guards!
Fabienne roared.
I've invested so much work in them.
Sung Sin didn't bother replying. He charged the vicious lasher instead, wrapping scales around the hilt and blade of the cerulean sword, turning it into a hefty two-handed sword with a single, potently enchanted edge. Fei Bian's whips were deadly at a distance, but up close, they might prove too unwieldy to use against a sword. The vicious lasher's whips fell from her palms and dissipated into flakes of gray light. She leaned away from the arc of Sung Sin's descending blade and thundered her fist into his side, blasting the air from his lungs. Sung Sin gasped in pain. Black scales cascaded from his armored coat. But Fei Bian wasn't done yet. She followed through with an uppercut that Sung Sin barely avoided by leaning his head away from the ascent of her metal-shod knuckles. His frantic dodge left him imbalanced, allowing the vicious lasher to kick him in the midriff with enough force to crush the scales across the front of his coat and hurl him back several paces. That was enough space for Fei Bian to summon one of her whips and bring it to bear again. She lashed its metallic length out, seeking to decapitate Sung Sin. He blocked with his blade. The scales wrapped around the cerulean sword flew apart beneath the impact, and the enchanted weapon itself was sent clattering across the floor. Out of desperation, Sung Sin hurled a sapphire blade at Fei Bian's face and sent another swooping toward the cerulean sword. The vicious lasher smashed the sapphire blade streaking toward her into shards with a backhand sweep of her fist. A contemptuous sneer unfolded across her face.
This was a divine art. It's weak,
she said.
You're weak.
Sung Sin's second sapphire blade retrieved the cerulean sword and brought it to his grasp. But instead of letting it dissipate, he used sapphire imbuement on its azure length. He then sent the empowered sapphire blade darting toward Fei Bian. She intercepted it with a sweep of her whip. The sapphire sword broke apart when it made contact with the vicious lasher's weapon. But the impact was enough to negate its momentum, rendering it limp in the air and preventing it from cleaving through Sung Sin's torso. Growling with effort, he charged Fei Bian again, wrapping scales around the cerulean sword as he did so. He closed the scant distance between them before she could bring her whip to readiness and hacked at her abdomen. She hopped beyond the arc of his blade before darting back and punching him in the face. Sung Sin felt bone and teeth break beneath the impact. But he shoved the pain aside and swung his sword again, this time at her legs. Perhaps he would stand a better chance if she were less mobile. But Fei Bian jumped above his cut, twisted her body in midair, and hit him in the chest with a spinning kick. The blow tore Sung Sin off his feet and sent him flying back more than 10 paces, where he landed heavily on his back. He coughed, feeling the bitter, oily taste of his own ichor fill his mouth. Sung Sin surged to his feet only to see the vicious lasher raise a pair of whips in readiness to bring them down upon him. But not all was lost. He looked past her shoulder and grinned.
Smiling in the face of death?
The vicious lasher asked.
You've got guts. I'll give you that at least. Now.
Sung Sin pushed his will into the impulse clay around him and shaped it into a rising column beneath Fei Bian's feet, raising her several paces into the air. The vicious lasher frowned in confusion and annoyance.
This won't save you, abomination,
she said. But my friends will, he replied. Fei Bian spun on her heel as Ba Shan hurtled toward her, his thick skull wreathed in a blistering layer of mochi. There was no doubt the Hell Pig was using the crushing hammer infernal art he'd mentioned. Fei Bian roared in rage, but Ba Shan was too close for her to use her whips on him. She let them dissolve again and thrust out her palms. Sung Sin sensed Fei Bian infusing her arms with immense amounts of mochi. The mochi in the vicious lasher's hands was enough to dwarf what Ba Shan had put into his infernal art, which was probably everything he had. The Hell Pig struck her hands with his head. A tremendous crash filled the air. Fei Bian grunted with effort as she was pushed back 2 paces, her heels digging a furrow across the surface of the impulse clay column. Ba Shan's momentum began to falter, and the vicious lasher would have halted it immediately if Sung Sin hadn't simply dissolved the clay she was standing on, stealing her footing out from beneath her. Suddenly imbalanced and adrift in empty air, the vicious lasher lost the leverage she had to resist Ba Shun's crushing hammer. The Hell Pig's infernal art forced her hands aside and slammed into her chest, blasting her backward and sending her flying above Sung Sin's head. Ba Shun landed in front of Sung Sin and crumpled onto his knees. The Hell Pig trembled with exhaustion. Ichor trailed from the corners of his mouth. That looks like internal bleeding. Maybe it was caused by the backlash from the vicious lasher nearly halting his infernal art with her bare hands, Sung Sin thought. Good work. Catch your breath. I can't do anything else, Ba Shun gasped. Tao Tao and Lan Lan hopped off his back. The latter had regained some of her strength, it seemed, though her face was pale and the corners of her eyes carried lines of strain. Behind Sung Sin, Fabian crashed into the ground with enough force to crater its surface and raise a cloud of dust. He hefted his blade and charged toward her, hoping to finish her off before she could recover. The flower sprites ran alongside him, their weapons readied as well.
She was beating you up,
Tao Tao said.
Yeah, she's so much stronger, faster, and skilled than you,
Lan Lan added. She is, Sung Sin agreed. Which is why I need your help.
You've got it,
they cried. Fabienne burst from the cloud of dust raised by her landing, growling with rage. A trickle of ichor ran down her chin, and the armored plates across her torso were battered and creased. Ba Shun's crushing hammer infernal art hadn't left her unscathed. Sung Sin reached the vicious lasher before she could materialize her whips. He cut at her neck. Predictably enough, she ducked beneath his blow with ease and punched him in the stomach with enough force to fold him over her fist. But Lan Lan's blade flickered toward Fabienne's cheek, forcing the fiend to lean back instead of crushing Sung Sin's skull with a follow-up blow. Tao Tao landed a hit then, drawing a shallow line of ichor from the vicious lasher's shoulder with a glancing strike of her blade. Fabienne growled and swung her fists at the flower sprites, forcing them to scamper away from her reach. She was much stronger and faster than them, and if she pursued, she would definitely have caught and crushed Lan Lan and Tao Tao within moments. She couldn't, however, as Sung Sin hacked at her stomach, forcing her to catch his blade between her palms instead, so that the edge of the cerulean sword didn't cleave through the metal plates across her body and bite into her flesh. Tao Tao dashed in and stabbed her blade at Fabienne's eye. Lan Lan attacked from the other flank, driving her weapon toward the vicious lasher's neck. Fabienne opened her mouth. Her tongue shot out. It was a smaller version of her whips, extending nearly 2 paces long, and she used it to lash first Tao Tao off her feet, then do the same to Lan Lan, sending both flower sprites tumbling away, fragrant threads of fluid trailing in their wake. Sap? Sung Sin found himself thinking absently, before he shoved the useless thought aside and created a scale shield, manifesting it from his shoulder to block Fabienne's tongue as it swept toward his face next. The vicious lasher's tongue blasted the scale shield apart, but enough of its force was negated to prevent it from slicing Sung Sin's skull in half. Still, the tongue struck him in the cheek hard enough to send him reeling. He glanced at the fallen flower sprites as he steadied himself. To his relief, they were still breathing, despite the deep gashes across their shoulders. Fabienne's tongue whip wasn't nearly as potent as the ones she produced from her palms, it seemed. Those would have cut Lan Lan and Tao Tao into pieces. "Get down!" he heard Ba Shun cry. Sung Sin fell into a low crouch right away. A massive rush of air thundered overhead as the Hell Pig slammed into the vicious lasher once more with his crushing hammer infernal art. But Fabienne was ready for it this time, and her footing was completely solid. She caught Ba Shun by his jaw and hurled him aside, sending him into a rolling tumble that tore a furrow through the ground. Sung Sin hurled a sapphire blade, then another. The vicious lasher smashed the first, but the second one clipped her just above her hip, drawing a thin line of ichor from the shallow wound it had cut across her metal-plated flesh. Fabienne growled and punched her tongue whip out at his face. Sung Sin dived aside and sent out another barrage of sapphire swords. The vicious lasher shattered them with her fists. Sung Sin pulled a cluster of impulse clay into the air and sent it swirling around Fabienne's face. She growled and swiped at the clay, dashing every piece of impulse clay she touched into pieces and hurtling them to the ground. But there was simply too much scattered around her for her to destroy swiftly. Her mochi is too strong, Sung Sin realized. She's definitely stronger than the bitter Aloris, and she's made none of the Ebon Worm's mistakes so far. She's perhaps the most formidable fiend I've fought up till now. But Sung Sin did have something that worked well against fiends, perhaps even more so than his Sapphire Onslaught divine art. He called another half-dozen sapphire blades into existence, aware that he would exhaust his Xian Qi reserves soon. Sung Sin drew upon his Mo Chi next, layering crimson resin over the edges of the sapphire blades with his bitter bite infernal art. He hurled another cluster of impulse clay at Fabienne's face, then sent his poisoned sapphire blades out. The vicious lasher caught the first one in her hand. She crushed it in her grasp, but Sung Sin also saw her wincing as it bit shallowly into her palm. Another sapphire blade clipped her across the shoulder. The third grazed her thigh. She smashed the fourth and fifth before whipping the sixth out of existence. The two blades that had cut her came back for another pass, scoring at least 4 more indirect strikes before the vicious lasher destroyed them. Whips extended from her palms again, and she twirled them around her body, blasting aside all the impulse clay swirling over her face and obscuring her vision. She sneered at him as he got shakily to his feet.
What were you trying to do back there? Tickle me to death?
She asked after retracting her tongue whip.
Not a single blade just now was aiming for my vitals.
It's easier to hit you if I'm aiming for your limbs, Sung Sin said. And that's all I need to do. Fabienne opened her mouth to retort, only to frown in confusion as the bitter bite took effect, spreading its poison throughout her body and numbing her nerves into immobility. She raised her hands, but her movements were jerky and spasmodic. Eventually, she stopped moving. Only her eyes remained mobile, darting around in their sockets and glaring hatefully at Sung Sin. The battle wasn't won, however. Sung Sin could feel the vicious lasher gathering her Mo Chi, and he knew that he had only a moment before she broke free. He conjured one more sapphire blade and placed it over the cerulean sword. Then he used the last of his Xian Qi to empower it with the sapphire imbuement divine art. Finally, he wrapped the whole thing in layers and layers of scales, expending all but the dregs of his Mo Chi. Sung Sin hurled the monstrosity he'd created, just as Fabienne shrugged off the effects of the bitter bite. She roared in rage and swung both her whips down to intercept Sung Sin's weapon. Her lashes sliced easily through the layers of scales, but they expended their strength in the process. So when they finally broke through to the cerulean sword and its sapphire envelopment, they didn't shatter the latter upon impact. Instead, empowered by the sapphire imbuement, the sapphire blade pushed back the whips and eventually tore them apart, sending their fiery tips clattering to the floor before it broke into shards of blue light and left the cerulean sword in midair, propelled by nothing save its own momentum. But Sung Sin was already there behind it, having infused his limbs with his remaining Mo Chi so that he could throw himself into a headlong dash after the cerulean sword. He caught it by the hilt and lunged, closing the distance between him and Fabienne and driving the tip of his blade toward her chest. The vicious lasher caught the cerulean sword between her palms again, but not in time. The blade punched through the metal plates across her torso and sank into her flesh. Fabienne cried out in desperation and wrenched hard on the cerulean sword, altering its angle as it drove through her body and emerged from her back. It was enough to turn an impaled heart into a serious but ultimately non-lethal flesh wound, Sung Sin realized, as Fabienne gasped in pain, bled freely from both her wounds, and still remained standing. He took the cerulean sword in both hands and tried to wrench it downwards, seeking to widen the wound and perhaps cut into her lung or spleen. But Fabienne held the blade fast. She opened her mouth and extended her tongue whip again. Sung Sin knew that if he let go of the cerulean sword, the vicious lasher would be free to manifest her whips from her palms once more. That would be the end of him, as he'd expended most of his xianqi and mochi, and his companions were all incapacitated. Fabienne's tongue whip sliced across Sung Sin's shoulder, ripping more scales free from his coat and cutting deeply into his flesh. It punched toward his torso next, and only a desperate twist of his waist had the vicious lasher's tongue whip carving a bloody furrow across his chest and side, instead of impaling him through the heart. "I need more mochi," Sung Sin thought desperately. He reached out to the scant remaining scales of his armored coat and broke them apart, reabsorbing the energy he'd invested into their creation. All he got back was barely enough for him to create a short scale blade, or the devourer spike. Fabienne's tongue whip sliced another horrendous cut across his torso, crossing the one that she'd already inflicted less than a heartbeat ago. "I have a tongue too!" Sung Sin opened his mouth and turned his tongue into the devourer spike. Fabienne flinched at the sight, but before she could react, Sung Sin snapped his head forward and buried the devourer spike into her chest, close to where her heart and infernal core were. Chapter 67. Victory. The vicious lasher cried out in horror and pain. Her tongue whip struck Sung Sin again, but the blow was weak and unfocused from panic. He shrugged it off and began to tear Fabienne's mochi from her infernal core and draw it into his own. A tide of memories and knowledge cascaded into Sung Sin's mind as well. He learned how the vicious lasher had created her flail guard. He also learned how the lesser fiends had used an infernal art called simulacrum echo to conjure physical projections of themselves that were little more than scraps of their flesh and ichor suffused with mochi. Sung Sin tore the knowledge of Fabienne's first infernal art from her, the iron harness. She used it constantly, sheathing her flesh in metallic plates harder than the finest forged steel. Sung Sin figured that he could strengthen his scale armaments with the iron harness. He pulled the cruel lash from her mind as well. It was a surprisingly complex infernal art, involving the passage of mochi through the outer channels and the central meridians simultaneously. Sung Sin knew that at his current cultivation stage, the cruel lash was beyond him. He would have to transcend the wandering stage and attain the gathering stage, or maybe even the condescended stage, before he could even think about attempting to use the cruel lash. His respect for Fabienne grew. She was a brutal and unsubtle fighter, but her skill at controlling her mochi was undeniable. She was truly the Ogre Berserker's disciple indeed. On that note, he turned his attention to her memories. They were a confused, disparate jumble of sensations, rendered incoherent by the despair and panic of Fabienne's impending death. He saw her as a flail spawn feasting upon a cluster of hapless poachers, a band of careless hunters, and a group of desperate bandits fleeing imperial authorities. He witnessed her ascension to a true fiend, which caused her tongue to retract and feminine facial features to emerge. Her flesh shifted as well, changing from the androgynous proportions of a spawn to those of her powerful but undoubtedly female frame. Coherence and self-awareness sparked within her consciousness. As Fabienne's life drained away, thoughts of her overmistress emerged. The Iron Rose sat on her metal throne. She was tall and slender of frame. A mask of intricately wrought iron covered the top half of her face. The lower half was pale and sported a pair of blood-red lips. She wore a dark dress that seemed to be made of razor-sharp blades. The Iron Rose looked down haughtily, and thoughts of regret and failure emanated from Fabienne's unraveling mind. Her consciousness shifted its focus then. Her sorrow washed across Sung Sin. Memories of her time with Kwang Ao emerged. The Ogre Berserker had taken her in not too long ago, by fiend standards, and he taught her how to control her mochi and develop an infernal art as potent as the cruel lash. But more important was the calm kindness and paternal love he'd bestowed upon her. There was another in Fabienne's memories as well. A petite woman with long silver hair and the ageless features of a powerful ascendant. This woman cherished and cared for Fabienne too, and her name was Hong Xiu. A final echo of despair rolled from the vicious lasher's consciousness as it began its final disintegration. Damn it! Sung Sin gathered his will, then tore the devourer spike from Fabienne's flesh before it could consume her entirely. She sagged helplessly before him, her palms still locked against the cerulean sword in her flesh. Her features were paled and shriveled, and her limbs were so emaciated that they were nearly skeletal. But she was alive. Sung Sin drew the cerulean sword from her body, tossed it aside, and eased Fabienne gently to the ground. He tore fistfuls of fabric from his robe and used them to plug the wounds in her torso and back. Then he turned and looked at Kwang Ao, who was standing a mere 5 paces or so away. "I win, then?" he asked. The ogre berserker unclenched his fists and his jaw. The overwhelming waves of menace radiating from him faded, and the storm lifted off his face. "You do, young Master Sung," Kwang Ao said, nodding. "Now, step aside and let me stabilize Fabienne. You've wounded her grievously. I don't know if she'll recover from this bout." "If she's half as tough as she's shown herself to be, I have no doubt she will," Sung Sin said, moving away and making room for the ogre berserker to crouch beside his former disciple. Kwang Ao gave him a tight smile, then placed his hand over Fabienne's forehead. Immense torrents of mo-chi poured from the ogre berserker. Sung Sin sensed the vicious lasher's ruptured infernal core fuse back into some semblance of intactness and loosed the half-breath he'd been holding onto all this time. Fabienne would survive. If she didn't, Sung Sin didn't doubt that Kwang Ao would kill him then and there, no matter what promises the archfiend had made earlier on. That was why he'd withdrawn the devourer spike early in the first place. For all his lofty words and genial mannerisms, the ogre berserker was still a fiend, a creature capable of and ever willing to indulge in violence and bloodshed. "I've roused your companions and given them some bandages and medicinal herbs," Kwang Ao said, as he continued pouring his mo-chi into Fabienne. "You should go to the Yao and have them bind your wounds. They seem to be partially adept at it." Sung Sin nodded and turned to where he'd last seen the flower sprites. They were on their feet, wearing nothing but bandages across their torsos. Ba Shun crouched sedately nearby, medicinal patches scattered all across his face and jaw, and a lecherous look in his eyes.
Come here, Sung Sin!
Lon Lon cried, waving him over. She and Tao Tao were completely uncaring of their nudity. Sung Sin sighed and walked to them, keeping his eyes averted as best as he could. "Put something on," he said to the flower sprites.
Why?
Lon Lon, Tao Tao, and Ba Shun asked, all at the same time. "Because I tell you to," Sung Sin snapped, shooting the hell pig a venomous glare.
I don't want to get this Xiang Lian root paste all over my dress,
Lon Lon complained.
It's so difficult to wash off, and it leaves a funny smell behind after, too.
Tao Tao added. "I don't care," Sung Sin said. "Get dressed, you two."
Ba Shun's not wearing clothes either.
Tao Tao pointed out.
Why doesn't he have to put something on? Yeah, that's not fair.
Lon Lon pouted. She looked at Tao Tao.
I know. It's Song Sin being funny about such things again because he's a man.
No, that's not it. Sung Sin sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. "I just want you two to not go around naked, especially not in front of Elder Kwang. You're my servants, aren't you? What kind of master do I come off as if you two behave like this?"
A lecherous and perverted one,
Ba Shun said, cackling. Sung Sin fought down the urge to punch the hell pig in the snout.
I won't dirty my dress, and that's that,
Lon Lon said. Tao Tao nodded. The two of them folded their arms in a way that just made things worse. "Fine, all right, I get it. What if you wear something else besides your own clothes instead? At least until you can get rid of those bandages," Sung Sin asked.
I'm not wearing those ugly scales.
Tao Tao said, drawing an exasperated sigh from Sung Sin. No, that's not what I meant. He reached down to his belt. I have a few spare robes, remember? Yes, they're for men, but they're also silk. Those are fine, right?
I suppose.
Lon Lon shrugged.
Oh, all right. Since it matters so much to you.
Tao Tao said. Sung Sin patted his belt and realized his dimensional pouch was gone. He spotted it about 10 paces away, not too far from where Kwang Ao was still infusing Mo Chi into Fabienne. The enchanted bag must have been torn from his belt during the fight. He began hobbling toward it, wincing at the pain of his injuries.
Don't you want us to bandage your wounds and set your broken bones?
Lon Lon asked.
Yeah, we're very good at it.
Tao Tao said, waving a packet of dried herbs above her head. No, I'll get you some clothes first, Sung Sin said, looking away from the flower sprites. He sighed in dismay as he approached the dimensional pouch. It hadn't merely been torn from his belt. It had been cut open halfway across its length. Whatever enchantment it held had also unraveled, spilling its contents all over the floor. Sung Sin grabbed 2 robes. He also picked up Wang Li's pendant. All that was left behind were another silken robe and a pair of reed shoes. Kwang Ao stood up then. He nodded, and impulse clay swept around him, coalescing into a simple floating slab upon which he placed Fabienne's unconscious form. The vicious lasher was breathing shallowly but steadily. Her shriveled flesh had filled out somewhat, though it was obvious she had a long road to recovery ahead of her. Let me be clear, young Master Song, so there is no room for animosity to breed between us, the Ogre Berserker said. If she were about to kill you in this bout, I wouldn't have intervened, even if that meant that I had to visit the Iron Rose. No, I understand, Sung Sin replied. She's your former disciple. No, she's your family. I'm a strange creature that wandered into your home. We have no karmic ties, and though you say that the one between you and Fabienne is gone, I sense another forming, linking the two of you. You are as perceptive as you are gifted, Kwang Ao said. I am grateful for your magnanimity. On that note, let me say a few things about your bout with Fabienne. You demonstrated creativity, resourcefulness, and tenacity, qualities surprisingly few fiends and descendants possess. You manipulated the impulse clay with great dexterity, considering that this is your first time handling the fickle substance. Thank you, Elder Kwang. Sung Sin bowed to the Ogre Berserker, his movement stiff with pain. Does that mean you'll accept me as your disciple? It does. See to your injuries. I will show you where you and your companions can rest and recuperate, Kwang Ao said. Your training begins at dawn tomorrow. I look forward to it, Master, Sung Sin said, bowing once more. Kwang Ao smiled and waved Sung Sin toward the flower sprites and Ba Shun. Sung Sin was halfway to them when a disk of azure light descended to the pit. It bore 3 individuals, a slender robed man with delicate features and white hair, the same silver-haired descendant Sung Sin had seen in Fabienne's memories, and a young woman wearing a sturdy, utilitarian but finely made traveling dress. The ascendant hopped off the disk and ran to Kwang Ao, who was surprised and delighted to see her. He swept her up in his arms and laughed. Beloved, he said, you're back. I thought you wouldn't be back for several days yet.
It's a bit of a long story,
the ascendant, who could only be Hong Xiu, said, burying her face in his shoulder.
I missed you.
I missed you, Kwang Ao replied. Welcome home, beloved. The Ogre Berserker looked up and saw the white-haired man. His smile widened. Ah, Ling Hu, my friend, Kwang Ao said. It's been too long. I wasn't sure you'd make the long journey south for a visit, but it seems that my hopes weren't in vain. Ling Hu seemed to flinch at the sound of his name. He smiled as well, but the expression was forced and laden with pain. There's something not quite right about him, Sung Sin said, focusing his mind's eye on the man. He detected a strange energy field wreathing Ling Hu's body and pushed past it. Ling Hu's appearance changed abruptly when he did so. The young woman standing beside him gave a startled shout and scampered a few paces away before seemingly collecting herself. She then walked back to Ling Hu's side and gave his arm a gentle and apologetic squeeze. Sung Sin knew why she'd been so taken aback. Where the white-haired man had been standing was now a fiend, with 9 skeletal tails radiating from his rear. His face was a twisted parody of a fox's, with a fang-filled snout and jet-black eyes.
Alas, Kwang Ao, ill tidings have befallen me, the fiend said to the ogre berserker, who seemed stunned at the revelation. I am no longer the Yao named Ling Hu. I am now the ominous liar, a Tautia.
By the infernal lords, what happened? Kwang Ao asked. Did someone do this to you? But how? How is this even possible?
Like I said, beloved, it's a long story.
Hong Xiu sighed. She pulled away from Kwang Ao's embrace and noticed Fabienne's unconscious form. Her eyes widened in worry.
Wait, isn't that...
She's badly hurt, but she'll be fine, Kwang Ao said.
Looks like you have a bit of a long story to tell yourself,
Hong Xiu said. She turned her gaze to Sung Sin.
And you must be the young Bing named Sung Sin. After all, you're the only creature I sense within 100 leagues that possesses both Tian Qi and Mochi, and you're far too weak to be the Infinite One.
The Infinite One? Kwang Ao rumbled. I've heard this name from Sung Sin and Fabienne too. He seems to be a troublemaker.
He is the one who did this to me, old friend,
the ominous liar said bitterly.
He stole my life away and made me kill my friends.
I will avenge you, Kwang Ao promised. But first, it seems that among us we have many tangled threads to unravel before we can all make sense of the situation.
So are you Sung Sin or not?
The young woman rounded on Sung Sin, a fierce light in her eyes. Yes, I am, he confirmed. Who are you? But she answered his question by lowering her gaze to the pendant in his hand. Her eyes widened with surprise. Wang Hui? He asked, raising the pendant. It began to glow. End of Book 1. You have been listening to Devourer's Core 1, written by D.B. King and Nick Law, performed by Alex Perrone and Marissa Parness.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.